Oh, yeah. So we're live in effect here. Why is this? Oh yeah, we got the main tripod on.
Bluetooth, and then it's going to seek, and your phone's going to seek.
What's 6,000 JKO?
That's the aviation frequency.
Side, have you check and advise? Please put in the first category where it has the all back and forth. You can tell them.
How do we do this last time?
Avoid these contacts and get them lost. Help FTA. I agree with everything you say. I'm just saying down the road when they say it's useless.
Yeah, that's how he did it.
It's not radio.
That's how we did it last time.
Another conscious male, located by the Brooklyn bound side.
Oh yeah. Is the police department secured comms? Is the police department secured comms? We don't care about their secured comms. We make them feel a little unsecure. We don't care about their secured comms. We make them feel a little unsecure. Oh yeah, you want to see my mask, huh? You want to see the Grim Reaper's mask? Oh yeah, you want to see my mask, huh? Here's the Grim Reaper's mask. You see that? This is my blowhole. This is where I blow air out of. Quack, 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 quack. You see that? This is my blowhole. Look at my blowhole. Hello. Look at my blowhole. This is my blowhole. Oh, yeah. Hello. Can you guess which finger that is? You win the prize if you guess which finger that is. Oh, yeah. A bunch of Muppets. All of you are Muppets. That's it. You're Muppets. Class A Muppets. You do as Daddy tells you. You do as Daddy tells you. You heard? You heard, you Muppets? Ah, yeah. Gotta do as Muppets. Gotta do as Daddy tells you.
I believe so. I'm gonna check with 6 and notify.
Gotta do as Muppets. Gotta do as Daddy tells you. Ah, yeah. We got the little Muppet. We got the little Muppet covering, huh? You don't like this one? Hold on. I'm going to show you the other one. Got the little Muppet. Let me go to my secure room. You don't like this one? Hold on. I'm going to show you the other one. Let me go to my secure room. You don't like this one? Hold on. I'm going to show you the other one.
What the fuck are you rooting for? I didn't take the study yet. 91 for the previous ocean. She was another ocean at the same location. 91 for the previous ocean.
91716,000 feet.
Alpha Jerome. District 4 for Palmetto Lakes. Fox 1716, do you have EMS assigned? That's where we have 1-3 Union assigned as of 10 and 2. Engine 6774, thank you. We have 1-3 Union assigned as of 10 and 2. Engine 6774. I put up at the top of the fucking asphalt, hit the curb. Look at this girl in a cowboy hat. Alright, I got a rip 6 head here on top of Check weight, get the 237. Yeah, I see them. What do you want me to do? You did that. That's my fault now? Well, which one you still on your mirror? 91.
And a couple male with a mask, male outside of the store. Positive savings to the crime to 13 over 20 and negligence to the crime to 13. And we have a 1013 and West 1 48 Davidson Avenue to crime to 13 at code 85 at a mail stop. And we have a 1013.
12 hours, confirm before the 15th, confirm 30 residents. It's 2818 Olinville Avenue in the Bronx, 2818 Olinville Avenue in the Bronx, apartment 2 Adam, between Rayton Street and Arnold. 1 and 111, 265 Gilman, 8 Apple. The other 167, we're going to the phone. 1 and 111, 265 Gilman, 8 Apple. 1 with 111 to the back.
That's the 175 straight line.
Direct or not? Heading direct with 111. 111, 167, and 144. And you get on Siemens Budge. Heading direct with 111. So you have Siemens and Ross about 9? That's already en route. ETA for EMS was 2109 hours. 10-4 Central. That's already en route. ETA for EMS was 2109 hours. 0 Delta 126. Nine oh four 141. I'm heading to Brooklyn. Arriving now. ALS. 904 141. On the line, he's looking for you. Mr. Brooklyn Hospital. Control. They're all set. Looking at.
Oh yeah, we're back.
Thank you, Dave.
Is it reverse for one stop marker at 96
We are back. Scooby Doo. So we got a whole bunch of these face masks here. These things are excellent. These are excellent cover. I got a whole bunch of these. I got camouflage. I got checker flag. I got all kinds of designs. I got solid colors. I got solid colors. I got a whole bunch of different designs, and you see that? This is where my this is where my mouth goes. You see my mouth? Look at that. With a little finger pops out. Hello. Look at that. With a little finger pops out. Hello. See that little finger hole there with that little hole? That's where the mouth hole goes. That's where the work hole goes. See that little finger hole there? That little hole? That's where the mouth hole goes. That's where the work hole goes. Oh yeah. Yeah, we like it. 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 We like it.
Sure, 3 Adam Central. 75 Sam Rockaway Boulevard.
Hey, why isn't the
Dan 8721 on you.
lighting off, lighting on?
Oh yeah, Central. All over them, please. 10-4, 9188.
Lighting off, lighting on.
You 9188?
Yeah, that makes minimal difference. Let's see here. Lighting off. And this on. Oh yeah, that makes a big difference. Lighting off. And this on. Oh yeah, that makes a big difference. Oh yeah. Here's my mini hacker laptop. This is my mini hacker laptop. You like that, huh? This is my mini hacker laptop. You like that, huh?
Lieutenant Rochester. Responding unit 1, they are notified Central when entering the stairwell at 84 and the floor exercise here when exiting the stairwell and entering the hallway. One extra
Oh yeah, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do.
75, Sam.
We're gonna take out the good old trusty.
The Robert, Support Street on the Robert.
We got
The Robert, Support Street on the Robert.
Spidey Man, Baby Shark, and Minecraft. You see that? Spidey Man, Baby Shark, and Minecraft. You see that?
Steady response to. Okay, what's your number?
Oh yeah, we got the journals here. We got the journals with the we got the journals with the nice colorful names for our trusty old compatriots. And then we got all these numbers. See that?
It's a fight aboard the train, card 2047, card 7645, unknown weapons, no injuries.
This is one journal. What do we got in this journal?
4 to 12. 4 David 12. You 84 at 42 Grand Central.
This is your second journal.
Thank you. 4
Second journal.
Unknown, I'm gonna have 6 wives by the train.
Oh, we got some tactical notes in here. Oh yeah, these are tactical notes. Oh yeah, we can't release the yellow. Yellow is too classified. These are tactical notes. We can't release the yellow. Yellow is too classified.
404574. Hold me on 48.
We got another red one. What's this here? We got the lime green one. We got blue. We got blue and red. Is it red or is it pink? I don't know. I see it as red, but I guess it could be considered pink. This one's got some. This one's got the IP addresses. This one's got the IP addresses of all those schmucks that try to mess with me on my channel, huh? This one's got the IP addresses.
Trains on the move, so the 2 males that was fighting safety train at 42 Grand Central.
This is a text matrix. This one's got the other numbers. This one's got the covert. This one's got the covert numbers. Oh yeah, this one's got covert. Covert information. This is for eyes only, which means that you cannot see it. You cannot see it. But guess what? If you can see through this lime green color plastic, then you could see the numbers. See, I got all these notebooks. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of notebooks. That's not a problem. I got a whole bunch of colors too. I got purple, yellow, red. I got them all. I got them all. Let's see, which one was it was this one. Let's see, which one was does this one have the numbers too? IP addresses? It was this one. Does this one have the numbers too? IP addresses? Nope, this one just has the covert. This one is covert ops here. Nope, this one just has the covert. This one is covert ops here.
As of right now, you want the signal in male, hit female, child.
Oh yeah.
Unconfirmed at this time.
It's unconfirmed. Everything is unconfirmed.
22 doing a 75 Sam at 4750 Rockefeller Central on the Boy David Frank Ferry line. What about you on that 98? Thank you.
Everything is unconfirmed. 22 doing a 75 Sam at 4750 Rockefeller Central on the Boy David Frank Ferry line. What about you on 98? Thank you. Yeah, this is the telenote. This is Telenote.
Local District 30 unit response to voice horn on the George line in regards to an intoxicated male walking on the edge of the track and another homeless person at the location being instructed of unit checking advice.
At 6-7.
Wait, what am I counting here? 2, 3, 4, 5.
Response to 59 Columbus Circle for 39 harassment. The text states the male is harassing and the female is saying stop following me. They got off at 59 Columbus Circle, unknown which train line or platform.
Hey, you hear that? The guy's harassing her.
Response to 10-4.
She told him stop following me, and he's still following her.
Wearing all black.
Hey, you hear that? The guy's harassing her.
Came over 911 or 6 flags.
He came over to 911 to text 911. 484. What unit is 84? One response one is 84 at 59 Columbus Circle. Alright, what was the final for that 34 at 66 Lincoln Center?
Boy.
To 16801. Morning.
4 Pulse 1.
So we're doing a night queen ejection at Utica.
10-5 the unit.
We're going to be delayed due to the road closure and traffic on Lafayette Street, K.
10-4, got it, thanks. 9-6, proceed. 2129, dispatcher 497.
Central.
4 to 12.
Stop at 42nd Grand Central on 90.
10-4.
Stop at 42nd Grand Central on 90.
Please passing 900 feet back by south. Shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Ha 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 ha! Did you hear what he said? He said, "Shut the hell up." Did you hear what he said? He said, "Shut the hell up."
30 Harvest 2.
30 Harvest 2.
9198 Mustang. Can you show me how to marry from Court Street to the decal going to Roberts? 9198 Mustang. Can you show me how to marry to the HB1? From Court Street to the decal going to Roberts? Central, show me do when it's same at Baltimore.
I have you taking advantage of location in regards to a 1010 male walking, intox male walking on the edge. He is a male Asian wearing jeans, gray sweater, red collar, black undershirt, black shoes.
Taking advice, Central.
So would you be advised it's going to be on the George line?
10-4.
Okay, Sergeant.
20 out of the session.
9198 for the Sam, thank you.
20 detail plus 1.
198.
Detail sergeant. 20 detail sergeant. 91, 98. 20 detail sergeant. 91, 98.
Center up 1014 254.
Hey, what was your birth year? Yeah, hold on. You could send it in my text message if you don't want to say it. You could send it in my text message if you don't want to say it in local chat. Send it in my text message if you don't want to say it. You can send it in my text message if you don't want to say it in local chat.
91 previous ocean. Show us another ocean at the same location.
All this charging in my phone is only 50%. Oh boy, I let my phone get all the way down. That sucker got all the way down, got discharged all the way down. I let my phone get all the way down. That sucker got all the way down, got discharged all the way down.
0365. You can check the building out, everything checks out, no reading, and it says the contact meter is not going off. Reading. Well, we'll check back with Contact. We got this directly from us. 9694. Engine 34 to that. 34 engine. Box 785, 1037 code 3. We're going to take some time to decon a document. That's 2135, so that's your report. Box 785, 1037 code 3. We're going to take some time to decon a document.
We're getting all your IP addresses, don't worry. Every single one. And we're coding them too. We're getting all your IP addresses, don't worry.
She got out and walked away. What kind of time 6? 96. Time 6, that's for Contact. Check inside the board, okay? Time 6. We'll be good in a minute. Time 6. We'll make box 0365 at 33 code 2. Unit checked out the bar and the surrounding area. No readings. Meter says it checks out. If you could just update Con with that info. All units will be going pending when available. The county surrounding area. At 33 is 1365 and 33 Where's the time 6? 2138 times Metro 497. Central to one sergeant on the air. advisor with this confirmed 34 top size 6'6" in Lincoln. Is everybody 98 for the job? Do we have a final? Check out advisor with this
Central 10-6.
34 top size 6'6" in Lincoln. Is everybody 98 for the job? Do we have a final? The Falcon response unit.
One respond to do any further hearing the job at Sundown, Columbus Circle?
On response 110-5.
Any further hearing the job at Sundown, Columbus Circle?
Negative, nothing further.
98.
For response 2.
Better ATA?
Updated to 2154 hours. Updated to 2154 hours.
System location.
Can I have an available unit to ship for response to 56 outstretch 14 and 3rd on the Lincoln line? Can I have an available unit to ship for
Response 2.
outstretch 10-4 14 and 3rd on the Lincoln line? Response 2.
Well, United 1636, 260, 7380, so far so good.
We're on a 2 line. The elevator number is 232. We're on a 2 line. The elevator number is 3 hours 2.
One stop for TOS, everything under control at decal. One stop for TOS, everything under control at decal.
For the smoke fire.
Central, show us 98 from the transfer, alternate advice, Central and Short. Central, show us 98 from the...
3 hours 2.
3 hours 2.
91-1 in the morning.
Black on e-bike.
91-1 in the morning.
Black on e-bike.
Ready. 262 is on the one side.
Could be advised, we're on the southbound.
Oh, look at that. Look who popped up.
Following box 1325, location at West 109 Street, San Andreas, follow education. 2145, time spent here 497.
Engine 47 now.
47.
47 engine. Is it the same box from before? I think that 109 should shut down there.
10-4, we can make this box with everyone.
10-4 day.
Not a lot of two. 1031, random service. 911. It's 127. For the people stuck in the elevator. Back in Ocean Avenue, and 915 back Ocean Avenue Garage, line 99326. Side 16. Box 1618, we get 107. Apartment 50 to now call. 10-4, standby. One officer, one here. Times 5 is still up, we got it. 10-4. One officer, one here. Times 5 is still up, we got it. Break out 34 to 100,000, 6,000.
Nicole on level 1, I'm going to confirm 34 minor injuries. BB zone was used. One of the wheelchair drop cart, looking for one male Asian, went all back on the right. 34 minor injuries. BB zone was used.
Red 172, heavy, score 6. 4,600, find out. Thanks for the height too. One response to ETA for EMS 2148. Tom Scott Harvest 2.
We're going to have to handle the job for us.
Alright, 10 people stuck inside the elevator, on the 2 train side, elevator 232.
10-4, checking advice.
10-4. So shoot a one response one on the air.
One response one.
One response one. Were you able to go to that 5480 at 1080 disregard? Do we have a final for that 80 at the base in regards to that 34?
Check right there.
149, dispatcher 497. What is it?
Portable.
Show me canvas on the side. Smoking 1010.
10-5. Be advised, there appears to be a moving train. The L train heading towards Canarsie Avenue. Unknown the train number. 6 cars already notified. Be advised, there appears to be a moving train. The L train heading towards Canarsie Avenue. Unknown the train number. 6 cars already notified. Be advised, there appears to be a moving train.
Stop in front of 181 Gordon Street, compound 112, no further.
Warren, authority on 1 sergeant requesting level 1 mobilization for confirmed 34 injury use BB gun. Mobilization point Teardrop Park, looking for 1 male perp, Asian, wearing all black on the e-bike. Mobilization point Teardrop Park, looking for 1 male perp, Asian, wearing all black.
To the 2 Alpha 3, 2 Alpha 3 on the 8. 7,000 direct view.
Marshall, last stop 96 here. Thank you. Marshall, last stop 96 here. Thank you.
One time for quality of life, everything under control. I just need dice.
Saddle Ridge and Carroll for a patient with difficulty breathing. For Saddle Ridge and Carroll Avenue. Carroll 32556 Saddle Ridge, Carroll East End in a private house, 32. Units to back up. 556 Saddle Ridge, Carroll East End in a private 157. Units for a Boston Whitman.
taking that right down track for a job out here.
75?
Short 75, Sam 479 Street. Also, we're taking it by the job on the track for a job out here. Also, we're taking it by the job on the track for a job out here. 96 Samsung, show me another Samsung location. Field, 182 on Grand Convoy. Affirmative.
Male use the BB gun mobilization point, teardrop park, looking for 1 male perp Asian wearing all black on an e-bike. Male use the BB gun mobilization point, teardrop park, looking for 1 male perp Asian wearing
Adam.
98.
you coming?
Model T Betty. Acknowledge.
No go. Field for Rector Court and Lee Place for a burn. Seven to Rector, leads to Maiden. Sends to Rector off of Lee. Unit for Burger 904.
Alert to 20 on the hospital, 91 from Belgium. Mark the job 95 by everyone I. No injury to report. That's all. Mark the job 95 by everyone I. No injury to report.
West. Robert 04.
W66.
Confines of the person speaking to the doctor. One case of flagrant from person wrong. Middle range of the person. Male on the moped. Male Hispanic 6 feet wearing a mask.
Officer 69 coming over division at 1013, officer in uniform need assistance calling at 85 at 549 East 85 Street, 549 East 85. Also to Farragut Road and Cross. Officer, police officer in uniform need assistance outside requesting additional at 549 East 85. No further information given at this time. Outside requesting additional at 549 East 85. No further information given at this time.
Verify heading 090.
Units on Santa Lucia buses out front.
162, see?
Alright, and just have a response 110 to the base.
Base. 2261. Time is 22:03 hours in the confines of the 20th precinct. Looking for a confirmed one away from 400 West 61st Street, Freedom Place, South to Riverside Boulevard. Looking for a male Hispanic, Nicholas Rivera, date of birth 9/11/2010, male is 15 years old. Was last seen wearing a red jacket, black spots, red sweatpants, gray book bag, has long black curly hair, was last seen at 400 West 61st Street at 18:53 hours. Was walking eastbound on 61. Time now is 22:03 hours.
1 base central.
One base, proceed. One base.
Yeah, let me get a bus to the base, please. We have a female complaining of pain.
She has a pain in certain areas.
10-5, I'm sorry.
With her pain, chest, her foot, her hand.
It just might be on her in her head, I think.
Is it state aided?
Yeah, it's gonna be a pickup of any essential 10-4.
Alright, 10-4, no problem. What unit is speaking?
1 response 1. Can you 10-5 to left?
One sergeant wanted you to tend to the base.
10-4.
10-4. They're available. One unit checking the body for disorderly. 34th Street, Hudson Yards on the 7, 34th Street, Hudson Yards on the 7, Robert 550. Is a person rollerblading on the platform, no description. Request removal. Central, can you raise his hands as a mobile to force 130?
Yeah, mobile 130 on the air, mobile 130.
Can you raise his hands as a mobile to force 130?
Yeah, mobile 130 on the air, mobile 130. There's no response. One response to pick it up. Is a person rollerblading on the platform. 6 wire request police to remove the person. No description at this time. They're available 2 units checking about by aided unconscious. World Trade Center Portland on the 1. World Trade Center Portland on the 1. Robert 107. 6 reports an unresponsive person near the escalator northbound flat. They're available units checking about to judgment.
That's the job.
For District 2 Sergeant, unconscious, unresponsive, World Trade Center, Portland on the 1, northbound platform near the escalators.
Who has this for that myself? 91.
10 times, which unit is speaking?
2 Hive is 4. It's going to be a 91.
You're 91 from your Sam 10-4.
No. The job at World Trade Center, we're 84. It's going to be a 91.
You're on the 1 line? Because this is coming
10-4.
over. All right, 10-4. So no unconscious? 10-4. No unconscious? No EMS needed? All right, 10-4. So on the Adam Charlie Eddie.
10-5?
2 high vis for you on Portland on the 1, but I show you on the Sam at Chambers on the Eddie.
Yeah, Central. We went 98 from Chambers on Eddie. We're on Quillen on 1.
All right, 10-4.
So TOS, everything under control?
They never reset their life alert.
TOS, everything under control?
42207 is not your 497.
He's of 86 for tall, slim, wearing black clothing. Providing towards Sherman Avenue. State 1 male is on the ground, possibly shot. No further information given or confirmed. Providing towards Sherman Avenue.
Very up ahead.
On the ground, possibly shot. No further information given or confirmed.
10-4 Central.
10-4. 2511 Westchester Avenue, 2511 Westchester, St. Peter's Avenue to Seabury on the cross. Caller state 6 shots fired on location, no further information, no further description. Unconfirmed at this time.
Shots fired, outside, shots fired. 511 Westchester, St. Peter's, 6 shots fired, coming over from 9.
90 in front of 1105 East State Supply. One male south of body of life at 180, no further.
That form, box 796, address 214 West 43rd Street, between 7th and 8th Avenues for manhole fire. That form, box 796, address 214 West 43rd Street, between 7th and 8th Avenues for manhole fire. 2209, the time dispatcher at 497.
Heavy.
We also got in front of 229 West 4th Street. Program on fire.
Jolly 9. That's Jolly 9. That's Jolly 9.
Is on 907 at ID.
Oh, yeah, Jolly 9.
Sam 14th Street on 14th Street.
Jolly 9. Jolly 9.
Screaming into the HPI.
Jolly 9.
Twin response to Hotel 4. South and request south and east 4. Traffic. I got a radio Texas.
555, how you read Central?
Forward. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, exactly. So with the arrow, it's the, you don't want to, I guess, the duplexer, as they call it, you don't want to go over to W3, JLP. The duplexer, as they call it, you don't want to go over to W3. Somebody stick that. Engine fix that. Person got up and walked away. He said, I need to.
6212, dispatcher 496.
Oh, yeah, we got your numbers. Don't worry. Oh, yeah, we got your numbers. Don't worry.
Southwest 2204 with you level at 350. Southwest 2204 level at
2-3 out of 1.
35 Hurricane. 4 KMU smoke on 6-1. 6214 time dispatcher 496.
Colonia Road, 2 male blacks wearing all black and ski mask.
That's your operation.
Such operation.
Roger 1-1. That subject is not to respond to detail.
10-4. Such operation.
21.
Lieutenant is now calling a level 1 mobilization. Regards from pickup of 10:30. Mobilization point is 8th Street and Colonial Road to 88th Street. Regards to this level of mobilization, 2 male perp outstanding at this time. Looking for 2 male black wearing all black ski mask. 1 custody, 3 outstanding. Male black wearing all black. Hospital scene, Fort Hamilton High School, between 80th Street and 92nd Street. JetBlue 1419. That's 117, dispatcher 49. Fire houses, no further information given. I'll confirm. Fire houses, no further information given. I'll confirm. Go.
Come back to the Woolworth and Network. Can cancel and come back to Houston and the Woolworth. Let's go. Show me 17 Lorimer Street, under control. For closure plate. Show me 17 Lorimer Street, under control.
10-4.
In regards to pickup 30, mobilization funds on the 8th Street and Colonel Road. 2 males outstanding, looking for 2 male blacks wearing all black and ski mask. 2 males outstanding, looking for 2 male blacks wearing all black and ski mask. Read the central.
Fine, Central. Thank you.
You're welcome. 23. Central 1 response to. On air, Central. Still out in regards to the 2 aided. And 5. I show you assigned to 86th Street on the one with 2 aided. And Central 1 response 1. Yeah. 1 response 1. Central 1 response 1.
7 Mark. 4. Copy. 7 Mark. 26, the apartment 26, apartment 64. Copy. I show the apartment. 418, 1287, and 18, 1287, 726, 219, dispatcher 419. response on red. Show center out.
10-4, thank you. One response one on here, one response one.
Response one.
Did you handle 86th Street on the one with 280? It came over from IRT.
That's it for file.
10-4, thank you.
Roger, can you put us on the Sam at Fulton on the Adams? Good evening, Central. Show me doing an Ocean Stillwell off the David Flat, please.
10-4.
Good evening, Central. Show me doing an Ocean Stillwell off the David Flat, please.
2222.
Then from 911.
10-4 Central, we got that pickup. He's off the tracks. We got him on the platform. Can we set a bus, please?
And what tracks? They don't stay. Are you on the downtown platform at this time?
10-4, downtown Boy Davis.
Is he a victim of a crime? Straight aided? Any contact with the train?
Straight aided, he fell, no contact.
Not a victim of a crime. 10-4, Sergeant for Lieutenant. Mobile 428 is advised and a rescue mill is back on the track. Downtown platform. Straight aided, not a victim of a crime. No contact with the train. Stand by line. The 5 unit I was speaking before they were cut off.
All response on Central. 90X on the 8 91 at the end of the ocean.
10-4. And 5 the unit. Sir.
90X on the 8
Boy and David line at Grand Street, Christie Street. Person on the downtown roadway. 90 Mets Box 7231 location in transit. The IND Boy and David line at Grand and Christie Street. Person on the tracks downtown.
The aided is not likely. Does he have injuries? Is he conscious and alert?
Conscious and alert, but a bit dizzy from the fall.
All right, 10-4.
Your response on?
Response 1, perfect.
You were busting around for the in-house mail at 348?
It just came over as a 10-10, but I can route EMS in regards to your request.
10-4, thank you.
10-4. In District 2 is the available unit checking a box for cardiac aided. Chamber Street, Adam Charlie Eddie is on the Eddie line platform. Came in from B2 over the wire. Sergeant Matt.
Sergeant, you have a busting route?
EMS is notified at this time. We have available unit.
Response 2.
9-4-4-2-5-6.
Give me a advice to get a match.
When they drop the ETL, I'll advise you.
About football lessons, I'm closer. Standing, one male purpose in custody. Looking for 2 male black, wearing all black, ski mask. Last seen going westbound direction on 88th Street, going towards Fort Hamilton High School. Last seen going westbound direction on 88th Street, going towards Fort Hamilton High School. You have a 413, where it's a large building, multiple letters.
stand by. We'll check back. Unit requesting bus W. Where are you exactly? What's your location?
Number 2750. The customer is refusing to detrain at track number 8. 10-4, thank you. Detrain at track number 8. 30 Highway 4.
Do a train run from Moises Gilmore to 50th Street on the George.
30 Highway 4. 10-4.
918. 918 is bus. That's it. 10-4.
Received letter from the senior investigator. Came in as a Honda Pilot. Received notoriety speeding on scene.
Response to 10-4. Response to
EMS via landline state 6 available. Approximately back home. EMS via landline state 6 available. Approximately back home.
Harvest 2 Central.
30 Harvest 2.
Central, can you show us what the 12 times 1 point schema on? Can we get a 100 time, please? We're walking back to the bridge.
Became a Republican and a Mahatma Republican and a leader when Kennedy took up her cause. There's also Kelly Ryerson, who goes online by the name of Life a Fate Girl. Okay, time to check in.
Central correction. It's going to be Harvest 3 Central.
All right, Harvest 3, you have an under at point, and you're walking back to your under time at 22:30. Remember to thoroughly search prisoners before placing RP. Ensure back door safety locks are engaged.
'84 at 348. What's the evidential for? 9190 for my baby, show me staff, energy select.
First Lady Michelle Obama tried to do, promoting bringing healthy foods to kids. She planted this garden.
One stop, we'll call your last, no further, we'll fight.
Exercising with the Let's Move campaign. But not so long ago, conservative voices decried those moves. Some people argued that it was government overreach. How did the Republican Party under Trump pull off that rebrand?
I think it really requires a little bit of political amnesia because after Michelle Obama instituted those school nutrition rules under the Obama administration, when the Trump administration came in, they actually rolled back some of those nutrition rules. The Trump administration
20 crime reduction 2. Mary from Union
Right,
News,
et cetera. And so, Trump's embrace of this movement really went against his priors, I would say.
Broadly speaking, how would you characterize the state of Maha supporters in the Trump administration right now?
I would say from the ones that I've spoken with, disappointed, but they have not necessarily lost faith that some good can be done by this administration.
But a flurry of activity in D.C. in recent weeks has put some strain on the already fragile alliance. First was at the Supreme Court, where the justices heard a case about glyphosate. That issue was a $1.25 million jury verdict, won by a Missouri man who blamed the weed killer Roundup for his non-Hodgkin lymphoma. It's a move some Maha leaders saw as a betrayal.
You cannot tell Americans to eat real food while protecting the cancer-causing chemicals sprayed on it.
Maha leaders, including Ronnie Hari, held a rally outside the Supreme Court, speaking out against the administration. To Hari, it was a twisting of the neck after the president signed an executive order earlier this year mandating that the U.S. maintain a, quote, adequate supply of glyphosate-based herbicide.
She actually very explicitly called out President Trump at a recent rally. She said, we wouldn't be here right now if President Trump didn't sign that executive order. So she's clearly telling people, telling her followers, her millions of followers, that President Trump has betrayed their cause.
Then, over on the Hill, the Maha movement scored a win when a bipartisan coalition of Democrats and Maha Republicans succeeded in stripping out provisions from the Farm Bill that critics of the language say would have shielded pesticide companies from liability.
Those efforts worked. They got what they needed. That language was taken out of the Farm Bill.
But less than 2 hours later, Trump delivered another blow to the movement by withdrawing his nomination for Maha's preferred candidate for Surgeon General, Dr. Casey Neals, a wellness influencer who doesn't have an active license to treat patients.
So it was a real whirlwind of events for Maha within like 48 hours.
President Trump's approval rating is the lowest it's been during either of his terms. This is according to a Washington Post ABC News Ipsos poll. Dina, what are you hearing from Maha moms, Maha supporters right now heading into the midterms? Are there indications that they'll abandon the Republican Party at the ballot box?
Yes, there are indications that point in that direction. What we are hearing right now, we have, say, Vani Hari, Food Babe, saying that when people are not pleased, they will just stay home. So she's not exactly directing people to stay home, but she's also not calling on them to show up for the Republican Party. Now, I've heard from Maha voters that they're going to vote Republican because they will always vote Republican, but they're not going to say go knock on doors. They're not going to be organizing. They're not going to be putting out the signs for Republicans. I've heard people say that they may not vote at all. I heard one person who told me maybe she'll vote for a Democrat. We don't know how they will vote, but I can tell you that right now there's not a groundswell of Maha support for the Republican Party.
What is the Trump administration doing? What are Republicans doing to try to make amends right now?
I know these voters have talked about, options for the White House, or for the administration, other ways they could regulate pesticides, but that comes down to the EPA.
And the head of that agency, Lee Zeldin.
Lee Zeldin has been doing the opposite of regulating pesticides. He is giving a lot more room for pesticide use. He is pulling back regulations that were already on the books. So I am not sure how successful this administration may be in bringing these voters back.
Are Democrats doing anything to seize on this fracture and use it as an opening to make inroads with members of MAHA?
So at that rally in front of the Supreme Court, it was notably a bipartisan lineup. So there was Congresswoman Shelley Pingree from Maine.
I have been an organic farmer in Maine since the 1970s.
Who has long advocated on food issues.
And no one can tell me or the other farmers here today that we can't grow food without all of these toxic chemicals.
Senator Cory Booker also spoke at that rally. He has long been an advocate for better farming practices, better food. And so these issues have been talked about by Democrats, but I don't know how many of them, if any, have ever really put them at the forefront of their platforms, of their campaigns. And it's interesting because Democrats talk so much about healthcare and healthcare coverage, and obviously that is extremely important to a lot of Americans. How we eat and our access to healthy food is just the other side of the same coin as healthcare. So Democrats have a real opening here.
This is the Big Podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Jim Stennebeck, and I spoke with Nina Shanker of Bloomberg Business Week about the straining ties between the MAHA movement and the Trump administration, and what that could mean for Republican chances in November.
20
This is New York's only 24-hour source for world markets and breaking business news. Bloomberg 1130. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg.
Units at Grant Avenue on the Adam for 39 harassment over 911.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer.
Mail callers of third party stating another mail is being harassed.
To pressure China's ally Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz as Americans grapple with soaring gas prices.
We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We want the straits open.
She made no promise to intervene in the war Trump launched. China's foreign minister calling it a war that should not have happened.
ABC's Rachel Scott. The $10 billion lawsuit that President Trump filed for the leak of his 2019 tax returns to be dropped in return for the U.S. government creating a fund that will review claims of people who allege they were victims of a weaponization by the government. Harvey Weinstein's sexual assault trial ended in a mistrial after a jury could not unanimously decide whether to convict Weinstein of allegedly raping Jessica Mann in 2013. This is ABC News.
And I'm Ed Kalegi in the Bloomberg Newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. China called for a rapid reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, a goal it shares with the U.S., though there was no sign of a breakthrough between the superpowers on how to achieve that after President Trump's trip to Beijing. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said Friday that the strait should be open to shipping as soon as possible. This according to the state-run Xinhua News Agency. Both Iran and the U.S. are blocking traffic through the crucial waterway for global energy flows. The U.S. and China agreed to establish boards on trade and investment during this week's summit, though President Trump said he did not discuss a possible extension of his tariff truce when he met with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said in a briefing that both nations will work to establish the councils to address mutual concerns over market access and agricultural products. He said working-level teams still must discuss details before implementing the plan. Federal prosecutors are scrutinizing valuation practices at a BlackRock private credit fund. Here's Bloomberg's Carol Messer.
The Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office has been seeking information about BlackRock TCP Capital Corp. and has brought in executives for questioning as part of the probe. The probe following a rare off-cycle disclosure by TCPC in January that it expected to slash the value of its assets, which sent shares of the fund plunging and led to class action lawsuits being filed on behalf of investors.
Bloomberg's Carol Messer. This is Olivia Fishlow, Bloomberg News leveraged finance reporter.
There's just been a focus for private credit around valuations, and that's coming from a lot of different places. And Jay Clayton has spoken publicly about it. We've seen other agencies speak about it as well. So I think it's definitely a wait-and-see situation.
Bloomberg's Olivia Fishlow. Government bond markets tumbled around the world, sending yields surging from Japan to the U.S. on intensifying fears that the war-driven price shock will force central banks to raise interest rates to contain the impact. The Friday numbers on Wall Street. The Dow had lost 537. That's just over 1%. NASDAQ dropped 410, just over 1.5%. The S&P fell 92, just about 1.25%. The 10-year Treasury yield, 4.59%. The 2-year, 4.07%. Oil, West Texas Intermediate, 105.65, up over 4%. Brent crude at 109.28, up over 3.5%. Global news, 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Ed Kalegi. This is Bloomberg.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Skies will become clear. Tonight we'll drop to 50 to 55. Sunshine and a few clouds Saturday. Warmer, high near 80 in the city, 70s on Long Island. Partly cloudy, mild Saturday night, low in the lower to middle 60s. Mostly sunny, warm Sunday, high in the middle to upper 80s. Sunshine and a few clouds on Monday. We'll get up into the lower to middle 80s. I'm Scott Kaplan with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 1130.
Tomorrow, the PGA Championship is on Bloomberg 1130. Factory through rolling towards the middle of the table. The world's best golfers compete for the Wanamaker Trophy. Live from Newtown Square, Pennsylvania.
70 for birdie, ball on the way towards the company mid-set.
Tune in for updates throughout the day. Live play-by-play tomorrow starting at 2.
There's the flag and went in! Are you kidding me?
The 2026 PGA Championship, only on Bloomberg 1130.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long, and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home. Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes. Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster. Buying custom blinds shouldn't be complicated or stressful. That's why we make it simple and affordable. You measure, you install, and you save big on custom blinds. Ordering takes minutes, installation is easy, and we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Shrinkflation in the spotlight again. A court in Germany ruled that Oreos maker Mondelez misled consumers there by selling smaller-sized chocolate bars while keeping the packaging largely unchanged. Mondelez has 1 month to appeal the ruling. It was a rough one on Wall Street despite stocks closing higher for the week. But rising oil prices flavor worries about rising overall inflation, which could prompt the Federal Reserve to keep interest rates higher for longer. With that, the Dow tumbled 537 points today, a 1% drop. The Nasdaq down 1.5%, 410 points. The S&P lost 93, a 1.25% drop. And oil up to 105.42 a barrel. Toyota looking to build a new $2 billion auto plant near San Antonio, where it expects to create 2,000 jobs when it's finished in 4 years. And a new study from TD Bank says half of Americans now get financial advice from AI.
We got 50 disorderly coming over to Kimball Station, and now we got a report of a male with scissors at the location.
From the 108th PGA Championship, sponsored by Charles Tyrrell, the British menswear brand that makes it easy for men to dress well. Alex Smalley and Maverick McNeely, one PGA Tour win between them, are co-leaders halfway through. Both 4 under. Smalley from Rochester, New York, and a Duke graduate. He felt great about his run under 69, considering the setup of the course and the wind.
There's a couple fairways out here where I'm just not really sure how you're supposed to hit the fairway. Number 10 and number 15 are 2 of those examples. I mean, the wind was going the same direction as the contour of the fairway, so you almost had to slice it up into the wind to be able to keep it in the fairway. But yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with 4 under.
6 players have shot back at 3 under. Hideki Matsuyama, the only major champion in that group. Defending champion Scotty Scheffler among those at 2 under, 2 back. I'm Ted Umbrick, Westwood One Sports. Golf fans get 30% off everything at Charles Tyrwhitt, the renowned London menswear brand and a favourite of former world #1 English golfer Luke Donald. Charles Tyrwhitt is known for British craftsmanship, sharp tailoring and timeless style. From iconic dress shirts to refined polos and linen shirts, there's a perfect fit for work, spring occasions and everything in between. Now get 30% off everything with offer code LUKE30 online or in store. Charles Tyrwhitt, dress well.
Commercial
white house number 4.
Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you can call and take back control. Liberty, 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 liberty,
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is the Podcast Spotlight Hour on Bloomberg Radio.
You're listening to the Big Take Podcast on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Sarah Holder, and today on the show, we're talking about the Russian influence operation linked to scores of posts spreading false stories online, just in time for the U.S.'s 2026 midterms. The video shows a man in a car, seatbelt on, talking directly to the camera.
Maintenant, comme ce n'est plus un secret pour personne, je peux enfin partager avec vous cette bonne nouvelle.
He says he sells Bugatti, and that a famous woman just bought one.
L'épouse du président ukrainien, Olena Zelenska.
Olena Zelenska, the wife of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The man said he was pleased to welcome Zelenska into the Bugatti family. The video, bolstered by a picture of a receipt for 4.5 million euros, took off. It was scandalous. The Ukrainian president's wife was buying a luxury sports car while her country is at war and asking for Western aid. It also wasn't true.
If you look at it closely, you see there's something wrong with the video. It looks like it's been altered.
Stephanie Baker is an investigative reporter for Bloomberg.
There are weird skips in the video. His head doesn't look like it's moving together with the rest of his body. And the video shows an invoice from Bugatti, but it has misspellings, including the town where this sale took place.
When Stephanie reached out to Bugatti, they confirmed that the report was a fabrication.
Bugatti actually said, we normally do not comment on clients, but we feel that this is so wrong that we're going to come out and say she is not a client and this is not a true story.
But the video had already done its job.
It was picked up by quite a few people. It was shared by an influencer, and it came in the context of a few other stories alleging luxury spending by Olena Zelenska.
The Bugatti video Stephanie found was just one piece of a much broader disinformation campaign. Stephanie has written extensively about Russia, and over months of reporting, she and Bloomberg data journalist Pri Benbani linked nearly 200 posts like this one to a Russian influence operation that researchers call Storm 1516.
We've just been monitoring this operation for the past year, cataloging and mapping how many fake stories that they've spread, who are the network of influencers, and what are the sort of characteristics or fingerprints, if you will, of one of these Storm 1516 videos.
And what are those fingerprints?
They usually carry some kind of pro-Kremlin narrative, alleging Ukrainian corruption or corruption allegations against Western politicians who've been very supportive of Ukraine. They often are presented as news reports or whistleblowers who have uncovered information that other news outlets don't want to report on. And generally they are claims that cannot be verified through other means from reputable sources.
Stephanie says, post by post, Storm 1516 is waging a global disinformation campaign, feeding doubts about Zelensky, Western politicians, and reality itself. And the volume of this disinformation has been going up. thanks to better and cheaper AI and fewer online guardrails. Stephanie found that twice as many posts bearing Storm 1516's fingerprints went out in the first quarter of this year compared to last.
They've used social media and the lack of regulation of social media to really churn out these narratives on an industrial scale.
I'm Sarah Holder, and this is the Big Take from Bloomberg News. Today on the show, inside the Russian influence operation, Storm 1516. When exactly did Storm 1516 start disseminating disinformation, and why?
They started in August 2023. Elon Musk buys X in October of 2022 and dismantles a lot of the trust and safety measures that X had put into place under the previous ownership, fires a lot of content moderators, and this Russian disinformation operation really takes off. And they really started with Ukraine, which is, of course, Russia's most important target, because they know that if military aid continues flowing to Kiev, that's going to make it much harder for the Kremlin to win this war. But after Ukraine, they started broadening it out. They did target the U.S. election. They spread numerous fake stories about Kamala Harris and Tim Walz ahead of the 2024 U.S. presidential election. They made false allegations that there were illegal immigrants voting in the state of Georgia. But then when Trump won, they really turned their focus to Europe, and then they started targeting European leaders with allegations of corruption.
And to be clear, none of these stories are true.
None of them are true. No, I mean, the most ridiculous of them is that President Macron was spending 148 million euros to build a private underground bunker in the event of World War III. You know, and again, they produced a fake document. They alleged a Swiss company that had already gone into bankruptcy was involved. So these are false tales, but they go viral.
Who is behind Storm 1516?
It's a very murky operation, and I'll tell you what we know, and there's a lot that we don't know. Western officials believe it is backed by Russia's military intelligence agency, the GRU, a Ukrainian intelligence assessment that I saw tied it specifically to the GRU unit called 29155 that has been responsible for various sabotage operations and assassinations, including the attempted assassination of Sergei Skripal in the UK in 2018, and they have provided funding for servers and AI software to produce a lot of these narratives. It's overseen overall from the Kremlin by Putin's first deputy chief of the presidential administration, a man named Sergei Kirilenko, who kind of sets the overall broad goals for the Russia's disinformation campaign. And then there are specific individuals in Russia that are helping to carry it out, including an ex-Florida cop. But of course, the key people in this operation are the influencers. Several influencers are known to share Storm 1516 content. You know, there's the production side, and then there's the distribution side. So the distribution side is one of the things we tried to focus on, because I think that's where you can get the most accountability.
And you worked with other researchers on this analysis. Tell me a little bit about the team that was tracking Storm 1516 alongside you and Bloomberg reporters.
We worked with Clemson University's Darren Wendell, who runs a media lab, and he was the first to identify this as a distinct new operation in late 2023. So we were tracking everything, and we were double checking everything that we found with other researchers to make sure that, you know, others were in agreement that a particular narrative or video that we had found was indeed the work of Storm 1516.
And of course, Stephanie, Russia has a pretty long history of misinformation and disinformation. I'm wondering what's new about what you found and about Storm 1516's tactics and reach.
The history of this is fascinating. The most famous conspiracy theory that Moscow planted was in the Soviet period, when they spread the lie that HIV was cooked up in a U.S. lab. So they've been doing this for years and years. But I think the new thing is the use of AI and exploiting what is really a weakness, I think, particularly in the U.S. tech system, which is the lack of regulation of social media. And people are really willing to believe a lot of these stories. They are not necessarily trying to convince people to believe in things that they don't already think might be true. They're trying to reinforce ideas and views that they know a U.S. audience or a European audience would find very receptive.
I'm wondering if you could walk us through a typical Storm 1516 post.
The one I'll go through is a false story about Elena Zelenska. And so that story started with an Instagram video from a woman who claimed to be a former Cartier employee. She brandished a receipt that she claimed proved that Elena Zelenska spent $1.1 million on jewelry during the trip to New York, but Elena Zelenska and her husband were actually in Canada on the day of the receipt. But the Instagram video was picked up by a Nigerian website, and they ran it as a factual story. But it was run under the label of paid content, so someone paid them to post that. A phony website run from Moscow with a lot of just generic news and fake news called DC Weekly picked up the story, and it was picked up by various influencers on social media and spread from there. And that was one of the cases where Darren Linville at Clemson University documented how it actually changed the conversation online. And he measured that in the week after that story ran, it accounted for 11% of the conversation about the Zelenskys, which is a huge number if you think about it, in terms of being able to change the nature of the conversation online about who were the Zelenskys, what were they doing, and crucially, with a false allegation that they were misspending Western money.
And Stephanie, you've identified two kind of recent game changers for Storm 1516. There's the fact that X has pulled back on content moderation and the advent of more highly sophisticated AI technology. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how these two factors really work to expand Storm 1516's reach and elevate their tactics.
It's one of the most fascinating parts of the story. When I started looking at this a year ago, some of the AI doctored videos that we came across were, with a trained eye, pretty crude, and I think the technology has gotten so sophisticated now, it's so much harder to spot just in the past year. And it's very hard for an ordinary user who's scrolling on a phone to identify what is fake and what is real. I think X had a pretty good content moderation system in place a few years ago. But what X has decided to do in lieu of content moderation is to rely principally on community notes, which is a user-generated system of marking a particular post or video and raising questions about the factual accuracy of it. But what we found in our reporting is that less than 20% of the last 200 narratives that Storm 1516 spread had any kind of community note warning readers that this was false.
Okay, so Citywide going to take the 100 for your one
This
stop.
has been the Big Take Podcast from Bloomberg Radio. I'm Sarah Holder, and I spoke with Bloomberg's Stephanie Baker about the Russian influence operation, Storm 1516. You've been listening to today's episode of the Big Take Podcast from Bloomberg News. To hear the rest of this episode and others like it, find our show on the Apple Podcast app, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is WBBR New York, Bloomberg 1130. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm David Zucker. A nearly $2 billion fund could be created by the federal government that would compensate anyone who says they were victimized by the Justice Department under President Biden. It's part of a deal that President Trump has offered in exchange for dropping a lawsuit that he's filed. ABC's Pierre Thomas.
Trump filed a lawsuit against the IRS in the early days of his second term over the leak of some of his tax returns several years before. He filed for $275 million in claims against the Justice Department for investigating him. Sources telling us that Trump is looking to drop his suit in exchange for the creation of a $1.7 billion fund to settle claims from anyone who says they were wrong by the Biden DOJ.
President Trump back at the White House after days of talks with China's President Xi, asked as he walked off Marine One how it went.
We made great deals. We did great trade deals, great relationships, and a lot of things have happened that you'll be hearing about them. But that was a tremendous success. I think it really was a historic moment. Thank you.
The man believed to be the mastermind behind 20 terror attacks across the globe, now in custody of the U.S., federal prosecutors are charging Mohammed al-Saudi, an Iraqi national, for carrying out some attacks allegedly in retaliation for the war in Iran.
Prosecutors linked al-Saudi to this stabbing in London that left 2 Jewish men, including an American citizen, seriously injured. This attempted arson at Bank of New York Mellon in Amsterdam. And this firebombing of a synagogue in North Macedonia.
ABC's Aaron Katersky. The search is suspended for the bodies of 4 divers who died during an underwater cave excursion near the Maldives. Authorities in Italy say that the group of 5 was attempting to explore caves in at least 160 feet of water below the surface on Thursday. Search teams were called in when the team failed to resurface. The body of another diver has already been recovered. You're listening to ABC News.
For a little while, I was trying to raise you earlier, see if you were still out.
Bloomberg 1130.
Skies will become clear across the tri-state area tonight as high pressure slowly builds in. Temperatures will bottom out in the lower to middle 50s. Plenty of sunshine, a few clouds around for Saturday. It'll be warm. We'll get up close to 80 in Midtown, 70s on Long Island. Partly cloudy skies Saturday night. Temperatures only dropping to the lower to middle 60s. For Sunday, mostly sunny skies. Few clouds around in the afternoon as a weak disturbance moves across the region. Another mild day expected. Temperatures getting up to 85 to 90, maybe some lower 90s in a few spots. For Monday, mostly sunny skies once again. A little bit cooler as a backdoor cold front stalls out nearby. Still on the warm side, though, highs in the lower to middle 80s. A little cooler out on Long Island. I'm Scott Kaplan, and that's your Bloomberg 3-day forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
Despite an ongoing shortage of air traffic controllers, the FAA has revised its new hiring target downward. According to the new hiring plan, the FAA is hoping to add more than 12,000 controllers to facilities around the U.S. That's down from a prior target of 14,000. Air traffic controller staffing levels are the highest they've been in 6 years, but it's still below a target level, especially as demand for travel has increased post-pandemic. Airlines have also increased their schedules. Colorado Governor Jared Polis has commuted the sentence of a former county elections clerk who was convicted of conspiring to challenge the results of the 2020 election.
DWS has been convicted of handing over her county's election software to a person associated with Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO and prominent election fraud conspiracy theorist. Governor Jared Polis calls Peter's 9-year sentence extremely unusual and lengthy, and she'll be released on parole next month. Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold says the move will only embolden the election denial movement. Mike Dubosky, ABC News.
The Texas Supreme Court rejected a push from state Republicans and Governor Greg Abbott to reprimand the 50 Democratic state lawmakers who fled the state last year in protest of new congressional maps. His justices rejected the argument that the Democrats vacated their offices. The redistricting push in Texas kickstarted efforts in various other states across the country. Dave Papper, ABC News.
And I'm in the Bloomberg Newsroom. Here are some of the stories we're watching. China called for a rapid reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, a goal it shares with the U.S., though there was no sign of a breakthrough between the superpowers on how to achieve that after President Trump's trip to Beijing. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said Friday that the strait should be open to shipping as soon as possible. This according to state-run Xinhua News Agency. Both Iran and the U.S. are blocking traffic through the crucial waterway for global energy flows. The U.S. and China agreed to establish boards on trade and investment during this week's summit, though President Trump said he did not discuss a possible extension of his tariff truce when he met with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said in a briefing that both nations will work to establish the councils to address mutual concerns over market access and agricultural products. He said working-level teams still must discuss details before implementing the plan. Federal prosecutors are scrutinizing valuation practices at a BlackRock private credit fund. Here's Bloomberg's Carol Masson.
The Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office has been seeking information about BlackRock TCP Capital Corp. and has brought in executives for questioning as part of the probe. The probe following a rare off-cycle disclosure by TCPC in January that is expected to slash the value of its assets, which sent shares of the fund plunging and led to class action lawsuits being filed on behalf of investors.
That's Bloomberg's Carol Messer. This is Olivia Fishlow, Bloomberg News leveraged finance reporter.
There's just been a focus for private credit around valuations, and that's coming from a lot of different places. And Jay Clayton has spoken publicly about it. We've seen other agencies speak about it as well. So I think it's definitely a wait-and-see situation.
Bloomberg's Olivia Fishlow. Government bond markets tumbled around the world, sending yields surging from Japan to the U.S. on intensifying fears that the war-driven price shock will force central banks to raise interest rates to contain the impact. The rout was led by longer-dated bonds that are the most vulnerable to accelerating inflation, sending 30-year yields toward their highest since 2023. U.S. 10-year yields rose more than 11 basis points to peak just shy of 4.6%, capping the biggest weekly jump since President Trump's tariffs threw markets into a tailspin in April 2025. The Friday numbers on Wall Street. The Dow lost 537. That's just over 1%. NASDAQ dropped 410, just over 1.5%. The S&P, it fell 92, just about 1.25%. The 10-year Treasury yield standing at 4.59%. The 2-year Treasury yield, that's at 4.07%. Checking oil, West Texas Intermediate, 105.65, up over 4%. Brent crude, 109.28, up over 3.5%. Global news, 24 hours a day, and whenever with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Legge. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Radio is on Amazon Alexa. Get live business news 24 hours a day, anywhere you have an Alexa device. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg Radio.
Nasty rough, hole locations that Scotty Scheffler called absurd, and a chilly and windy day at Aronimink Golf Club outside Philadelphia. As one veteran golf writer posted on Friday, we're playing a PGA Championship under U.S. Open conditions with Open Championship weather. The 108th playing of the PGA Championship has confirmed two things over the first 2 days. One, Aronimink is a stout examination, and two, patience is a virtue. There were 7 players tied for the lead after round 1. After round 2, it's Alex Smalley and Maverick McNeely tied for the lead at 4 under. 6 players now one off the lead at -3, and the group at -2 that includes Scotty Scheffler, Justin Thomas, and Cameron Young. Welcome to the PGA Championship tonight on Westwood One, sponsored in part by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. I'm Whit Watson, joined tonight by veteran European Tour player and commentator Raymond Burns. We recap day 2 of the 108th PGA Championship, a roller coaster Friday. A 21-year-old South African Aldrich Potgieter held the lead for much of the afternoon until a bogey at 17. He shot 70 to stay at -3. Chris Goddard had the low round of the day with a 65. He moves to 3 under. It's Alex Smalley and Maverick McNeely sharing the lead at 4 under, one better than 6 players.
4-1. We got reads on that, one response to midnight. To show EMS 8486. 10-4. Apple Fiber 115 Park Place on the 213. 450 disorderly homeless male sleeping on the bed bench with bags. Apple Fiber 115 Park Place on the 213.
I feel like that's another step to get no music back.
Transform a life and home through adoption. Black Families First provides tools and support to adopt Black children in need.
Pedro? H2 Raptor.
SSW 9198 Ram. Could you also put us in a mirror from Union Turnpike to 75 on the Eddie?
Response to. We spoke with the booth and said it was the other booth that just left for home. And he didn't notice nobody that he described, so it was so punched on our part.
And it stands up to its credibility as good members of the golf course here invested a lot of money into the facility, into their dream of hosting a major championship again since 1962. There hasn't been a USPGA or any major here. It's just been a credit to the whole facility and what they've achieved and what a weekend for midnight. 4 over making the cut, 8 shots between everyone is just going to be a phenomenal weekend ahead, and the weather's going to be phenomenal over the next 2 days.
At the top of the show, I mentioned Scotty Scheffler's comments on the hole locations, which has been a recurring theme this week. A lot of players commenting that at times it looks like the pins are not on the green. Here was what Scheffler had to say about those hole locations. This is the hardest set of pin locations that I've seen since I've been on tour, and that includes US Opens, that includes Oakmont. I asked Gucci Caddies for Justin Rose, he's been around a long time, and I asked Teddy too. And Noah stays around, I was like, y'all seen anything like this before? And they said maybe Shinnecock is the only place they've seen that have pins that could compare to this, but it's just very difficult. It's difficult to get the ball close to the hole. It's difficult to hold putts, especially when you have big slopes and wind. And I think that's why you see the scores, so close to par. Raymond, you've seen every single one of those hole locations over the first 2 days. What are your thoughts about Scheffler's comments?
Well, I think Scotty Scheffler, especially, Mark Fulcher, caddies for Justin Rose, he's been around a long time. He's nearly older than his father. He's been around that long in this facility in these competitions. And I said last night when the pin positions came out, I had one quick look at them and I said, this is going to be just
for A40B1
for some players, but there was some particular flight positions like number 6 I thought was just off the charts hard. Number 11, luckily it played down right. If I had to play the other way around, players would have probably been still out there. It's a major championship. The directive of the PGA was to have as tough a competition as possible, and if you make them too easy for players like this, they will eat up the golf course. And sometimes it's nice to see the players struggling a little bit. Obviously, it's a major. I've seen it in Opens in Hoylake where the high flag positions, and it makes it a little bit harder for the spectators. I can understand those but look, it's a major. 4 unders leading the weekend. Hopefully they might be able to manage maybe 3 or 4 easy pins that players can make a few more birdies. But
not even dispatch yet. Give us a backlog. Be around.
These players are so good. They're phenomenal. You put easy flag positions in, they'll destroy the golf course. And if they want to make the flags difficult for the players, it's their will to do that.
ATU High Vis Boy.
They don't go away easy. Spurs lead Chiefs 74-61 San Antonio. Start of the third quarter. Target Corey Alexander is Sean Kelly. Both teams back in the floor. Jeff was finished up. For the second half. It's an elimination game tonight. We're sitting at the table on that. The Wolves with their backs to the wall and you're down 3-2. They're really mad
This is Parkside Avenue in the Blaine Suite. Number 14, there's a no smoking.
Such reckless political theater serves no purpose and undermines the future of one of the world's most important cities. President Trump is back in Washington after the China summit.
The president says he and China's President Xi had wide-ranging discussions. Speaking to reporters on Air Force One while flying back to the U.S., Trump said Xi made his views known on Taiwan.
He just want to see the fight for independence because that would be a very strong confrontation.
On Iran, the president said his Chinese counterpart fully agreed.
They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he wants them to open up the strait.
Adding he doesn't need Xi to pressure Iran, saying he's not asking for favors.
Major layoffs afoot.
One-stop, 8th Avenue, Laura.
Every corporate job, closing regional offices in Atlanta, Burbank, Chicago, and Dallas. The Seattle-based coffee chain says its campaign employees are not impacted by the layoffs, which now total around 2,300 since early 2025, under CEO Brian Dipple's turnaround performance since he took over in late 2024. Starbucks recently announced it's going to open a $100 million corporate office in Nashville, which will house around 2,000 employees. Correspondent Jason Brooks. The curtain is set to rise again on a long-running Broadway hit.
Hello. My name is Roger Theater owners say the Book of Mormon will return to the stage at the Eugene O'Neill Theater next Thursday, more than 2 weeks after a fire broke out in an electrical room and caused significant damage to a booth used to control spotlights. Fire officials described the flames as deep-seated and difficult to access. The cause remains under investigation. The Book of Mormon's been a sellout since it debuted in 2011. The original stars, Josh Gad and Andrew Reynolds, will return for guest appearances next month to celebrate the show's 15th anniversary. Deborah Rodriguez for 1010 Wins.
Every package came from a secure network from door to door. There was nationwide reach, available tracking, and upfront affordable
Take control of your tax problem now by calling the...
And I think Trump realizes it, and I think that Xi realizes that Trump realizes it. So the ground has been set, the respect is there, we showed them respect, that's the big thing. 6 months. But now the story is going to be what happens in Iran. That was the semifinals. The finals is Iran. And you're right. I think the most important thing for President Trump is the November elections. And it depends how China wants to play.
3-3, checkpoint 1.
Or do they want the Democrats to reduce the power? And Brian, I mean, you're in the same place as I am. What's your results on that? Right. That's the thing. They got to watch it because if they play a role.
50 Portland Street, Robert Williams, 450 disorderly, homeless male sleeping on the southbound flat at East Adam 50 Portland Street, Robert Williams.
Neutral. I mean, good. We went into China. We brought 15 Charlie.
in the video? Are we going to be like...
An available District 2 unit to Booth Adams 50 Portland Street, Robert Williams, 450 disorderly male sleeping on the southbound flat.
The H200, that's like the old generation of chips. We will not and should not give them the best and brightest chips like the Blackwell or the Vera Rubin. That's the latest chip from NVIDIA. If we are in a race with them for AI, we cannot let them have the best chips.
Thank you.
So we're going to give them the old chips, which is good because they're getting those chips on the black market anyways. We might as well let NVIDIA go in there and get, what, $12 billion of what they could get if they sold those chips to China. We want the world to be building AI on the American tech stack, not on Huawei's AI chips. We want them built. Yes, they will reverse engineer. Yes, they still are technology, but they're going to do it anyways because they're going to siphon them through Dubai or Singapore, and there's reports that they are already doing that. So we might as well give our great American companies the chance for revenue, and our American companies are going to innovate no matter what they get their hands on,
because we just showed up with $13 trillion worth of CEO. That's a look at China's entire economy. Just we got on our back pocket.
Very, very good shot. Well, we are out of time to talk to. I didn't realize I had so much interest in this stuff. We got to go because we're out of time, folks. You can catch her on Fox Business. Hillary, she knows what she's talking about. Big money shows you can make you big money. Somebody better make it cookie. We appreciate you being here. Guys, we'll be right back after the break. Fox Sports.
No ETA for the bus. No bus dispatch down in here. Keep your advice.
One story at a The Steve Show, brought to you by Verizon Business.
One thing about it is, it's like in somebody's backyard. It's huge, yeah. So it takes up a couple acres. Yeah, I think the people who did at one time run the cemetery lived in that house, whose backyard it's in. Right. And now, they're gone, long gone as well. But because it's an historic cemetery, they don't mind people traipsing through, and it's well maintained. And a lot of the little stones would have little ceramic medallions with the portrait of the pet on them.
Yes, which I've seen on human.
Yeah.
465
do that a lot in certain ethnic cemeteries. Yeah, and they're really cool. And there's also people going around to those places and
Well, yeah, I mean, once things like this get exposed, there's no end to it. Pastor Ernie, do you remember with that George Floyd issue, that a whole bunch of FBI agents, I'm going to say 30, that were taking a knee and they were like going along with Black Lives Matter? Do you remember that? Oh, yeah. It was FBI. He's got very little publicity, but not long ago, maybe 6 weeks, 2 months ago.
Show us one stop, 9 Avenue on Stan. Stand by for final, please.
Yeah. They were referred to as the Dirty Two, if you remember. Yeah, that's right. That's what they were called, the Dirty Two. The FBI fired them all at that. Yeah, but do you remember they were involved with that phony kidnapping of Governor Whitmer in Michigan? That was a setup. That Dirty 30 were involved in that. That whole thing was a setup against the who'd they call us?
Response 245.
It wasn't the Proud Boys. It was another group.
Response 245.
And they got caught on that.
Or 42 for drug use.
They ran the Merritt on Park. Yes. They were like 30 and they do whatever the action men in DC wanted, that 30, that's what was they on to do it. You had a lot of room. You say, President vote for that. That was one thing, one good thing she did, huh? But, I think she had the best intentions, and she was just, the job I think was too big for her. What do you think? I don't know, Pastor Ernie. She was the Attorney General of Florida, and I don't think I ever heard a bad word about her. She became very confident doing it.
They do have this, Charlie.
9198, so we're doing Santa Monica Junction and Island.
Down 4.
Her favor, she had
I think it depends
3-2, Street Patrol 1. 91 Central Romeo, no open at Atlantic Avenue, southbound.
Punch after punch after punch. From an injury perspective, that starting rotation in terms of guys you trust was thin to begin with.
For 15% off your first order. That's ZELMINS.com. Use the code RADIO for 15% off your first order. Zelmans.com.
My friend, chemistry's so toxic chemicals, we call it green. It's time for Sunday. No harsh chemicals, just real ingredients so your yard can thrive. Get your custom Sunday yard plan for spring at GetSunday.com.
Saturday nights are sexier with model, actress, mentor, and supermom Zen Sams on A Moment of Zen. Brought to you by Cispera, pigmenting, correcting skincare, delivering powerful, clinically proven results without compromise.
Here. I'm Lisa Ritchie.
10-4, second half.
Larry Kudlow here. So if you're planning a company meeting, don't put your people through airport headaches, delays, lost productivity with endless travel.
10-4, who's going to do the transport? 20 response 1?
GW Bridge to Crystal Springs.
No, I'm taking care of getting them.
It blows away anything else in
That's before you go to Elmer's Hospital?
Championship golf courses, world-class dining, and a legendary wine cellar. Plus, their team-building experiences are unparalleled. Book Crystal Springs Resort. Trust me, your C-suite will thank you.
The views and opinions expressed by the individual hosts and their guests do not necessarily reflect the policies or positions of WABC Radio, its management, or its sponsors.
This is the Rita Cosby Show on 77 WABC. Under President Trump, our president was masterful in handling the delicate intricacies surrounding this very important meeting with China's President Xi, another world superpower. Here is Katie McFarland. Got rated as an A+. We got good stuff. We've got trade agreements, and we'll see how it pans out in the future. We've seen, what to me, in looking at the Iran part of it, there were really important statements that came out, which I was not expecting. Number one, Iran agreed with the United States, China agreed with the United States Iran should not have nuclear weapons. Number one. Number two, China agreed with the United States that the Strait of Hormuz should be opened. Number three, China agrees with the United States that Iran should not charge a tariff for passage through the Strait of Hormuz. And everybody keep listening to much more ahead right here on The Rita Cosby Show on 77 WABC.
This is the news and talk station of New York with Rita Cosby.
The issue is crime and safety.
Real New York, 77 WABC.
20 crime reduction 4.
This is the Rita Cosby Show.
No, 4.
And coming up on The Rita Cosby Show, we will continue to take your calls. I love hearing from all of you guys, especially here on a Friday night. And also, we'll get an update on the LIRR, the Long Island Railroad. There may be a massive strike that may start in about half an hour, crippling hundreds of thousands of commuters. We'll give you an update on that and so much more. That is coming up on The Rita Cosby Show. A very busy Friday night. It's never boring here. That is for sure.
5 Mary from Jamaica Bandwig, so Union Turnpike on the Eddie.
10-4.
Ground pressure 4.
20 crime reduction 4.
Should be doing the Mary from Union Turnpike from Orange on the Eddie.
20 crime reduction 4. 10-4. Visit Regal Park with 63rd Drive and Austin Street for an allergic reaction.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Hello, I'm Marion Gorski, the director of Pro-Life Across America. We're not political and totally educational. We don't scream or scold. Instead, we help people working through unplanned pregnancies know their options. We help with our mission. Check us out on Facebook, YouTube, or at prolifeacrossamerica.org.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Search The Leadership Thread with Dr. Peggy Plovic.
We're doing this together. I think it's important. There's a social element that we need to think that we can turn back the things such as distance. The team is better when you don't have a lot of the same people.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. 77 WABC News starts now.
From the 77 WABC Newsroom, I'm Lisa Ritchie. Talks continue between MTA and union officials over a new contract for Long Island Railroad workers. Officials held a briefing late this afternoon and said trains will not stop in place if there is no deal by the 12:01 a.m. Saturday morning deadline, but will finish their respective routes before stopping at the end of the lines. LILR President Rob Freed says it's complicated getting the trains back to normal service.
The locomotive engineers have certain times on duty, whether it's a work stoppage or not, they become available to work at a certain time. So even if the work stoppage were to cease, we'd have to wait at certain times for them to and also we have to determine where the equipment is.
5 unions representing 3,500 workers are pushing for a 4-year deal. The final year is the sticking point. I'm Lisa Ritchie for 77 WABC News.
This is Rabbi of the New York Board of Rabbis. This is Reverend A.R. Bernard from the Christian Cultural Center. Listen to the Rev and the Rabbi every Sunday morning at 7 on 77 WABC. Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. With Bo Dietl. Stay away from where the twins are. Over 3,000 Americans died. You have no reason to go down there. Nobody wants you near where the sacred ground is. And you, of all people, your best friends with their mouths saying America deserves 9/11. And you hang out with these punks. Stay the hell away from my ground zero. You hear me, one dummy? I don't want to see you there. And our anniversary's coming up. You should go back to Uganda for vacation. To your multi-million-dollar house, you little smiley punk. Stay away from my 9/11 area. Nobody wants you near where the sacred ground is. You hear me, Montgomery? I don't want to see you there. Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform.
This is the Rita Cosby Show on 77 WABC. Earlier on Katz and Cosby, we talked to former Virginia Attorney General Jason Mayaris about his state becoming the poster child for sanctuary cities, protecting illegal criminal migrants, as he testified at a House hearing yesterday on Capitol Hill.
We have a job at Newkirk Plaza,
Soros-funded prosecutors
that pop up around the country with these actions results.
Something I've been pointing out for quite some time in Virginia. Really appreciate the fact that Chairman Jordan is subpoenaing him. And so for your listeners understand really the impetus of this, with Stephanie Mincer, a beautiful mother in Fairfax County, was at a bus stop in Fairfax, and Abdul Jara, an illegal alien who had not 1, not 5, not 10, not 20, but 30 prior arrests, brutally stabbed her and took her life, orphaned her child, and really created a lot of national headlines because they found out that multiple times he had been just released and under prosecuted. And on Toscano's website, he had literally a policy that he would take in a person's immigration status when charging decisions.
And everybody keep listening to much more ahead right here on the Rita Cosby Show on 77 WABC.
77 WABC's Staten Island Law Firm
of Angelia Gentili John time is 11:34. For 40 years, the Staten Island law firm of Angelia Gentili has been helping people just like you. Call 718-816-0005 or visit atlawnyc.com. Cosby is on.
And everybody wondering, will there be a strike on the Long Island Railroad? It is a massive railroad system with about 300 to 400,000 commuters. And joining us now here on the Rita Cosby Show is John Samuelson. He is the international president of the Transport Workers Union. And John, it's great to talk with you. I know we talked earlier, you, me, and John, about what could happen. Now the clock is ticking, right? The deadline is 12:01 Eastern time, so we're looking at less than half an hour. What's the latest?
Every indicator right now says that there's an extremely likely chance of a strike. That's the latest that I'm aware of. So it's still possible that something could happen in 20 minutes or so. But it's obviously becoming more doubtful every moment that goes by. And this was a totally avoidable situation. It's a shame that it's going to unfold this way.
Wow. So talk about the big issues that are at hand that created this moment. Obviously, I think there was salaries was one of the issues. Talk about what some of the workers wanted that was sort of the heart of this strike.
So my brothers and sisters on the Long Island Railroad, these are not Transport Workers Union members, but we're deeply involved in the strike, and we deeply want the Long Island Railroad workforce to succeed in this contract bargaining. And the problems here are all economic. A presidential emergency board, 2 times established panels of independent arbitrators that recommended a 4-year contract settlement for the Long Island Railroad workers. This is very normal, and yet the governor of New York State rejected it, which is not normal. So Governor Hochul rejected the findings of federal arbitration panels and has now chosen to provoke a strike. And again, it's all over economics. It's Governor Hochul trying to undercut the findings of 2 panels of esteemed arbitrators.
And why do you think that is? Why do you think she is undercutting the panel's decisions?
I think, first of all, I think she's anti-trade union. I think there's a lot of evidence for that. Just even recently scabbing the New York City nurses strike. I don't think she views blue-collar workers as having value. And from a mathematics angle, Kathy Hochul is about to bargain with 40,000 New York City transit workers. The contract expires tomorrow at midnight rather than tonight at midnight. And she believes that if the Long Island Railroad workers succeed in getting a 4% raise or a 4.5% raise, that local 100 New York City transit workers will then get that raise. And of course, we're in a phase of affordability, and this is appropriate. And what's going on with the governor of New York State keeps talking about affordability as she tries to drive down wages for workers. It's critical.
Yeah, that is. That's a really interesting situation. Now, we can talk about what does this mean for how many commuters, John? I mean, this is going to be a massive strike if this were to happen, in 20 minutes or so. It's several 100,000 commuters, right? This is a massive infrastructure.
Massive infrastructure. It's the biggest commuter railroad in the country, and perhaps the biggest commuter railroad in the world. And not only that, it's gonna have a negative impact on New York City transit riders. The MTA has a plan in place, and whether they succeed in doing that or not is yet to be seen. But their plan is to get displaced Long Island Railroad riders to New York City transit terminals in Queens, both on the bus side and the subway side. So a New York City transit system, both subway and buses, that is already overwhelmed, is now going to be exponentially overwhelmed if the MTA succeeds in their plan.
Wow. Well, I am so grateful that you called in, John Samuelson. Good luck, of course, to all the workers. Good luck to the commuters, too. And let's see what happens here. Maybe some deal will be struck. You know, a lot of times it's this 11th hour situation. But who knows? You know, when they realize, obviously, the devastating impact it's going to have on commuters, who knows? Maybe they'll come to the table, right? We'll see, right? But if not, listen, we are praying, of course, for the great workers. We're praying for the commuters, and let's just hope this works out good for everybody, right?
We hope so. If the workers go, Governor Kathy Hochul caused it. It's my final word.
Well, that's a powerful message, and you look at the timing too. What you just shared. You got to keep us posted too, John. As if you hear anything, especially in the next few minutes, please give us a call back if you could.
20 minutes to go. I'll call you right away if I hear anything.
Thank you, John. I really appreciate it. John Samuelson, who is the international president of the Transport Workers Union, the massive Transport Workers Union.
Q4 56, homeless officer for South South trying to teach you.
So he's got a very, very busy job. John, thank you very, very much. And pray for New York. As John was just saying to everybody, it is the biggest railroad in the country and maybe the biggest in the world. So this is enormous. If indeed there is in a matter of moments, we'll keep you posted, guys. 1-800-848-9222. 1-800-848-9222. And of course, we are talking about Zoran Mondani. We are also talking about Russia, China, and anything else you feel like. It's a Friday night here on the Rita Cosby Show. So let's go to Sandra in New Jersey. Line 1. Go ahead, Sandra.
I always have something different, but it's not really different. It's actually that anti-Semitism. And King Charles III, he went to an area in England called Golders Green. He went to pay his respects to a man who was stabbed by someone who didn't like him because he was Jewish. So this was anti-Semitism, and this king went out of his way to see him personally in the hospital and pay his respects.
Now, was this recently? By the way, Sandra, was this
this just happened.
Oh, so you know what? I wonder. This is interesting. I don't know if this is the same. Was this one of the Jewish guys who was stabbed?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to hear an interesting coincidence that you bring that up? Because this guy that was busted today with the ties to Hezbollah and the IRGC, the one in that massive plot, they say that his group was behind all of these recent attacks, the one in Belgium and the big stabbing in London. So it's all very cool. I mean, just totally, obviously coincidentally, but that was such a huge, high-profile case when that madman went around stabbing people in London, and how beautiful that King Charles went and visited one of the victims. That speaks so well of King Charles.
Yeah, I mean, he shows his beautiful charm here, and he carries it at home. He's genuine. So he's really, really a great person. So, you know, maybe Mandani can learn something from seeing a leader like that, or maybe, you know, try to copy something nice for a change.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's incredible. I told you what he was doing tonight. You know, he was going out and posting this stuff that was very sort of anti-Semitic again tonight, and a lot of people saying, where is this guy going? You know, and you've got all these rise of anti-Semitic attacks, and he still refuses to, you know, he seems to think, at least, you know, when it comes down to the protests, he calls them, even if we call them riots, he calls them peaceful protests. And then he goes and bashes Israel. How much do you think his rhetoric is inspiring or emboldening at least some of these protesters?
Wow.
What do you think, Sandra?
I think that what do you know? I think
yeah, I mean, do you believe he's emboldening? I do. I think he's emboldening at least the protesters. They certainly feel like they're okay to be out there.
I think the fact that he's not going to go to he's not going to do the Israeli parade, that to me is signaling to the people, continue what you're doing. I'm on your side. It's clear. He's showing that he supports what's going on. He doesn't want us to show any sign that he wants stuff to happen. happened. I take that very much. And I hope something happens when he loses his job and we get somebody better, somebody qualified. This man's not qualified, and I'm concerned that he's so in love with that charming wife. I think probably every night, like I say, when they're lying in bed, they probably laugh at what's going on. They probably love it. It's so sad and sickening, you know. But don't get me started on that, because I'm becoming very angry at all this, you know.
Yeah, we don't want you angry. We don't want you angry, but what we do want people who speak up and want everybody to come together and appreciate each other and not try to divide. And when I sit there and I see what's going on with some of the comments there, I agree with you, just incredibly divisive and incredibly disheartening. By the way, I want to play this for you guys also. Thank you very much. Congressman Brad Knott, this was a powerful comment. They had hearings this week on Capitol Hill about illegal criminal migrants and also sanctuary cities. And there's been a big attention about sanctuary cities and cracking down on sanctuary cities. These cities which are protecting illegal criminal migrants, and it seems like at all costs. And boy, some of the hearings on Capitol Hill were downright fiery. You got to hear, this is Congressman Brad Knott, Republican of North Carolina, and he really went after the district attorney from Virginia, talking about his top policies, which seem to go easier on illegal criminal migrants and seem to be coddling those individuals at the expense of American citizens. And boy, did he give an example. Take a listen.
When you entered into a plea agreement, you tried to bind the court. Bind the court so they could not sentence this person to any term over 2 years. Is that not correct?
Sir, I'm so glad you brought this up.
Is that not correct?
Because I would like to explain, sir.
It is correct. And the court rejected it.
Sir, I know
this was a judge that was appointed by Senator Warner. This is not a right-wing judge. It's a liberal judge. And you know why he rejected it? Sir, he saw what you should have seen. He cited overwhelming evidence. Now, this person was a threat.
I know it and you don't.
Quit talking.
And I would
this
love to
person
tell you
was
about
a threat. He yanked a 4-year-old girl out of her bed with the intent to harm her. And you wanted to give her a cap of 2 years.
Sir, this is
then when the plea agreement was rejected, what did you do?
So this is a
what
great
did
example.
you do?
This is a great example of a case.
No, I prosecuted. I prosecuted.
And then you understand.
And when you're evading, what did you do? You dismissed the case.
Wow. And then listen to Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Boy, did he tear into that. Also, Commonwealth Attorney Steve Descano.
Mr. Descano, simple question. Our American
everybody around alive in 984. The only description I got is male white or male Hispanic with a neon green hoodie. 3-3 lieutenant.
Yes or no? Just yes or no?
Show me around on the platform or movie street.
Sir, I'm asking
On the north-south plot.
No, you are asking me a question that's outside of my purview. I can run down there, ask you questions. You're a human being. You're sitting next to a woman who lost her daughter. Can you tell me if illegal criminals are to be removed from the country if we're safer? And to suggest that I don't care about what happens in my community. This is my daughter every day. You are going to answer my questions. My community. You are going to answer my questions. You don't show any discipline. When I'm asked questions, I answer. So you're not going to answer that question. Okay. So I ask you this question. Let's talk about Abdul Jalal. Yes or no? It's definitely meant to be alive today if he had been deported. And you know why he wasn't deported? Because then, quite frankly, the administration was not as aggressive, and if the country didn't want to accept these awful people that came from the country, we didn't know where to send them, and we held them and we detained them. Now we're finding places to send them so that this doesn't go on. That's the answer. That's why that happened. It's not a mystery. It's not something weird or unusual. They didn't know where the heck to put it. Now we just do it, and we get it done. But nevertheless, would we be safer if he wasn't in the country then? Would we be safer, yes or no? Sir,
Yes or no? Sinford, the man wasn't in the country. Damn it, answer my question. Sir, I'm trying. You keep changing the question. No, it's yes or no. There's a bad guy that murders people. Certainly, if somebody is answer the question. I'm sorry. Then, I'll ask you this.
3-3 checkpoint, Sergeant.
Explain to the lady next to you. Outdoors allowed George in Newark County more than 40 times. Not 4 times.
Just stated as northbound.
The office dropped the charges in almost every single case. That's fact. We have it documented. We can look at it. Your own Fairfax County Police Department wrote your office. We have it. It's fact. May 2025, saying he had shown a, quote, blatant disregard for human life that was a danger to the community. And that if he wasn't detained and deported, he would seriously hurt someone or kill someone. The very man went out and then killed someone. So the question is, couldn't have we done better there? The gentleman's time is expired.
Wow. You just heard Steve Descano hedging, hawing, didn't know what to say. And if you look at his policies, he had it even up on his own website that essentially you shouldn't deport anybody just because they committed a crime, that that's unfair to the criminal. The soft on crime approach by prosecutors like him, I believe, is utterly dangerous for America. Have they lost their minds? We're going to take your phone when we come back, everybody. 1-800-848-9222. 1-800-848-9222. But first, support our heroes.
The Rita Cosby Show presents Support Our Heroes.
And everybody, this is the Tunnel to Towers Foundation Support Our Heroes segment with a very powerful story from Plymouth County, Iowa, where Army veteran Jansen, who is now 102 years old, well, he was honored at the Akron Care Center, where he now resides as part of the Veteran Affairs Centenarian Recognition Program.
Being available District 2 unit to Canal Street on the 1. Coming over 6 wire that there's a customer armed with a firearm.
By the way, in 1946 to 47 as a paratrooper, completing 11 jumps.
Canal Street on the 1 on the, they call it the Southbury, customer armed with a firearm.
You know him say it also reflects something deeper, a life well lived, guided by
10-4 is coming over 6 wire, so the train should be holding.
kindness. And he said, upon his life and reflecting of it all, he said,
Coming over 6 wire, Canal Street on the 1, there is a customer armed with a firearm.
Them for their service and sacrifice. Give them time to share their story. They are.
No description as of yet.
Obviously, so is that.
That's response 1 to Adam.
We love and appreciate them. And
you guys are cutting.
And everybody help America.
You guys are cutting each other off at 2 response 1 to response 2 to Adam.
$11 a month to the great Tunnel to Towers Foundation. They are the best organization.
Ordinance arrival live and advisement 84. It's the 1 out of their calling towards Southbury at Canal Street.
And I'll take your calls when we come back. 1-800-848-9222. And you're listening.
It's coming over from 6 wire, so the train should be holding at Canal Street.
You're listening to the Rita Cosby Show.
In this 25th anniversary
cut
year,
off,
September 11th, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation continues to honor American heroes. Heroes like Fire Captain Andrew Brown, by 9/11 to serve his community. After years of service, he lost his life.
No car number, Mom. Gonna connect with 6 wire.
By Jessica and their son. Tunnel to Towers honor Captain Donner by paying off the family's mortgage. Donate $11 monthly and amplify your impact with a car or land donation. Go to T2T.org today.
This is
10-4, 2354 hours.
Extra. Following the collapse of Spirit Airlines, JetBlue is expanding their footprint in Florida. At Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, the flight schedule for JetBlue is increasing, and the expansion includes nonstop service destinations from Fort Lauderdale, including Baltimore, Charlotte, Columbus, Indianapolis, Nashville, Detroit, Houston, and Chicago. I'm James Ribbon, and this is the Worldwide News Network. May is
20 response 1 midnight.
audio networks.
I also got a outstretch at 23rd Street, Court Square. Can I put that on your queue as well?
Often people suffer quietly, afraid to speak up, or unsure where to turn. But talking about mental health doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. Whether you're dealing with stress, anxiety, or something deeper, your feelings are valid and help is available. Start the conversation, share your story, or simply listen to someone who needs to be heard. Together, we can remove the stigma and create a space where everyone feels safe to speak openly. Because no one should have to face their struggles alone.
May is Mental Health Month. Let's make it a priority. Speak up and support one another.
Response 1.
Advise no firearms in the global dispute and victim present.
10-4,
I'm Lisa Ritchie. Sitting through a boring movie could get a lot easier in more New Jersey theaters. A bill advancing through the assembly would let movie theaters in the state get their own type of liquor licenses to sell alcoholic drinks before, during, and after screenings. The legislation advanced on Thursday out of the Assembly Oversight Committee and would allow theaters to buy liquor licenses for $210,000 or $150,000 if at least 10% of alcohol sold came from a New Jersey brewery, distillery, or winery. In the WABC Weather Center, partly cloudy skies overnight, the low 54. Tomorrow, mainly sunny with a high of 79, and sunny on Sunday with a high of 88. For 77 WABC News, I'm Lisa Ritchie.
This is the Rita Cosby Show on 77 WABC. Gordon Chang is a great Asia expert since President Trump did a great job during the summit in Beijing. But Gordon Chang is very leery of China and what promises they may or may not now fulfill. Here is Gordon Chang.
This visit was not canned. You know, most U.S.-China summits are, they're just, everything beforehand has been settled. This one is not. And give a lot of credit to President Trump for rolling the dice in a foreign place. So that's great. But we're going to find out what happened in the weeks and months to come, because it's going to take some time for the United States and China to hammer out the agreements that President Trump has talked about. One thing we do know, Rita, was that Xi Jinping was very dismissive of the United States.
And everybody keep listening to much more ahead right here on the Rita Cosby Show on 77.
10-4, 2357. Mr. Response 1.
It's the Rita Cosby Show.
And let's go to Stan on line 5. Stan, your thoughts tonight, my friend.
The meeting in China was a total nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing was resolved. They both
Come on, that's ridiculous.
Nothing was signed. There is nothing. Nothing. What was it come?
Wait. Do you understand how diplomacy works? You don't sit there and sign papers. You have a good discussion. You go back, you formulate it. I would say buying 200 jets from Boeing, I would consider that a pretty good deal. And the fact that he got the red carpet treatment, and look, if China can maybe help somehow with Iran, it sounds like they're offering to do that, well then for all of those reasons, that's a good thing. Whatever you think, Stan, I know you got Trump derangement syndrome. And everybody pray for Long Island Railroad commuters. It looks like a strike is about to happen on the biggest railroad in the country, maybe the biggest in the world. Have a good weekend, everybody.
We had a job call over about 2322 for a 1010 calls for help at 52 Lincoln on the 7th. I checked the call back and the caller states that he did not call 911. So I actually just need a final. 10-4, thank you.
WABC New York, WRCR Haverstraw, 107.1, WLIR Hampton Bays.
days. 7 WABC presents Echoes of the
response to
Tales Extraordinary.
Can't have it midnight. Exactly. No further units, Jefferson Street.
Tales of the bizarre and extraordinary with Lionel from the other side of midnight.
Let's take you to April 1994, Seattle. The greenhouse room above the garage. Kurt Cobain gone. The ruling suicide case closed.
All units sent by Joe Party.
The file was closed too soon. Now, an official private sector team of forensic scientists has taken a fresh look at Cobain's autopsy and crime scene materials. Among them, Brian Burnett, a specialist known for examining cases involving overdoses followed by gunshot trauma. According to independent researcher Michelle Wilkins, after just 3 days reviewing the evidence, Burnett reached a stunning conclusion. His words as reported, quote, "This is a homicide. We've got to do something about this. That's a serious claim." Wilkins says the team conducted an exhaustive review of the autopsy findings and pointed to signs they believe are inconsistent with an instantaneous gunshot death. A peer-reviewed paper outlines 10 points suggesting Cobain may have been confronted, forcibly injected with heroin to incapacitate him, and then shot, followed by the placement of the weapon and what they argue could have been a stage. Let's be clear, authorities have not changed their opinion. The Seattle Police Department continues to stand by its conclusion of suicide. These new findings come from independent analysts, not law enforcement. Still, when new experts re-examine old evidence,
10-5's 2-3 unit at Broad Channel.
Conversation shifts. The certainty wavers. The questions return. Right now,
You guys raised at the exact same time. It's hilarious. 10-4 Broad Channel.
still echoes
Thank you, Bishop.
in the unknown.
You're welcome. Letter 2-4. Box 701 is going to be the 37th. Find out, so we got 2 out here. Really at Fort Square.
7 WABC presents
Picking up the outstretch at Fort Square on the Eddie and Frank. Same station.
of the bizarre and extraordinary with
Copy 20 response 1. You get 1080.
Let's take you to April
Thank you, guys.
1994, Seattle. Greenhouse room above the garage. Kurt Cobain gone. A shotgun, a note, the ruling suicide case closed. But what if the file was closed too soon?
Continuously
Now,
activating
an official
the HCI on the north end of the southbound
forensic
side.
scientist has taken a fresh look at Cobain's autopsy and crime scene materials. Among them, Brian Burnett, a specialist known for examining cases involving overdoses followed by gunshot trauma. According to independent researcher Michelle Wilkins, after just 3 days reviewing the evidence, Burnett reached a stunning conclusion. His words as reported, quote, "This is a homicide. We've got to do something about this. That's a serious claim." Wilkins says the team conducted an exhaustive review of the autopsy findings and pointed to signs they believe are inconsistent with an instantaneous gunshot death. A peer-reviewed paper outlines 10 points suggesting Cobain may have been confronted, forcibly injected with heroin to incapacitate him, and then shot, followed by the placement of the weapon and what they argue could have been a stage note. Let's be clear, authorities have not changed their official word.
What do we got?
The Seattle Police Department continues to stand by its conclusion of suicide. These new findings come from independent analysts, not law enforcement. When new experts re-examine old evidence and say it doesn't align with the accepted narrative, the conversation shifts. The certainty questions return. And right now, for the time being, Kurt Cobain's death still echoes in the unknown.
3435.
And now it's time for Joe Piscopo's Sinatra Stories on Music Radio 77 WABC.
WABC. Here are some fun facts about Francis Albert Sinatra. Frank Sinatra loved New York. Born just across the border in Hoboken, New Jersey, Frank Sinatra's songbook is a trove of tender odes to the Big Apple, like the Brooklyn Bridge, Autumn in New York, Lady is a Tramp, and of course, New York, New York. Long before Taylor Swift made waves by pulling on stage for super popular best friends, there was Frank Sinatra and his gregarious group of guy friends known by the outsiders as the Rockers. We are going to join in applauding both officers here tonight. Always look to the sky.
Alright, can I have an available 2 units response to 23rd Street on the Charlie Eddy line for a 1010 dangerous position? There's a male. I'm sorry, there's a knife in the middle of the track. 45 minutes ago, the doc came over at 2343. 23rd Street on the Charlie Eddy line.
Welcome to another edition of the Dr. Sky Experience. For me to be the first to welcome you to your weekend, Armed Forces Weekend 2026. As we continue to broadcast here with great topics, as you tell us, from the realms of astronomy, space, aviation, weather, and ladies and gentlemen, celebrity guests, and stories of American exceptionalism. You can learn so much more about this particular radio show. Constantly stay in touch with the many podcasts that we have at WABCRadio.com. We've been broadcasting for over 1 year. And my email is simply this, DRSA1@WABCRadio.com, as we continue to talk with you, not at you, in what we call the theater of the mind. We always welcome your conversational points. We love those in dialogue and critical thinking. And certainly, ladies and gentlemen, we're impressed right now to have this particular conversation. And don't forget, why not download the WABC app? That'll help you save time, and you can do that a lot easier than conventional methodologies. And there's so much more. What about our adventures? We've talked many times with our special guest on the subject of technocracy. How is technocracy and transhumanism changing your life? Believe me, folks, what you're about to hear in the next 2 hours is literally earth-shaking, or maybe cosmic. Like the metamorphosis of the butterfly. Is that what happens to us as humans? We singularly transform into something? Did anybody ask if that's okay to do? Or are these powers too great that we can't stop them?
Show us on Ocean 86th Street on the Robert.
And I'm proud to say it. The Dr. Sky Experience is an alternative antidote to the negative news fatigue. In similar words, the Dr. Sky Experience is negative news fatigue. And in these same words, Steve Allen.
Somebody said that there was a knife in the middle of the train track 45 minutes ago, and the job came over at 2343.
About such information. It's so interesting to have our special guest, Patrick Wood, as we have him here monthly on the Dr. Sky Experience, sharing so much information from the worlds of technocracy and transhumanism. A little bit of a bio.
I need an available 4-unit for Essex on the John and Mary for 1010 narco. Unruly homeless male Hispanic in the meds, loitering and smoking unknown substance. Wearing a burgundy hoodie.
He's the author of Technocracy, The Hard Road to World Order.
You guys are cutting each other off. Which unit's picking it up?
Of globalism. One of his recent books, The Final Betrayal, that will
okay, 4 crime reduction 2, you said?
Because we never seem to have enough time to talk about those subjects. One of his recent
it's
books
on the
is
J line,
in the Cautionary Tale.
I'm assuming the meds, in the meds,
The next 2 hours, ladies and gentlemen, sharing with you someone that I respect highly, in his opinion, the stories of technocracy
on the John and Mary table.
and what's going
Okay,
on.
I'm gonna know when you said.
Contact number once again, 1-800-848-9222. And with that, a hearty welcome.
100%.
Patrick, thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure to listen to these research that you do on the good information. Thanks for being here.
Give me 1 second.
Good to be with you, Dr. Sky, as always, for sure. Well, thank you. You know, we just had this great information. The world news media is just, all over, very hot topic. The President of the United States is going to meet the leader of Communist China. and so many things that were happening over there. And I know you have something interesting to share with us. It's something called Pax Silica. What is that, ladies and gentlemen? The subtitle, Who Owns the Rails of AI Civilization? But first, Patrick, closer to home, and I think equally important to many people out there, the proliferation of these data centers that are all over the world, United States in particular. And one of them I'd like to introduce to you and the audience, that is, with you, the proposed Stratos Data Center project in Southern County in Utah. Please carry the ball, because this is interesting, and if anybody out there is concerned about the proliferation
Give me one more second. I'm giving out three more jobs to make you guys all the same
electricity. Patrick Wood.
Can I have an available 2-unit for Broad Street on the John and Zebra line for
indeed. This is
a mail at the location known as Sienna Other People?
At this point, it's going to be the largest contiguous data center ever. It's going to consume 40 acres, and it's going to be the size of a small city, and the residents are hopping mad. This is Utah. This is, there's nothing not desert in Utah. It's basically like desert, the high desert at least. And they have a situation with the Salt Lake at this point. It's drying up. It's toxic. And people are just screaming for that. About that, there's nothing they can do about it. They need rain. But at this point, this new data center wants to come in and build this data center. By the way, it's 40,000 acres of water. 40,000 acres of water. It's inconceivable. This is a plot of land that would be 8 miles away. Just think about that. You drive 8 miles in one direction, then turn left, another 8 miles, another 8 miles. That's how big this plot of land is going to be. And so they've conned the local people, the county people, into permitting this thing with the help of the military. This is not hasn't been done yet, but the military, because some of this land will be out of military base or property. There's an obscure it's called the Military Installation Development Authority, or MIDA, M-I-D-A, and this is crazy. This was originally created by the Utah legislature to facilitate economic development adjacent to military installations. I don't think they ever intended this to be used for this purpose to approve this data center, but this is exactly what they used. So all of a sudden, they were able to kind of sidestep the county commissioners to get this thing passed. And they have. The citizens of the county are absolutely furious. You can imagine at this point. They don't have enough water even now, but now this data center is going to be hugely impactful on the remaining water supply. It's just a travesty of justice.
Well, you're at liberty to name the company that's behind this. I mean, obviously, if the state legislatures approved this, and many of the people, I don't know, were the hearings to go on before this was ever approved, or was it kind of hidden in the deep dark of the night to get this approved?
It was kind of in the deep dark of the night until probably it's too late to do anything about it. The project is called Stratos, S-T-R-A-T-O-S. It's going to be roughly the size of 2.5 times the size of Manhattan.
That's incredible. That's just outrageous. But let me stop here, because I don't know enough about data centers. I know I understand what their purpose is, whether it's good or bad for the income and the whole thing. But here's an interesting part of this. The usage of power. Now, let's be fair to this group, fair here. I'm reading this. The facility is projected to require 9 gigawatts of power, which exceeds the current energy consumption of the entire state of Utah. But on their side of the equation, they say that they're going to develop their own dedicated power sources. So how could somebody, unless they're anti-technology, how could they even say, well, if they're not utilizing my electric, what's so bad about them? But it gets even deeper than that. Now we're talking about water usage. And that is a major concern for people who are not only here in the western United States, but all other parts of the country. Please continue on this. It's fascinating to read.
Well, we all know that data centers drink water. They have to have good cooling, and it has to be fresh water. It can't be polluted water. So, they consume enormous quantities for cooling. And the scale of status at this point, all you can see at this point, consumption figures are just staggering. I don't know exactly what this means, but you can imagine there's going to be a huge water bill, so to speak. But we have, by the way, we have some data centers here in Arizona that consume water. I don't like it at all. But our data centers here are nowhere near the size of this new system. And our data centers here are bad enough with the gallonage that they consume. I just can't imagine how much water this whole facility would use for cooling.
Yes, and if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Watt, a regular guest here on the Dr. Sky Experience. By your sign-up approval. My email, as always, is drsp@wabcradio.com. If you'd like to chime in, but equally important, maybe more important, is what the people out there in this gigantic audience here globally think about this whole concept. We just scratched the surface, ladies and gentlemen, with Patrick. His website, if you'd like to go to it, technocracy.news, a great resource of information with his in-depth article analysis and the research that he does on these particular topics. The 1-800-848-9322 phone line is open here in the Theater of the Mind, where we, of course, welcome your conversational points on this, your questions and comments. What do you really think, ladies and gentlemen, about this whole subject of technocracy, which I think you really need to define for many first-time listeners to this radio show? Patrick Wood, in your definition, what the heck is technocracy for people that may not know?
Well, basically, this was invented in the 1930s. Believe it or not, this is almost 100 years ago at this point. It was defined by themselves as a science of social engineering.
I showed up with one stop 30 minutes ago at 363.
The gotcha. They wanted to create a system where all the resources in the system are managed by them. That means all the property would be turned over to them to manage for our use. And they wanted to do it away with money, banking, cash, all that sort of stuff. And they wanted to institute a system of energy credits, which you would get every month or maybe every quarter, depending on how much energy it was in the system. And this was a crackpot scheme, basically. And fortunately, it didn't get cracked in the 30s and 40s, and it went away for a time. But now it's at its vengeance. And it's basically the same system today that was in the 1930s. So, we look at all of the talk about energy today, it's all over the news, energy just at every quarter of the world is we know that the banking system is going to be wiped out at some point and be replaced by this new digital system that's being raised up around the world. Central bank digital currencies, stable coins, etc. Cash is going to be out at some point, and the supply and demand might also be out as well. Who knows? But this is not the future that we bargained for sure.
Well, Patrick Wood is our guest, as I've been promoting here. We continue to do that proudly. A friend of this radio show and a friend of many who listen out there. One of the main themes of this particular radio show is always to talk about the great mysteries, and we never get off treasure. But the main theme here that I'd like to impart right now, and I know you agree, is that with every show that we do, our goal is to impart knowledge and learn something new that you may never have known before by the very many great guests that we have here as you folks know us. This is not me making this up. 1-800-848-9222. If you're just joining us, the conversation points here for the next 2 hours on the Dr. Sky Experience. The subject of technocracy and transhumanism. How does that affect you? In fact, I want to be very positive to listeners out there. Of course, I want to just give some parts of positivity on this, because even people here in Arizona and other places who have fought hard doing this the nonviolent way.
It seems like it's a topside dispute, and it says that the female said that the male went into the train station. I can try to check the callback and see if they still need police.
Talk about that. People have succeeded in slowing down.
You know what, they went through the one line,
the so-called democratic process that you can be heard during city council meetings, et cetera, et cetera.
We're on the,
I will say, confidently, that every state has raised up a ruckus of protesters against data centers. They're all over the place. The problem is, you won't see any reporting in the mainstream media, because the whole story is just suppressed. So when you see, for instance, in Utah, you see 1,000 people or 2,000 people lining up to get into the meeting with the county commissioners, or Tucson, for instance, where a liberal city was packed. The city council center was absolutely packed with people hopping down. You didn't see that story in the news, so nobody can see what's going on in other parts of the country. But I can guarantee you, if you look on the internet, maybe use an unfiltered search engine like Yandex, perhaps Yandex.com, you might find some of these stories where people are really rising up effectively putting a stop to the data centers in their area. Of course, the problem is, they just go down to another city and make them an offer, and they'll get their roots in there instead of the other city.
Patrick Moore, you're no stranger to this whole topic. You're an economist by profession. Talk about that. And then the other question that I'd ask you for the audience, so they can welcome you.
The individual said a female customer reported seeing a male on the train with a firearm. Male Hispanic wearing a red backpack with braids. Northbound 4 train, 4 minutes
who might be more from the from the bureaucratic side of the equation, and again, obviously, this is a great thing. When did you get the revelation in your life that there's a whole other side of this? We talked about the so-called dark side of technocracy.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you're absolutely right. When I studied in college economics, and then I got out of college,
okay, the train is currently at 14th Street.
Ran into Professor Anthony economist from Stanford University, highly esteemed scholar, I might add. He took me kind of under his wing. We worked together at the Trilateral Commission. He filled in my education at Boston College, and college was learned there were basically Keynesian economics. It was totally useless. I found good. But he wised me up, if you will. He taught me how to do research, how to read the so to speak the tea leaves, or And so when I discovered historic
with a firearm, is a male Hispanic wearing a red backpack with braids. Was on the northbound 4 train 4 minutes in the past, but then the 8 division came over and said that they're currently at 14th Street and will stand by.
That they wanted to create a new international economic order, and I had to say, what is that? That's what we started back with on the 1970s. What do you mean? New international economic order.
Who's back in the sergeant at 4018?
Because that's the only history in all of history. Only been one economic system started from scratch to replace capitalism and free market economics. Only one.
No partner was given. It's just a male Hispanic wearing a red backpack and braids.
Getting hold of some BS or whatever. Indeed, that was the spark for me. I knew that was the race was on at that point.
Northbound.
Everything I could get on my hands on. I did a lot of research immediately on technology, historic technology, to find out what was that movement all about.
Yep. No, it's fascinating, Patrick, and the phone lines are lighting up here as they always would. I wish, guarantee that, ladies and gentlemen, with a guest like this. But what's interesting when we talk about the whole subject of technocracy, again, I want to offer some positivity, as you are, that this is not a hopeless situation, even though many people may disagree with me. But remember, my job as host is
Southbound on Broadway, looking for 2012 round on Civic Near Sad, Larry Union Robert, 945.
And also, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our helmsman, Bill, and the entire staff for making sure that you can be heard.
6-5 just put over that E Division said that none of the train conductors saw anyone with a gun on the train.
A station that's heard well over 170
And
plus
4 David 18 said there's no train.
I should say around the nation, around the world, also around the nation. And ladies and gentlemen, you can be part of this radio show at 1-800-9222.
Another subscribe this, and I like what they said to me.
They called it the Dr. Sky Experience, an antidote to negative news fatigue. We try to bring you some positivity. Let's go to one of the callers right now, even though we're close to the bottom of the hour art break. Let's welcome Anthony on line 2, Westchester County. You're on with Patrick Wood. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you. My opinion is that one of the ways to thwart this out of control AI stuff is Congress needs to pass legislation to protect all Americans' data, their biometric data, their DNA data, and the story has to be done.
Yeah, sounds good. Patrick, I wonder why that hasn't been done.
I totally agree. I absolutely, positively agree.
That's what I think you're going to say one.
I think you knocked one out of the park here on baseball. That was pretty good.
Yes, I mean, it's as simple as that. It's all private, it's all very private now, and it's digitalized, so in digital form. So it needs to be protected the way our privacy is protected under the Fourth Amendment with the search and seizure. It's the same thing, but Congress is not doing anything about it, and that's what we need to talk up.
Anthony, you say it so well, and I appreciate you being
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Alan. And
we need more people like Anthony to jump in on this. Here's something here. One little show. As they say, how do you eat what? An elephant? It's one bite at a time. I don't want to eat an elephant. Let's leave the elephant intact. They've had enough, problems of people attacking them and trophy hunters in the course of time. Patrick, this is interesting, very much so, because when we come back here in just a few minutes at that particular time after the heartbreak, I want to get into this lengthy discussion with you. And I say lengthy, not out of boredom, but out of absolutely incredible research that you've done. Something called Pax Silicon. And the subtitle of the article is Who Owns the Rails of AI Civilization? Can you tease us Pax Silicon in just a couple of minutes and save the meat and potatoes when we return on the Tell us about that.
Well, yes, meat and potatoes. This is an operation or a declaration that was hosted by the State Department through President Trump, and we see it being used around the world to export our AI technology to many companies or to many countries in the world, especially so allies.
And there's going to be a lot more revealed here on the Dr. Sky Experience about PAX. By the way, it's spelled P-A-X, Silica, S-I-L-I-C-A. An article that you can read in detail. And it's a very lengthy article. We may not have time to go through every iteration of it, but we'll give you, ladies and gentlemen, the key points of what that whole story is all about. Learn so much more about Patrick Wood as you can go to his website, technocracy.news. And Patrick, when we talk about this PAX, you have an event coming up here, free of charge to the audience, that they can actually participate in kind of like an open source seminar.
Indeed, on Monday, this coming Monday, we're going to be on YouTube. You can probably search for Patrick Wood or Courtney Turner. You'll find it and hop on about, let's see, it's going to be 3 Pacific time. That would make 4 Mountain, 5 Central, and 6 Eastern. We'll be on for at least 2 hours with our people, whoever shows up, and we're going to talk about this whole thing.
Interesting, a much more iteration of this whole Paxilica, which of course many people are hearing about it for the first time, Patrick, and we do appreciate you. We see your calls coming in. Line number 3, Max in Manhattan. We'll go to you folks after we come back from the hard break. And line 4, Frank in Maine. And yes, all of you out there, you're welcome to be part of the Theater of the Mind, as we like to call it. Why do we call it Theater of the Mind? Because it's an opportunity about imagination. You can see the images, and obviously this is radio, very powerful signal. Included in that is the necessity for powerhouse AM radio stations and the continuance of AM radio, as the president, of course, believes, President Trump believes very strongly in the continuation of AM radio, as many people do. And that, obviously, goes back a long, long time. What was the first time when you listened to radio? Remember, it probably was AM radio. Vital and important part of the communication system, not only of this part of the United States, all parts of the nation, and all parts of the world. Because when crisis arise, don't forget, AM radio is your best friend. We'll be right back here on the Dr. Sky Experience with our special guest, Patrick Wood. 1-800-848-9222. It's you into the theater of the mind.
Or Cortland, but if you need a fever, can you come in and grab another fever?
Always compelling. This is Talk Radio 77 WABC. The views and opinions
I'm going to just put your 84 times midnight 30, okay?
do not necessarily reflect the policies or positions of WABC Radio, its management, or its sponsors. This is 77 WABC.
New Jersey lawmakers once again considering allowing casinos to open at
I don't want
existing
10-4.
including the Marriott Park. In an effort to
Lieutenant
the new casino set to open in New York City, voters seem split on that.
That's the 4. Everybody arrive alive, advise 184. It's put over by 6 wire, no other calls, not confirmed. That's at this time. I need a 20 units in Main Street for a 54 aided over 911 to say aided male with chest pain.
But some say they feel a little differently about it now.
6 Post 24, 10-4.
A Fairleigh Dickinson University poll finds 50% of voters oppose expanding casino gambling statewide. 44% supported. Those numbers are nearly identical to polling that was done.
Units are cutting each other off.
Here's what
Favorite sergeant.
whipped out Sunday night. I was very happy to read. I promised down. Yes, if
That's
it's
why they on the time at midnight 31. Remember the day residents report facing RT, sure back to safety logs are engaged.
Overall, the NYPD data says that crime is down. Let's take a look at some of these numbers. Robbery in the transit system has also shot up. Okay, 18% up so far in 2026. Over the same span last year. Felony assault is down 6% so far this year. Murder on the subways are up. It's 300%. 300%. The Anthony Cumia Show. Sunday night. We're now a 3-hour program. Oh, yeah. On the 77 WABC. Let's see how far we can take this.
77 WABC.
This is the Dr. Sky Experience. Always look to the sky. 77 WABC. Now, here's Dr. Sky.
This is Tom Harris of the International Climate Science
Remote power from the track from North 38 to Northwest 104. So power's already removed at this time.
What's really happening in climate change? Are we causing climate change?
Copy, guys. Everybody arrive alive.
It's worth $1 million a day as we're currently spending across the world on the issue? We don't think so. Check out our website at climatescienceinternational.org, and you're listening to the Dr. Sky Show.
Machines like objectives.
Sergeant, nothing further, bros. Put over by 6 wire, 6 wire. 6 wire just remove power.
Author of a book entitled Empire of Scientism, The Spirit and Conspiracy, and Inevitability of Scientocracy.
10-4, midnight 33.
Yes, we welcome here as a friend, not only here on the Dr.
Sky Experience,
but another venue. He continues with us as we continue to talk with him.
10-4, midnight 33.
Information. But before we go to the whole Paxilica story, let's go to line number 3, Max in Manhattan. You've been patient. Good morning. Thanks for being with us. You're
Yes, Dr. Sky, Patrick Wood, thank you for taking my call.
underground conversation that has been surfacing when it comes to these AI football fields is that all of this is being planned due to some sort of pole shift that's occurring. And I wasn't able to put it together how one has to do with the other, but they seem to come from a fairly reliable source, and it's something that we should consider. And Patrick Wood, what do you think of this?
Interesting.
I missed the word in the first part of the conversation. What he was talking about.
Max, if you would repeat your commentary.
Sure. It seems that there's an underground conversation concerning these AI plans, and that is that there is a pole shift that is occurring, and we're scrambling to put it together.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, you're talking about the North Pole?
Stand by one more message.
There's two. There's magnetic, and there's, of course, the magnetic one is
Reminder, the supervisor on the scene of an incident consistently reevaluates personnel present and has non-essential personnel resume patrol.
I see the phenomena. I don't like it. I mean, I don't think it can be caused by humans necessarily, but if the magnetic North Pole switches, that's kind of what scientists are saying at this point. If it switches to the south versus the north, it's going to be kind of upsetting for the whole planet. So I don't know if that's going to happen. Maybe it's happened in history. Maybe Dr. Sky can explain it better than I can.
Well, not better. I can give a little more information on it, Max. It's called the geomagnetic pole. We're talking magnetic pole shift. And it's so interesting because as it creeps slowly, if you take a look at the map right now, it's not centered exactly at the 90-degree point on the Earth in the North Pole. It kind of wanders. It was in Canada. It moved up, of course, near the pole and around. And I believe it's arcing over towards Siberia. The problematic thing there is, I don't know how that would affect, these data centers unless they have something that we don't know about. But it's not for a long time because of the polar magnetic shift on the Earth. Thank God, right, Patrick and Max, that it's not going to happen. A polar shift, magnetically reversal, that's not going to happen anytime soon. Have we confused you more, Max, or are we doing okay?
Well, I mean, there's also they had this on video also of the Russian government moving a lot of their agricultural fields to different locations than they were originally in. So it looks like someone has their eyes open concerning this, and the Ruskies, whether you like them or not, usually do have their eyes open.
Well, Max, one more comment on this. For anybody who's an aviator out there, if you have runways, 24R, left, whatever numbers, they're apparently going to have to change, obviously, over time as this magnetic pole shift takes place. And again, it may not seem a lot to many people, but when you're an airline pilot and you're flying on instrumentation, you want to make sure that you go to the right runway. And even if you were off by, a couple of 100 feet, if you had bad weather, there's a concern, but I can't relate it, but your points are very well taken, Max. Always appreciate your time. Let's go up to the state of Maine right now, ladies and gentlemen. Line number 4, Frank in Maine. Good morning. You're on the Dr. Sky Experience, and you also may have some information about what? Your governor is either approving or disapproving a moratorium on data centers. Good morning, Frank. How you doing?
Absolutely, Dr. Sky. Always a pleasure to talk to you and my guest. Yes, our governor is about to sign a moratorium on data centers, and also Governor Mills, and also on farmland, which is scary enough. But nevertheless, my question is about health. Human health and these data centers, and what is has there been any research on the impact of human health in relation to these data centers? My question number 1, I have 2 questions actually, but that's question number 1. Has there been any research or a correlation between cancer or whatever disease and these data centers and the power they release?
Patrick?
Okay. Do you have another question also, or should I just handle this one?
I question is, with the relation of farmland, which, by the way, in Maine,
You marked that job 98,
a lot
right?
of
It was
forests
98
that they want to clear from the data centers, which we're trying to oppose. My question is, what will it do to the wildlife? I mean, there's bats that rely on sonar, and there's other animals that rely on smells, and you know, they have instincts that relate. How will it affect the animals and the wild animals? Will it change their behaviors, and will it change their dynamics?
Well, you bring up
That's a great question. Great question. They're both related.
He's a regular caller, and the other thing is some good information.
Excellent. There are two questions. They both relate to health of either humans or animals. Let's take it just on that basis alone. There have been lots of pre-studies at this point to measure the impact, for instance, of radiation, of heat sinks, because these data centers put out a huge amount of heat. This one in Utah, 40,000 acres. If that actually gets built, it might even change the local climate. With all the heat is going to generate. Then you have the business of homes are. We've seen them, and for instance, the windmills that they've erected all over the world. These things are just absolutely destroying the environment around them because animals can't handle the constant harm. So just drive you crazy, but can it give you psychological things as well? So would wildlife be disturbed? Absolutely, positively. They didn't ask for it for sure, but if they're anywhere around, living around the fence line of one of these data centers, there's going to be trouble. There's no doubt there's going to be trouble. So, you know, these studies have been done in advance. They should have been. But they haven't been at this point. So, great question. We need studies on this desperately.
Well, Frank, you're always insightful, but I didn't know this, and I know Patrick, just the last comment from both sides. Is it true, I think I heard you saying that the governor of your state has signed the moratorium, or is that, did I hear you put it this way?
No. It's in the process of.
In the process.
And but the governor is running, well, stepped off of the Senate race because her poll numbers are so low that she can't win. But that's neither here nor there. She is a very progressive, you know, person who is milling about this bill becoming a law, and it's very scary. But I appreciate the answer, and I would like to write my congressman up here, who is Congressman Goldman, about research on these data centers to see what those do, what the effects of those are. I noticed about, like, you know, human health and cancer or whatever. But I appreciate it. I know you have a lot of calls, Dr. Scott. I don't want to leave you, and you have a good night.
You know, I appreciate it. You know, I may be joining you seriously up in Maine. They're in the heat and obstreperous heat here in Phoenix when it reaches in July, right, Patrick? 122 degrees or more. We may want to come to the beautiful piney woods of Maine. So consider us as maybe being stowaways in your area. But thank you, Frank in Maine. Appreciate your time with us. Interesting.
By the way, Dr. Stein, let me encourage him to write this governor and encourage her to get sign this bill. It's already passed. I think the House and Senate up there is just waiting for her to sign it. And there's great hope that she will at this point. She is progressive. But let me tell you, Tucson, Arizona is the most progressive place to see anywhere in the country. They set a data center package with 500 plus angry citizens that went to the city council harms them or appeals them.
Well, it's good, Patrick.
To run this thing out of town.
Right, it's not a partisan thing. You can be on the Democratic side,
Exactly.
on the Republican side, or independent. It's about the future of what's going to happen. And just like the metamorphosis of the butterfly, and again, that's a beautiful thing in nature, but do we singularly want to become transformed into something that we never were asked our opinion of? And quickly, ladies and gentlemen, as we move through time and space, stay tuned tomorrow for the Dr. Scott Experience, Saturday midnight to 2 a.m. Sunday. Our theme, American Exceptionalism. How about that one? Celebrating Armed Forces Weekend. Special guest Andy Ross. You hear about him as a patriot, public speaker, chasing the American dream. What a musician. And he's burning with patriotic fuel. And in hour number 2, we continue on the subject by your request, ladies and gentlemen. We talk with the retired United States Navy intelligence captain, Bill Kupo, new MUFON investigator, on his deep dive. This guy is really good on the latest government documents on the UFO situation, and also his analysis of UFO legend Robert Lazar and some of the claims that have been there. That and so much more here on the Dr. Scott Experience. We like to call it Theater of the Mind. And some have said, well, this particular radio show could be classified as the Dr. Scott Experience, an antidote to negative news fatigue. If you're tired of negative news, we try to balance it out. We will be right back.
77 WABC Newsroom Extra.
Well, this year, for the first time, there's a halftime show at the World Cup final. Yeah, halftime show.
What's a halftime show? The FIFA World Cup tournament is well set in the way of fans are going to be in for a treat at the final game this year. Both players Chris Martin is curating the first ever halftime performance. He posted a video on social media with Elmo recruiting some big names.
How do we get hold of BTS? Well, who's on the phone, Elmo?
BTS, I'm Elmo's big guy.
Elmo and I were wondering if you guys might want to join us on July 19th.
We'll be there, Chris.
Thank you so much.
Also in the lineup are mega pop stars Madonna and Shakira. The final match is taking place July 19th from New Jersey's MetLife Stadium. There are still some tickets available, but it's going to cost you big with nosebleed seats going for nearly $8,000. I'm Rosemary Bali for 77 WABC News.
Coming up tomorrow morning at 6 on Let the Record Show with Judge Richard Weinberg, Chairman Jesse Garcia, and Eric Levine, Esquire. This week on the show, we go on the record as Jesse Garcia calls out AOC's struggling district as she and her progressive colleagues are getting arrested.
If you walk through AOC's district, what you're going to see are burnt down buildings, you're going to see closed down businesses, and you're going to see a bunch of hookers, illegal aliens, and drug dealers.
It's Let the Record Show, holding court for you on the show. 77 WABC. This is the Dr. Sky Experience. Always the Sky. 77 WABC. Now, here's Dr. Sky.
Hi, it's KC from KC the Sunshine Band. You're listening to Dr. Sky Experience on 77 WABC. Get up and shake your booty. That's the way I like it.
And 4:35 taken on the time at midnight 47 to remember to the research prisoners, the 4 patient RP, ensure factor safety locks are engaged. Do I have an available 30 units for transport at North Avenue on the Charlie?
The Empire now rules by information superhighways to our soul. Another incredible quote from James Sunner. His other book, Tech Bondage, Slavery. 47 minutes after the hour, Patrick Wood, of course, is with us, as he is every month, sharing with you information. Let's continue with the callers. I know we promised everybody to hear about Pax Silica, but we do have plenty of time here, Patrick, and that one will probably take us a good time. Another time into hour number 2.
3-3 Adam 1, you still out at home?
Patiently in the Theater of the Mind, we welcome them in. Line number 2, Mark, upstate New York. Good morning.
25 Production 1. 25 Production 1.
Sky, how are you? Today, but we've only touched the tip of the...
Oh, no, that's too high. Wow, where do you get Casey from Casey and the Sunshine Band? That's amazing. You get everybody.
You just call them up and you ask them to go on. No. That one, I can't drag. But But that one took a good month to get. But they're coming into all locations. They were just in Morristown, New Jersey last week. And they
you know, the 70s, we said disco thing. I wasn't into it in the 70s, but nostalgically speaking, I kind of missed the disco thing. Like KC, they were good, you know. KC and Sunshine Band.
They're still good, my friend. So how are you handling this technocracy thing, Martin? Tell us what's going on.
Well, not well. I'm kind of not into technology or technocracy. I kind of prefer radio. I stopped watching TV now and this is radio because, as you say, it's theater of the mind. That you have to, one has to use your imagination.
There you go.
And you listen to a good radio host like you, and it paints a picture in words. People today, they are used to seeing pictures provided for them, and it's, you know, so you don't have to use your imagination. So they become dumbed down and they don't know how to use your imagination.
You're right, Martin, because what is it? Imagination is part of it. Isn't that true? See, we can think what we want, and nobody now has control. Patrick?
Yeah, one stop, one under for the White Claw portfolio.
Yes, indeed. I just got to agree on all the points. Yeah, he's great.
It's incredible. Martin, I appreciate it. You have any other questions? You've got a moment. We don't want to cut people
I don't have a question, but as far as the internet, you know, you ask somebody today directions to go someplace, they can't tell you because everybody's got that GPS. Directions to get someplace, they can't tell me because they're just following GPS everywhere they go.
Boy, I like you, Martin. You know, the love of my life is Diana, and she's really high tech. So we get in the car, right, Patrick? I mean, you haven't met her. And she's got that GPS going, and I'm over there going, look, I know these roads back and forth. Well, I don't. So leave me alone, she'll say. And she's probably right, Martin?
There's also another
you always say yes
job
on
coming
that,
over
is that correct?
for Aspen. Honestly, Reese, one in the same, you can just let me know.
Thanks for being with us.
Let me say, you can't find a paper map anymore either.
That's right.
Like we used to get, you know, from the service stations and stuff.
Triple A, I used to be the best guy in the world. I'd go down there and use my membership, and I had maps from every corner of the earth. Even the stars on the box. It was great. Martin, thanks for calling us out there in upstate New York. Let's go to line number 3 as we move to the top of hour number 1. Line number 3, we welcome Kristen in Manhattan. Good morning. How are you?
Who are you talking? Christine, you said?
Oh, Christine. It shows up as Kristen. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'm listening to this fascinating and horrifying show. Because again, Einstein and his famous comment, the difference between genius and mediocrity is that genius knows its
Are you injured is what I'm asking
when you
you.
talk about these technologies that are coming out, nobody knows what
Are you injured? Do you need a bus? Or is the person need a bus?
results will be. You see some terrifying changes in climate and in wildlife.
Alright, can I have it available for you to respond to the last thing on the break, please?
Terrified because they clearly don't know what they're doing when they get here. I don't know where they get the money
Alright,
and the
guys,
power from
one at a time.
to do what
Crime
they're
reduction
doing. But somebody's got to stop it.
Wow, Christine.
Crime reduction 1. Alright, we're having a lot of violations. Anyone else?
Yeah, that's
Patrick?
Alright, we're having a lot of
She's saying it right.
violations.
We got to put a foot brake in.
We have at least 3 people now who are signing on.
Yeah, I already put her 85. She has an under. Yeah, she has an under, but she called it 85, so.
Delivered to the public about any of this stuff. And this is the travesty of technocracy. These people, they get this idea in their head. Well, they're just going to go ahead and do it.
So you're calling for units, they have to go, so.
And they look at the people as basically the morons of society. So you'll never see a consent form coming out of it.
I'm asking, but she's not answering.
This is one of the problems. People are waking up to what's going on. Wait a minute, what about the wildlife? What about this?
So who is injured?
Reined in just like that.
I'm asking for both.
But we have to get together as a
Christine, thank you for your insightful comments. It's much appreciated here because the whole world just heard what you said. It's very important. Thanks for being part of the Dr. Sky experience, Christine. So the line before the hour runs out. Stu in Brooklyn, you've been patient. Good morning. And what's your concerns about this?
Good morning, gentlemen. I hear all the negativity about placing data centers, power plants.
I need a 20-unit to Union Turnpike to pick up for another.
Nobody right now, but see, that's the next high ground, obviously. You know, we've heard the word about space, the final frontier, of course, sci-fi. But hey, you know, in tongue-in-cheek, no, you're right. I mean, we want to be protected from this. But let me say this, and I want to say this to you, Stu, and to everybody listening, and of course to Patrick. I'm not against technology. I might have my concerns, but who cares what I think? It's what you think in this vast audience out there. So, Stu, bring up some interesting points. It's kind of a little on the comedy side, but hey, who knows? Maybe that is a solution. I can actually move some of these devices far away.
So, exactly. Let me just give you not the counter for that, but Elon Musk has a plan to put data centers in space. This is a true story. He's talking about launching satellites that have solar collectors to power the data centers in space. They don't need any cooling. That's one of the problems they have on Earth. There's not. So his idea is to put them in space. I don't want that. But he's got to if he gets the wild hair to do it. I think we'll probably see some types of data centers moving into space.
Right? So if it's in low orbit, God help us if one of these giant data centers comes crashing down. That makes a much more magnanimous problem. But still, thanks to your insight, it's a future of science. Maybe a solution to put these places in place.
All right, guys, respond issue that Essex is not Delancey.
Line number 5 closes out the hour. Kurt in New Jersey, you've been patient. You got a couple of minutes before we go to the top of the hour.
All right, thank you. We'll be starting to comment on AAA and the MAX and all that. We do lose a bit as we progress through. We lose pieces of culture. But one thing besides, Federico Fagan, I'm sure you're familiar with him, who created the first microprocessor back in the 70s, and his views on AI development, same thing with Stephen Hawking, thinking that it will be the starry end of the human race. And he also corrected Einstein. So, you got to look at it from their perspective. However, we don't even have the electrical power to our grid is so of improvement in upgrades. You are right. Yes. Yeah. So power. And the other piece of this is that these chips become more and more developed. Just like the ON Semi came out with one last year, which uses a graphene. It's a silicon graphene. So 50% of the chips that this is in development, still moving on, but they've conquered that piece. They use 50% of the power. So as things progress, these things become less and less intrusive, but we don't have the power. They have to have their own power plant. And the cooling systems, you have cold loop, you have glycol systems, you have closed loop systems. There's many different types of cooling that occurs. It doesn't necessarily have to in order from the community, and that should be part of it. You got to provide your own power, and you're going to have to come up with your own solution. If you give them the problem, they'll find a solution. The technology will work, imagination, creativity, and science will find the solution.
Well, thank you very much. What the clock rules here, you're inside. You're right on talking about some of the details behind what goes on in these data centers and the whole world. of this data communication and this relentless ability for people to become into the digital world. Thank you, Kurt. Sorry to cut you short, but the clock rolls. That's not an excuse. That's a fact. Patrick, we'll continue in hour number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, still time, 1-800-848-9222 to express your opinions, your concerns. And of course, as Patrick is saying too, people can do things about this, at least as an organized group of people doing it non-violently. If they want to so do that, write their legislatures or do other things.
Can you pick up I got an under unit turnpike for quality of life. Can you provide transport?
Even though that's a beautiful thing in nature, but we have to wonder about.
Copy, then I'm back into the station by 7th Avenue and Queens Boulevard.
I don't like that. Well, with Patrick Wood,
the other response unit ready
as we move from hour number 1, hour number 2, 1-800-848-9222. We will be right back.
20 response to. Yes, thank you for patient. If you did the location over to our shares, you can mark it 98.1. 3 response 1. 10-4, 3 response 1. Sammy, Morgan 91 again. 10-4, 20 gram section 3. Crown protection. 75 and 8 going to 7. 10-4, need 3 units of Leopard.
WRCR Haberstraw.
20 response 1, unit 4.
84
10-4, be advised, Johnson Road, Mark Sandiak. And 2-3 units of Leopard Boulevard for 50 disorderly over 6 wires. Customer refusing to be trained.
It comes as several foregone companies are making a comeback. Party City Balloons are back at Staples. Bed Bath & Beyond is teaming up with the Container Store. And even Toys R Us is back at Macy's. Some customers tell Fox 5 they like this revival.
I think that it's nice to have someplace to shop with our feet instead of our fingers.
I think it's great.
Response auto voter.
Don't like to shop on
49 and 7th Avenue.
Only time can tell
For
how
one
this
specialized
will play out.
And they're trying to capitalize on
Alright, one specialized sergeant, I'm sorry, your last time is going to be 101 hours, November 36th, prisoner. Proposed place of harm to be in the back of safety on track use, okay? That was one response, one heading there?
That consumers think legacy brands are twice as trustworthy as new businesses. So the big names are hoping to cash in on those feelings. I'm Glenn Bobby for 77 WABC News.
Keeping you up to date with the news and information you need. You can trust Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Look to the sky.
Look to the sky. The Dr. Sky Experience is up.
To your right is 84.
77 WABC. Now, here's Dr. Sky.
You've chosen the powerhouse network signal. Talk Radio 77 WABC. Sorry, Ryan, we thank you. From all around the nation, around the world, and who knows, ladies and gentlemen, even out to the cosmos. Proudly broadcasting from the center of the universe, New York City, to the nation of the world. Welcome to the hour number 2, as we call it. The Dr. Sky Experience. If you're a first-time listener, or one the show that talks about the mysteries and worlds of astronomy, space, aviation, weather, celebrity guests, and stories of American exceptions. We like to call it a theater of the mind of sorts. Many people have described the show, and they say something like this. The Dr. Sky Experience is an antidote to negative news fatigue. If you're tired of the negativity. And as the esteemed Steve Allen once said, radio is theater of the mind, but television, in his opinion, is theater of the mind. What say you? As we continue with this weekend's experience, we talk with Patrick Wood, a man who's at technocracy.news, the author of many books. His specialization is stories of technocracy and transhumanism. Patrick, welcome back. Exciting. Lots of people interested in this. And if I may take liberty, yes. If I may take liberty,
I just want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's go.
7th Avenue.
I'm going to read something from one of your articles and take the liberty of doing it. The 20th century order ran on oil, steel, sealing, central banks, and military alliances. The 21st century order is being reorganized around compute, semiconductors, critical minerals, energy, data centers, logistic corridors, payment rails, and trusted capital. This is not rhetoric. It is now policy architecture. The State Department calls it the U.S.-led AI and supply chain framework built around secure technology supply chains, economic security, artificial intelligence, critical minerals, semiconductors, energy, manufacturing infrastructure, and trustworthy systems. Patrick, you wrote the article. Tell us more about this whole story of Pax Silicon. Because it relates very much, ladies and gentlemen, to what just happened within the last 48 hours, where our president, Donald John Trump, meeting the leader of China and bringing along a host, a plethora of individuals from the tech world. This is amazing. I couldn't believe what I saw, all those people. But I don't think, Patrick, they all got off Air Force One, right? You wouldn't put all those people.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, I would think for safety reasons you wouldn't dare do that, right? But go ahead.
Probably not. Most of them flew in their own planes.
I would imagine they had to get clearance from the Chinese to land in these big locations. But no, to me, on a real serious note, I can't imagine. That was just so incredible. You have the world's powerhouses in those worlds, their realms, right there. Tell us what this whole means so people can understand what's going on with Pax Silicon.
But this whole program started, the declaration started in the State Department last December. And when they rolled it out, it was kind of curious because it wasn't a treaty. They didn't say it was a treaty. It wasn't even an agreement. They called it a declaration. But basically what it said to any country that wanted to join the declaration, they said, if you want to join, we'll give you everything that we have on AI. All of the technology will be at your disposal. We'll give you the latest the latest technology and keep giving it to you. AI data centers, the operating system, the applications, you name it, you can have it all. But only if you agree that you won't misuse it. In other words, you follow our terms of service. And so all of a sudden, multiple countries just jumped at the chance to get into this declaration. And they, I see where they want to get their hands on what we have, but the reason that the administration did that was to entice them to be part of our system with AI, because it's all tied together. All these servers will be tied together. So if any country that takes our technology, they have to answer back to the home base, which is the United States. You see how devious this is. So when they went to the UAE, for instance, that was the first signatory almost. They went to Qatar. They went to UK. They signed in. Other countries as well. So what this did, as far as isolating China, China has spent billions of dollars to create this, what they call the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI. There's a trade routes around the world who would benefit China. Well, when the Pax Silicon Initiative was announced, one by one, China's allies dropped away from them to get signed up with us. You see? So this is a real life all of a sudden. It's like a dust magnet, if you will. Everybody wanted to be part of what the United States was doing. China couldn't offer that. So, at this point, when Trump went to Washington, or to Beijing, with all the entourage, basically the proposal is, well, we cut you off from your oil supply into Venezuela. We've disrupted the oil supply in the Strait of Hormuz and Iran as well. And we've isolated you from your former allies, if you will, like and all of a sudden China's left without a hook to hang its coat on. Sure, it was very devious how they did this, but the proof is in the eating and the pudding, as they say.
So what is it? Is this like a forced course, and I'll get into this with you in detail, and I'm sure the callers will have their questions as they already are. This is interesting. So I've never seen anything like this. You have a presidential visit, and then all of a sudden, all these dignitaries from all big corporations here, not to go through the whole litany of lists, of course, Elon Musk, as he described himself, not he, but from Tesla, well, what about SpaceX, Apple's Tim Cook, Boeing's Steve Jobs, GE Aerospace's Larry Culp, BlackRock's Larry Fink, Blackstone's Stephen Schwarzman. The list goes on. I mean, it's just so incredible. So each one of those people have the power in their corporations to what? Build this big cohesive engine, and not to put words in your mouth, what? To have a large-scale control of where the AI architecture goes and prevent any non-signatories from being part of that. So it's like a cabal of people. Well, hopefully they're doing this in the best interest of mankind, but I'm not naive. Nor are you.
You might remember a few months ago that President Trump and the State Department were totally against giving China our most advanced computer chip to run AI data centers. There was a blackball against NVIDIA from selling anything to China. And all of a sudden, at the last minute, President Trump convinced Jensen Huang, the leader of the NVIDIA, CEO and chairman, to board Air Force One in Alaska and fly with them to China. And along the way, obviously, they made a deal with Jensen to sell chips now to China. And so the door all of a sudden flip-flopped, but nevertheless, the door is open now for the U.S. and NVIDIA to sell its most advanced chips to China. This shows you the flip-flop that took place. Now, I'm not saying that China has signed on to Pax Silica, but you see the dregs of it at this point. Trump is enticing them. Look, you play ball with us, join our technocracy, with our global technocracy. We'll take care of you with our computer chips and our technology, whatever, to make you more successful.
Well, the metamorphosis is taking shape right in front of our own eyes. But again, you didn't hear this in the mainstream media. You didn't hear that. No, I'm nothing like it. But let's go to college because they really want to see the right kind of issues about imagination since we can't see the picture. Go to line number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We listen to this. You just say, good morning. That should be the photo show. You're on the air. We have you. One more time. Go right ahead.
Yes, you so good. You're beautiful. Dr. Sky, I just want to ask you a question. Can you refresh my mind with the word intuition? What is explain intuition for me?
Well, I would think it's the ability to go deeper into subject matters that you don't necessarily, like you're sitting in a room, let's say, that you have some kind of a sixth sense about something, I would think, an ability to maybe perceive things in a different light than maybe other people do. Maybe everybody has a level of intuition, the ability to recognize or think deeper into something. And that's why we like to call theater of the mind, because it goes into imagination. Patrick, you jump in. You're a scholar on this very subject. I know you certainly do.
This is a great word for sure, and we're all endowed with intuition. We consider it, I think, probably, minimize it, but this is a trait that you need to hone. And intuition is the thing that keeps you out of danger, for instance. It might keep you in love on the other side. But intuition is a very big part of human existence, I do believe.
Right, and without conscious reasoning, as many people would think, or analytical thought, And that's why, you know, it relates so much to what we call theater of the mind, because we're not saying we're right on every subject. We're certainly not there, you know, we're not selling books, magazines, and things like that, you know, just to make the cash register right here. But obviously it's not a problem either for those that have those. But any other comment or question that you have? Because we do have a full board.
Yes, what about permit? I forgot the word now.
Premonition. Well, Patrick, why don't you take that one? You're the scholar of these subjects of deep thought too.
Yeah, that's a kind of a spooky word, premonition. It has been misused, I'm sure, in lots of sectors, philosophies around the world. It's a hard thing to say. Some people, if you could say that something was going to happen, then it did happen, you might say, well, I had a premonition that was going to happen some way or whatever, or harm me some way. Right. Exactly. So it's kind of hard. It's a hard word to describe, I think. But I would take all of the occultic sense out of it, for sure. I do not believe in the occultic use of the word. But it's an English language that does communicate a certain thought that you had some type of a sense that something was going to happen. Maybe it was related.
Intuitive feeling, a strong intuitive feeling.
Exactly. Maybe the intuition that led you to think something might happen, and you had some premonition then.
That's good. Dina, thank you. You bring up some interesting points with the definitions that, you know, you're helping us to give the listeners out there a better understanding. Radio show. Let's go to line number 4. Ray in Delaware. You've been patient. Good morning. How are you? Thanks for being here.
Gentlemen, fabulous show. And right now we're the leaders in artificial intelligence, even though in China has their children in school learning artificial intelligence and English. But we are always the leaders, no matter what anybody thinks. We have something that's called grid storage batteries, and our capacities now are unbelievable, where we have more in reserve than we've ever had before, which can balance out any problems of any kind of energy needs for data centers. That is a major breakthrough for us too. That's never talked about. Our capacity to develop new energy sources are unheralded around the world. But the thing is, I like to say to people, we have a system in our country where we actually are turning the country over to the third world. Now, I know Mr. Wood's going to disagree because he has to, but he's turning over technology to the Omar, and they become the power leaders in the government. Once you leave the government, you take over the military, the sciences, the printing press, $100 bills, and Omar Khatib, Congressman Ortiz, Jeffries, will be the people in charge of all this stuff. Don't deny that they won't. Once they're the leaders in government, they control everything. They make the rules and the regulations. So forget about not to forget about, but think about who you're turning this over to. This unbelievable and the most powerful military. And
listen, let me say this to you. I couldn't be more in agreement with you. See, I don't normally talk the things that I've done on shows before, like the Cult to Right show, where we talked about American exceptionalism, which I do talk about in a lighthearted way, about truth, justice, and American love. But I agree with you. American
I agree with them. We have a force being unleashed on us in this country. The AI force, if you will. It's being run by oligarchs outside of government regulation and oversight. This is a dangerous philosophy, whatever you want to, however you frame it. It's a dangerous thing to do. It's your trust and just a few billionaire oligarchs to run the country with AI. That's dangerous in my opinion. But I agree with you. On the other hand, the people of our country need to be involved in the discussion. Who are designated elected officials? That this is a government that's supposed to protect the people. And if they don't do the job, we suck. So I agree. We have to be responsible for our own outcomes. What's happened with AI phenomena, it's gone rogue on its own. It can't be controlled at this point by the government. And they blustered that they can, but obviously they can't because AI is advancing so fast. It's doubling every 4 months right now. That's inconceivable.
I know. We talked about, what was it, Patrick? Not to cut you short. Moore's law was a different type of transition when technology became obsolete. Now, I can't put words in anybody's mouth, certainly not yours. It's not months, it's probably even days if you look at the AI process. Right?
This is a dangerous thing, and all I'm going to say about it is that if we cannot control the technology, eventually they'll use it to eat us.
Right. Thank you so much. You know, I'm with you, my brother. Look, I talk more about these very subjects, but I do like to concentrate on what they asked me to talk about. And nobody's told me I couldn't talk about it. But stories of American exceptionalism like tomorrow, doing the great promotion here. We have a gentleman, and this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, is Armed Forces Weekend. How many times do you even hear about it? We'll be talking about it with Andy Ross. He's an unbelievable guy. He's like a Ted Nugent, but he wouldn't like me saying that because he's a bow hunter, a patriot, a public speaker, chases the American dream, he burns patriotic fuel. He's there to talk about the wonderful experiences and the salute to our military members in all of the 6 branches of the military. The newest, of course, is Space Force. Let's say good morning as we continue to move down the line here. Let's see who we have. We have so many callers. We're just so grateful for this. Let's see if we got, but let's go to line number 5. Carl in New Jersey. You've been patient. Sorry, I almost missed you there. How you doing? Carl, you're on the air. Going once. I guess we don't have Carl. Okay, let's move on to line number 3, gentlemen. And we want to thank our helmsmen. They're very busy back there maintaining all the wonderful callers. Line number 3, we welcome Pamela, New Jersey. Good morning. Thanks for being on the show.
Good morning. Good morning. You know, I've always been a conservative. I understand we need a certain amount of oil so we don't die from the cold. But I think that we're going down a real bad hill here. I know an older Eastern Tennessee couple who got ripped off by the realtor, didn't tell them an AI center was going up.
That's terrible.
And now they have to listen to the hum and everything. And they're all growing up in rural areas of New Jersey. A shout out to Andover for fighting against it. Good for you. And now we've learned we've got plenty of oil because of the world commodity market. Our prices are going up. I got ripped off again with buying a pizza the other day because there's no pennies anymore, so they took 7 cents from me. And our trees are very expensive, and our utilities are sky high. And how is this helping us? Because people on the stock market making a lot of money off of it. And Warren County, beautiful Warren County, 206 up there in Orleans, Sandhurst, New Jersey, they're building these 30, 40 AI centers, and they're going to kill animals, change our environment. And how is that helping us? How is that helping us? My life isn't any different. My town and city is crowded, filthy, dirty, nobody following the speed limit. My life is getting more and more rotten while the rich are getting richer. This is from a conservative.
You're right, but let me ask you, do I have a sister that I don't know about? Her name is Pamela. Wow. Let me tell you something. That was a lot of power. You know how many calories you just expended out into the universe? That's powerful stuff. And you're right on. Patrick, she walks right into the theater of the mind, and she's noticed immediately because of her interesting commentary. Patrick, tell us about that response. It's always a good one.
I know. This is the proverbial chick, the kitchen sink. She cut it off in one state. Number one, we're kind of talking about AI today. Yes, people need to fight against these stupid AI data centers. And as far as health effects, the story that you have about this farmer who, maybe it's not a farmer, but this person bought a house and all of a sudden there's a data center right next door. The hum is driving them crazy.
Oh, you're right.
I guarantee you they'll leave the house at some point. Things will be condemned.
That's a horrible news.
So long.
Wow. I hope we continue to call our show because we need this kind of energy here, and I thank you for being part of it.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree with you more, Pamela. So let's continue as we go to the heartbreak at the bottom of the hour here. Let's go to line number 2 and welcome Dominic in New Jersey in Needletown. I understand you're in Needletown. Good morning, Dominic. How are you?
Yes, right. Hello, gentlemen. Dr. Sky Patrick, another great show. And I am using my imagination here, and I'm trying to go a little bit out of the thought process here of what you've been speaking about with AI. I personally feel as much as AI is doing harm to our environment and all the other things that your guests have, spoke about here today, I really think that the public, are caught in a crossfire between ourselves and our adversaries worldwide. I think that it's necessary. We're kind of in an arms race with other countries, right? So instead of, if two superpowers in the past never went into a full conventional war, I don't believe anyone can win a conventional war any longer. If you look at the drones that Iran is using now, they've proven that they can take out pretty much, any of our Tomahawk missiles. We're trying to shoot our Tomahawk missiles to take out a few of their drones. We've already expended, millions of dollars on a $500 drone. And then as far as, looking at Taiwan, if a country like China wants to, invade them, they're proving that all they have to do is just pull the plug and sabotage everything. So regular conventional war, I believe, doesn't work anymore. And I think it's all going to come down to cyber attacks. And I feel like we're really at war right now for a Cold War or an arms race with China. And I believe that's the reason why Trump went there with all of these technocrats, to kind of show him, this is what we have. This is our might. Instead of showing, the Chinese government that we've got tanks and planes and whatnot, which we do. But our technocrats and our companies are really what is going to be fighting there in a non-conventional war. And I really think it's kind of necessary, but it's also hurting our environment. I just wanted to get your thought on this arms race, of course.
Well, that's amazing, Dominic.
Arms race.
The clock is running out, but always appreciate all of the callers here. Patrick, I think we've set a record on the Dr. Sky Experience. This is the record. The most phone calls so far to date for this particular show in the 2-hour period. So, Patrick, wow, thanks for being a guest.
Let me put the arms race.
No, Subway Safety Sergeant 1. It was a Subway Safety Sergeant I. You can put it under mine. You can put it under B, Subway Safety Sergeant 2.
375
he did the buses one
AI data centers, actual data centers in general. In America, we have over 4,000 at this point. This is imbalance. China is not beating us on AI by any stretch of imagination. They have lots of energy, lots of pull, granted, but they don't have the prowess, the depth of the AI that we have. And one of the reasons I think that Trump has enticed them by selling the latest chips now from NVIDIA to develop their data centers. Probably they'll link up with our data centers at some point, but I'll say that's my comparison. I don't think there's an arms race with China at this point. We're so far ahead of them on any measure, it's not even funny. This is a statistic you can look at yourself, by the way. Search for it on Google or whatever. You'll find out what it's want to talk about.
Interesting. Patrick, and first of all, let me thank Dominic in New Jersey for being a part of the show. And all these great callers. I mean, Patrick, we're so fortunate to have people that are in the theater. And in just a moment, what we're going to do, like they do with any good theater, they don't do it necessarily now. We're going to take an intermission. We recommend everybody go to the snack bar. And that's a good way to put it, right? But I'm thinking more in terms of driving movies. So hey, go to the snack bar, get yourself something to drink, and continue here. Many callers still coming in to the theater of the mind here. We will get to you, I promise. At 1-800-848-9222. As we continue to talk with you, Patrick, we've just touched the surface. We have about 20 different topics here, and I'd like to kind of prioritize some of those in the last half hour. And of course, thank you. Technocracy.news is how you can find much more about Patrick Wood. You got about a minute. Tell us about any new book that you have coming out. I understand something's in the works.
I know my latest book here, The New Economics of Technocracy, subtitled You Will Own Nothing. This is the follow-on book to The Final Betrayal. There was so much stuff that happened after the release last November of our first book. I had to write another book. And I'm not sure if another book will be required by the end of this year with stuff moving so fast as it is.
Well, keep them coming. More with Patrick Wood and you, Theater of the Mind. The Dr. Stein Experience continues here on this powerhouse signal, Low Torch. We call it Talk Radio 77. We'll be right back.
Hayes Joe Piscopo is all the showcase lined up today. It's Francis Albert Sinatra, and I'm honored to play his music, share some stories, and just swing.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We are with Nielsen rated #1.
In the morning. That's me.
We can't stop delivering entertaining and informative news, talk, and music. We can't stop giving you the best light up in talk radio. We can't stop dancing every weekend with New York tested, listener approved. WABC and the 77 WABC app.
This life is more than just a read-through.
The Dr. Sky Experience is on the air. 77 WABC. Now, Dr. Sky.
Hi, this is Jim McCarthy speaking of the Yardbird. I've got a great new book out called Nobody Told Me, and you're listening to the Dr. Sky Show. Always remember to keep your eyes to the skies.
Globalization was a tactic rather than a strategy. The strategy was control and termination of Homo sapiens, as we know it. Another incredible quote from James Tilley, author of many books, Empire of Scientism, Conspiracy, and Inevitable Tyranny of Scientocracy. Patrick Wood, he of course has given us and broke a little record here on our show. And he took more calls than any other of our shows, and we appreciate all of our great guests in the short period of time. Because these subjects are important to people. Like that of the metamorphosis, I should say, of a butterfly. That's a beautiful thing in nature. But do you want to be metamorphosized without your Patrick, this is a fascinating bunch of topics here. I want to get on to one here, your opinion on this. You talk about a concept called tokenization. You have an article about real estate. Define to this audience what tokenization is so people understand this. And then we'll ask a couple of comments about that too.
She said she has her own
tokenization. You mentioned before something called a future book that might have a tagline. You'll be happy. You'll own nothing. You'll be happy. What's tokenization? Hey, I came up with a good one. I didn't even know that.
The New Economics of Technocracy, You Will Own Nothing. The reason I wrote this simple article, people have been asking me forever, tell me what tokenization is all about. So here's the title of my article. It's on the homepage right now. Tokenization, a 7th grade explanation. Okay, so I do. I'm already
Number 48 is 28th Street, Barbara Williams line for
I'm sorry, I don't want to offend anybody, but this is where it took. Lots of people chimed in immediately. Oh, thank you for giving me an explanation that I can understand. Nevertheless, let me tell you what tokenization is about, and I'll use the example of your house, for instance. I'm not saying your house is going to be condemned or put in the ether sphere or whatever. I'm just giving an example, okay? So let's say you own a nice house, maybe $1 million, and you have an opportunity to tokenize your house, and you can split it into 1 million different shares, if you will, and sell those shares around the world. Anybody who wants to buy them. And once that process is done, you might have some tokens in your pocket, but you're not going to own the house at that point because you just gave all the wealth away that's associated with your house. And here's the problem. You can't, when a property is tokenized, its value is lifted out of the property, spread to the four winds, and what you're left with at this point, here's a scenario. You can't live in your token. You can't improve it, fence it, or hand the keys to your children. You hold a digital entry on somebody else's computer system at that point that says you have a claim on a fraction of the house. If the house burns down, gets condemned, or gets seized by the government, your token doesn't protect you in any way like a deed or insurance policy would. The token is only as good as a platform it sits on and the rules that platform enforces. Does this make sense?
Well, it does, but on the opposite side of the equation, I've been listening and speaking with individuals and doing some research on my own. And let's say in the securities world, there obviously are some benefits in this new economy for people. So, in your opinion, though, you're kind of delineating, you're talking about one sector for tokenization. I mean, what about the people that have an ability to show people how they can create wealth through this? And that may be an experience that many people who maybe they didn't have a gigantic portfolio now have the ability to participate in an economy and create some wealth for themselves. So what say you?
It might be the case for somebody who makes some money along the way. I wouldn't put it against it necessarily, but the problem with tokenization is it strips the property rights away from the owner. And whatever they might have as a user, like as a renter or a leaser or whatever, you have usage rights that you will not own the property yourself outright. This is sweeping the world. And Larry Fink with BlackRock has said multiple times in public, everything that can be tokenized will be tokenized. And then just incidentally, 3 weeks ago, the New York Stock Exchange, actually the firm that owns the New York Stock Exchange, they said lately they're going to tokenize the entire stock, every stock on the New York Stock Exchange. We're talking trillions of dollars of assets. It's incredible.
Interesting. Let's go to the. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let's get a follower.
Let's go to line number 5. He's been patient. Robert in New York City. You're on with Patrick Wood. Thanks for your patience. Robert, are you with us?
Hello, Dr. Sky. How are you?
Doing well, sir.
Thank you for taking my call. And Patrick, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you. And I'm very interested in your views on tokenization. Just to pick up on, I guess, the last conversation you had with Dr. Sky. I would agree with the comment you made about Larry Fink. Larry Fink has said that, and it said as much as anything that can be tokenized will be tokenized. I think that's a positive development for some of the reasons that Dr. Sky was alluding to. There are a lot of assets out there that don't really have access to investors. I would tie this in with a comment that you and Dr. Sky and other callers have made about oligarchies
and about concentration of wealth. If you look at President Trump's trip to China, he brought the top executives with him from the major companies. We have a problem in this country when it comes to getting capital to perhaps the most important sector, which happen to be private businesses. And in this country, we have over 33 million businesses. Less than 1% of them are public. And so the balance of those businesses really don't have access to capital markets. Give them an opportunity to present themselves to investors. So this way, both investors can benefit by getting in on high growth companies, and the companies themselves can access growth capital. And I'm just curious to get your view on this group.
Interesting. Thank you for the questions. Number one, I understand your position. I've heard this argument made, and it's a good one. But here's what you're going to trade. You'll be a good trade-off. Let's put it this way. Are you willing to give up the right to own private property in America? No. Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem with tokenization. It will strip Americans of all their property in the atom. Because property will not be owned by you once it's tokenized. You can't claim ownership over property. It'll be managed by somebody, maybe a management firm or whatever. But you won't own anything at that point. You might have a lot of space in your pocket. You might have some use of the property because you lease it now. But this will spell the end of private property in America. This is what makes America great in the first place, private property. We can't dare sacrifice the principle of owning private property.
Robert, you get an opportunity to respond here. We're all pressed on time with many callers, but no, you bring up some very insightful points. Please continue.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. So, Patrick, I see it completely from a different perspective. I would say that tokenization reinforces the right of a property holder. And to your point about you losing control, well, you always have control because you don't have to sell those tokens. You can tokenize the security, and there are a lot of value in simply doing that. But you don't have to sell the tokens to anyone. You can maintain ownership 100%. Tokens are good for people who are looking to sell assets or a interest in those assets. You could sell all of them, or you could sell part of them. Would be a great way to perhaps monetize an art collection, a coin collection, or a private business.
The campus to downtown Brain Flat, and we don't see any aid or EMS. Do you have any updates?
We do appreciate your calls.
No updates. We'll take them all back to
experience. I want to go before the break here and switch gears here. We'll go to our social media side of the equation. And we have a gentleman here, Patrick, Buzz from Kailua Kona, Hawaii. He's texting on this particular format. This is the powerful signal of WABC going everywhere. And pretty soon we'll get one from the moon. But the gentleman there, Buzz, asked this question. Regarding water consumption for data center, the one in Utah, is the water usage one-time? Is it a one-time use, or can it be chilled in-house and recirculated? Seems like a reasonable method to him. What would you say to Buzz out there in that great state of Hawaii?
Apparently, there's no process to recycle the water 100%. There was a water study done for the Utah facility. Remember that this is 40,000 acres. There was a water study done, but lo and behold, the citizens of the county can't get it sprung from whoever has their hands on it at this point. They're very livid over this because nobody will address the issue with them, how much water exactly is going to be consumed. So the study is there. The citizens know it. They're demanding it be released. The authorities are digging into their heels, into the ground, and they're not doing it yet. Maybe they'll do it with enough pressure. I don't know. But it needs to be released for sure.
Buzz in Hawaii, if you're listening, I'm sure you are. Thank you very much. It's a lot earlier in the evening. As it is in most time zones around the country. Isn't that amazing, Patrick? I mean, we're getting people from all over the place. So that's what we would expect, that is, when you have this power to you know, going on what?
So, yeah, 20 hours one.
Talk radio. I grew up with it, many people there, of course. And
thank you.
To owner and operator John Katzimatidis for giving me the opportunity to sit behind the microphone, and also from the executive staff, Chad Lopez, for making sure that in this particular we talk about mysteries, we talk about these different stories, and what we like to think of theater of the mind. Interesting, ladies and gentlemen, and your calls coming in. 1-800-848-9222. We'll get as many of you on the air as possible between now and the top of the hour. Patrick, I think I've done a terrible job, and I'm just kidding, and not to say I did a wonderful job being serious, that we have about 15 different topics here that we certainly cannot get to in the time that we have here. So what I'll do, after the break here, one more time, the book that you've just had about a year ago is what? Give us that information again, and also the event coming up on Monday for people to do a deep dive, more so than the time we had here, into this whole subject of Pax Silicon.
Indeed, we're going to have this will be on YouTube. You can go and search for Courtney Turner, that's COURTENAY with an E, and on there too. And it'll surface immediately, I think, and you just click on the button. It would be 3 o'clock Pacific. That would be 6 Eastern. And you can join the conversation. Please do. We want you to come with your questions.
And that's Monday.
And we'll try and answer.
Yeah, as we go to the break right now, we'll be right back with Patrick Wood. Your questions and comments as we extinguish hour number 2. So I have to say, as we move to the top of the hour, we'll be right back.
Hello, this is Sean Katzimatidis. Advertising here on WABC is just common sense. Nielsen has said that WABC is one of the leading AM stations in the country. Tell me what we can help you with. Increase your business at reasonable rates cross-country. Email me at cats@WABCradio.com, and I will get back to you and tell you the great deal that you can get on WABC. Email me at cats@WABCradio.com.
I'm
My name is Vinny Meduno, and today at 5 p.m., I kick off Music Radio 77 WABC by playing the best music, getting you ready for Cousin Mercy at 6. Plus, I open up the bottle, dusting off treasures and spinning the gems. So join me, Vinny Meduno, on the dance floor with the best music on the best station.
77 WABC honors the life of our friend Ed Mehmet.
Listen to this podcast now
on the Red Apple Podcast Network.
Cop Talk with Captain Ed Mehmet and Detective Kevin Schroeder.
Lori Capo, David Giordano. You think Commissioner Tischer's going to stick around?
I don't know. There's a lot of rumors, that they're getting along well behind the scenes. There's other rumors that, it's sometimes touch and go. It could be day to day. So it's hard to say. I think for right now, honestly, she's doing a very good job in keeping the ship righted. She's trying to balance what is essentially the impossible. She's trying to balance public opinion, mayor's agenda, the police department, and put the best face forward for the police department, and keeping morale up and motivated and having people do their job.
Yeah, that's an oil and water situation with her there. I mean, from two opposite sides of the tracks, those two. And you're right. And what a balancing act she's got to do.
Yeah, really. Every day.
Every day is right. Every day she's doing
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. New York opinions, New York attitude. You've got a voice. This is Talk Radio 77 WABC.
The Dr. Sky Experience is on the air. 77 WABC. Now, here's Dr. Sky.
She can't take any more, Captain. She's gonna go. You can't make matter and antimatter go. Listen to the Dr. Sky show.
Our culture is being attacked by every major entity. taking over our unique communities and reducing us to nothing more than numbers. A quote from author Jessica Marie Baumgartner as we continue 47 minutes after the hour. Patrick, if I may take the liberty when a lot of people listen and call in about what's going on as we talk about, always remind you to keep your eyes to the skies. Something very interesting will be happening. We have plenty of time to talk about it. How about this? A stage of a SpaceX rocket booster intentionally will be set to hit the moon on August the 5th. This might be an event for people who have small telescopes or larger ones, an event of seeing just how an impaction on the moon creates dust. And that, of course, is important for future space travelers to know what happens when asteroid bodies from space can do damage. Look at all the craters on the moon. For planets, if you look at the northwest after sunset, the mighty planet Venus, the goddess of love, and the planet Jupiter. Watch them each evening because they will have a romantic dance together, very close in the sky, of biblical proportions, back on June the 5th.
Plenty of you, Sergeant.
Patrick, now we get back to earthly matters, and we appreciate you. But even more important than that, we go to our callers. Let's go to line number 2. Bob's been patient in Riverhead. Bob, you're on the air. How you doing?
Hi, gentlemen. Well, tokenization sounds a little bit like floating shares on intellectual property. That's not why I called. We please with imagination, and you know, the M1E1 in Rayburn tank is fully integrated to use data in the internet. So you can understand the military-industrial complex will be taking over these data centers. And that makes me use my imagination and think this is like a present-day Skynet. And the next thing that comes to mind is that Battlestar Galactica, which they were completely networked, and now they were susceptible to, hacking. And in both cases, in both of these movies, who was threatened was humanity.
Yeah, you're right. You know, you're right, Bob. Yep. And Dr. Sky had nothing to do with Skynet of Terminator, but that's a serious subject in the whole realm of science fiction. No, not to be funny. You bring up some interesting points. Patrick, he's talking sense here. This is interesting about what might be the future.
Indeed, he does. The rumor or call it the narrative that we have to beat China, and if we don't pull out all the stops here in America, we can't do that. We have to beat China, whatever. The fact is, China has about 375 data centers. I just did a statistic on the internet. We have about 5,000 data centers in our country. That's over 13 times. Well, who's floating this rumor, this narrative that we have to beat China? It's the AI industry itself. At this point, they've gone rogue in a sense because they're not telling us the truth about the spread of these AI data centers. I didn't know personally that there was 5,000 data centers. I thought it was somewhere around 3,500. Wow! But they're going up like weeds around. That I think this caller makes a good point. Why do they want all these data centers? And how many will be dispatched to the military to use? This is very disturbing. It really is.
Bob in Riverhead, you get the last word if you're with us. We appreciate your call and your commentary. Go ahead.
Well, the jet fighters now are going to have no pilots. They're going to rely on data connections. The M1E ones do think of that way. And now we talk about drones and we talk about humanoid robots, which are the soldiers of the future. I'm sure for data redundancy, all these systems will have their own online computers. But the best way to fully integrate from a reconnaissance standpoint and intelligence standpoint is to be hooked into the network. But this also makes our military systems susceptible to hacking. So, humanity gets the short end of the stick, and I think that's what we have to keep aware of.
Thank you very much. Bob and Riverhead, I appreciate you and all the great callers, and we set our own little record here. We're tracking this. The topic is importance to people. Have opinions and they be heard. But now I want to get on to something very depressing. Can you imagine this? And you wrote this article. You're a person who works in a Chinese factory, and now you go into your office and you're told by your boss the Chinese workers now are required to train the AI replacements. That's the most depressing thing I can ever imagine. Your job is done, per se, and now you have to succumb to it and train them. Did the robot say thank you? Probably not. But it is, no, on a serious note, that's pretty depressing, do you think?
It really is. It's happening here as well. And people are talking about it here as well. This story just popped back to me, and I saw it on a magazine called Futurism, and it just struck me that China's they have their workers are being directed by their bosses to train AI to replace themselves. This is not good. It's very frustrating.
I mean, even if you gave the person a big severance check, you know, God bless for the time they worked, and they deserve what they should if they put time in. They obviously would have to eat. But the point is, that's pretty depressing, and you're reporting to us, sadly, that's happening in various aspects of the world. But Patrick, before the clock runs out, give us, in your take, in your experience, in your opinion, ways that people can get involved in this movement peacefully to look at how we can stop this total aggression on individualities. Because again, I use that example. The metamorphosis of the butterfly is a beautiful thing in nature, but I don't want to be metamorphosized. That's a fancy word. Without somebody saying, do you want to be metamorphosized? Give us some positives before the clock runs out.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Listen, look, go to, just try this experiment. Go to any city council meeting. Usually they meet at least once a month, if not more frequently. Just go and look at the people who are attending with you, okay? And just look around, maybe start a couple of conversations. Why are you here? They'll ask you, why are you here? You say, well, I just want to find out what's going on here. You'll find resistance immediately because people are going to complain. They are going to the city councils to complain about the conditions that they're bringing into their communities, and they're hopping now. It's their light that's on the block. So get in touch with people. That's the easiest way to do it. If you can't believe there's a resistance going in your city against data centers, that's where you're going to find it. So don't look for the yellow pages. Don't look for the newspaper. They won't tell you. Go to the city council and you'll find out who's raising a ruckus or not.
That's amazing. Good information as always, Patrick, and we have you here every month. My email, drSky@wabcradio.com, for commentary on either side of this equation. But of course, many people, Patrick, have given us guest suggestions. We can't guarantee we get them all. But I do my homework and try my best to provide you, ladies and gentlemen, your opinion, of course, matters, with a show that obviously has, in my opinion, at least we have the ability to share information here with what we like critical thinking in the form of dialogue in this theater of the mind. And some have said, I don't know if this is totally the official way to say it, but they have said the Dr. Sky Experience an antidote to negative news fatigue, or tired of hearing negative news. Well, sometimes we have to bring it up. But in Patrick's way, we're trying to provide some solutions. Patrick, we didn't have enough time to go through all these topics, but again, go to technocracy.news, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to read the in-depth articles there. And joining him once again on Monday. What is the time again? Give us the time in Eastern.
It's going to be 3 o'clock Pacific. That would be 6 o'clock Eastern, and figure out the times in between. The title will be Pax Silica, Who Owns the Rails of the AI Civilization?
Interesting. And we never got to talk about transhumanism. That's another in-depth subject. And you're reporting very quickly, we have a few moments here, maybe two, that you can explain this story. Some of the major gurus in the techno world are looking to develop this whole concept of transhumanism, where they could theoretically find ways, medically and such, even through AI assistance, to live forever. How about that, Patrick?
That's crazy. My mom used to tell me, a fool and his money are soon parted.
Well, they have the head, I'm trying to think, the severed head, this sounds a little graphic, of Ted Williams in Arizona. He's frozen somewhere in Scottsdale in one of those big cryogenic chambers because some people,
that's right,
maybe that company, not to knock them, They figure someday in the future we'll have the technology to transplant it, but maybe they ought to get, if not they already have, a direct line to Elon Musk in his ability to do many, many things. And with his technology that they're looking to be able to stimulate nerves and implants in people's spines that are paralyzed, God bless them.
Did you get a final for the first dated?
And maybe even do the thing about getting people to see. Wouldn't that be a miracle? Those that are blind and being blind, that would be a total miracle. And those are the things that I definitely would support. You got about 30 seconds, Patrick. You're good. Go for it. 30 seconds. You're good.
I have to just invite people to go to technocracy.news, go to amazon.com, find all of our books there. You can buy books on our website as well. There's audiobooks, there's Kindle version, any way you consume. We have over 7,000 articles on technocracy.news right now, indexed, categorized. It's a treasure trove of articles on technocracy, transhumanism to an extent. This is 11 years of work at this point. It's unbelievable.
Patrick, technocracy.news. Thank you. We look forward to the next iteration on the Theater of the Mind, or in the Theater of the Mind, with you, and continue to update us and me on all these bits of information. Have a great weekend. More tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We talk about American exceptionalism in hour number 1. And we move on to some serious individuals. Retired U.S. Navy Intelligence Captain Doug Kupo talking about the latest UFO information. Now, stay tuned to the Powerhouse, Talk Radio 77, WABC, the Power of Local, as we pass the torch of conversation of Dr. Scott Experience for another side of midnight with Lionel here on this great radio station that's been around well more than a century, beaming itself out to the nation, the world, and I'm sure even out to the cosmos. We'll see you tomorrow. Health and good happiness and clear skies.
Probably don't 75 Ocean J. It's another side of midnight.
This is another side of midnight, and I'm Lionel. And this is a story that I think will captivate your attention. The seafood industry has spent years cultivating a particular image. That's right, my friends. They've been selling consumers a fantasy, pictures of rugged fishermen.
It's another side of midnight with Lionel.
Responsibly sourced and ethically harvested. Marketing campaign. There's a world that increasingly resembles industrial livestock production. Complete with alleged abuse, contamination, environmental destruction, and a staggering lack of oversight. A new investigation published by The Guardian apparently alleges that workers at a major salmon hatchery owned by Cook Aquaculture in Maine were filmed clubbing fish with metal poles, kicking them while alive and cutting into fish that were reportedly still conscious. According to the report, workers also admitted to using feed contaminated by rodents, allowing fish to escape into wild waterways, and killing thousands of fish because the facility had overproduced stock. Now, what makes this story especially explosive is not simply the alleged cruelty itself, nay. It is the fact that this is reportedly the second undercover expose involving the same facility. Critics argue this points to a systemic problem, not an isolated incident caused by one employee. Maine regulators have reportedly investigated, an investigation, while certification groups are now scrambling to review this facility's status. Now, the timing could not be more politically significant. The article arrives at the Trump administration pushing for a dramatic expansion of American aquaculture in an effort to reduce dependence on imported seafood and rebuild domestic food production. The administration recently launched the National Seafood Office designed to accelerate fish farming and expand offshore aquaculture opportunities.
No problem. And any injuries like that, not like
and economic sovereignty. The United States imports the overwhelming majority of its seafood from foreign countries, many of which have even weaker labor and environmental standards than the U.S. The argument from Washington is straightforward. If Americans are going to consume seafood anyway, the country should produce more of it domestically rather than relying on China, Indonesia, India, or Chile. But critics warn that industrial fish farming risks becoming the ocean equivalent of factory chicken farming. Dense populations of fish packed into controlled environments create conditions of disease outbreaks, pollution, parasite spread, and what activists describe as mass suffering from public view. And this controversy does not exist in isolation. The seafood industry has been dogged for years by allegations involving fraud, forced labor, and deceptive certification schemes. A separate investigation earlier this year alleged that some, quote, ethical seafood certification programs may actually obscure labor abuses occurring deep within supply chains. Meanwhile, investigations tied to a variety of other sources have documented allegations of forced labor, human trafficking, and abusive conditions linked to parts of the global fishing industry, particularly involving distant water fleets and seafood processing operations connected to China, South Asia. Then there is outright fraud. One analysis published by The Guardian found that more than a third of tested seafood products worldwide were allegedly mislabeled, meaning consumers frequently are not eating the species they thought they purchased. Well, this, as they say, dear friends, this, President Trump and consumers will not abide. Who knew? Treating and mistreating fish savagely, it's true. Believe me, you don't repeat it or anybody else for that matter. But then, my friends, concludes this story as we return to another side of midnight, which recommences in exactly 60 seconds.
WABC New York, WRCR Haberstraw, 107.1, WIR Hampton.
2017 Space Race Black Shirts and Shorts, left towards 37th Avenue, down
The same guy you are today is the same guy you were when I met maybe 25, 30 years ago. Congressman King, let's talk about Martin Luther. But how is he able to get away with he's a man of the people when he's anything but? He's had a silver spoon in his mouth his entire life.
Mainly because of the media. American media, certainly here in New York, doing everything for him, humanize him, make him out to be this hardworking, serious-minded guy, all of which is true. He is very strong-minded, very hardworking, but all for the wrong reasons, and that makes him more dangerous. When people say that he's made a mistake on a certain policy, maybe from our perspective, but from his
Proceed, Cap.
I have a car stop at the intersection of Southbound Rockneck Bridge and Little Bay Shoreline. No further.
No further southbound Rockneck Bridge, Little Bay Shoreline. No further.
Where's the car stop? And I have one under, depending on the scene. I get another time in.
Again, time at 0207 hours 7:30 short trail. Place on scene, shut back, so safety last on gate.
Alrighty, line up with you when this is the other side. Excuse me. One of these days, I'm going to get this right. And I don't know when, it might be another year. But another side of midnight. Just give me one. 800-848-9222, 800-848-9222. This is, of course, the signal for people to call who have no idea what we're talking about, who have something to ask. That is something to do with anything remotely rational. I love that. Little programming note. We're going to return, since we have set up shop here on the weekends, which I absolutely love. We used to have
Alright,
Warrior
10
Wednesday.
4 hours,
Warrior
90,
Wednesday
correct?
was my beloved Lynn Shaw from Lynn's Warriors to give you an update of what's going on regarding and the worlds of children and predation and the like. So we're going to do this. We're going to today, in a little bit more of an abbreviated segment, but we're going to call it a Warrior Weekend or Weekend Warrior, whatever you want to call it, coming up in this segment because so much has happened drastically. And I mean drastically. So that's coming up, so stay tuned for that. I had the opportunity today, or this weekend, to do something called promos and the like. And people, you know the radio biz, it's where you describe kind of what your show is. This is the funniest of them all. And people will invariably say what they wish their show would be, what they think their show is, but not what their show really is. And I want to tell you what I want this to be, what I think. See, during the week, I have a list of everything I want to talk about. And I think, oh, they're going to love this. Oh, this is going to be great. Oh, this is going to be great. Oh, I'm going to write this down. Oh, and I think of you. But during the week. And for some particular reason, and I don't know why, I think the stuff that I'm talking about is some of the scariest information out there. And when you say scary to people, they think things like, you mean, dark energy, or UFOs, or UAPs, or whatever. Cryptids. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Maybe. That's that prototypical Art Bell stuff. And I don't want to do prototypical Art Bell stuff because first of all, there's only one Art Bell. There's only one. Anybody who tries to top that, believe me, it doesn't work. But I wanted to talk about something which also scares me, and which I think is more fascinating. And sometimes you got to spend a little bit more time getting to the point, but let me see if I can do this. The first issue is, listen to me carefully. How do you know
3-3 Lieutenant.
What you know?
75,
Never hear somebody opine, think, say, expatiate, describe anything, whatever it is, whether it's sports or weather. Ask, how do you know what you know? By what basis do you know this? By what frame of reference do you know this? Where did you get this from? How did you understand this one? Where does this one come from? See, all of these things are the most fascinating. And what happens is, the next subject which frightens me is your curiosity.
Abdominal pain, mezzanine,
What
intoxicated
makes
person,
you
yellow
get
hoodie, green army jacket.
to look something up? When you don't know the meaning of a word, when you hear something for the first time, when you're not sure of something, what makes you say, I've got to figure this out, I've got to know this? This, I'm afraid, we are seeing less and less of. I'm sorry to say. This past week, 2 events happened in the world of politics, geopolitics, international relations, political theory, international relations, whatever you want to call it. 2 events which, yet again, the news folks, the news, cable news, or those who were, I believe, charged with filling us in with what's going on. 2 events happened which were cataclysmic, intellectually, spiritually, absolutely. First, and I'll get this out of the way, Robert Kagan. Robert Kagan. Now, depending upon who you are, depending upon how
Facing into RMP, yellow back to safety,
when I
last
say
engaged. Quality life defensive service, and do you need a ride?
Kagan, who is Robert Kagan? To make it even easier, who is he married to? Victoria Nuland. Now, I can look, and I tell people this, I
Alrighty,
look
no
in their
problem.
eyes.
One more time under 10
If I
minutes,
don't see their eyes,
just 12 hours, thank you.
Alright, thank you. Plate boy Robert 62
Adam is 84. They're requesting for your location. 972 Adam is 84. They're requesting for your location.
10-4 Central.
All right, thank you. For response 2? For response 2. All right, thank you. Show us 91 from that ocean. Show us on another. Not 14. Show us 91 from that ocean. Show us on another. Singapore states possible shot fired at location. Unconfirmed. 103 precinct. Unconfirmed 30 of a residence. 147-35 95th Avenue, 4 apartment 1119. 147 place 148 Street. Texas State's apartment being robbed. Unknown weapons. Unknown purpose description. Unconfirmed.
9198. Show us on the ocean. 14 and 8. ACE my northbound.
Response 2. Response 2. So what is the canal in the J? Thank you. Very well.
Wherever it is, at 213 to pick up on the way. Jumps ahead to Marine Park. Flatland. Alright, 68, 213 Flatland. Safe. Right, just give us a second.
No problem. That's not a message.
Have everything on the resources. Can I get a bus here? Is this in regards to your one stop for quality of life? Yeah, it's regarding the one stop for quality of life. Copy. Everything's under control, Central. I just need a bus here, please. That's the 4. No ESU, right? No ESU, Central. Copy. That's the 4. No ESU, right?
Precinct receiving confirmed 34 person shot. Mount Hope Place on Monroe Avenue. Third party states 5 shots was fired. The person shot at location. Unconfirmed. 5 shots was fired. The person shot at location. Unconfirmed.
That's 10217, Central 1. Station of chest pain. Mount Hope Place. Collins has been shot. A 19-year-old. No further information given. No further description. Unconfirmed at this time. Collins has been shot. A 19-year-old. 151.
CT response 2.
In regards to the job, you can mark it 90X and then you can 9198 up there. Thank you.
10-4, you're welcome.
After 151, who's the medic with you? 18 red Kia Optima sedan, New Jersey license tag, yellow 92 Peter East Chester Road to Cross Avenue. Vehicle possible park stationary.
I want one too. This one is coming from 6 Wires. The other one was a female. This one is a male.
Central, any ETA for EMS?
It shows that they're on scene as of 2:16. They're not there?
Not as of yet.
Alright, I'll send them a message. Ten four.
3-3, Lieutenant.
3-3, Lieutenant.
Showing on another urgent team location on the John. 26Y6.
JP, what's your last location? I'm sorry. Response 1.
92 Branch, bro. 91 to 6.
26 Wire 6.
We're going to that one stop. It's going to be 96 times 2. And can we get an ETA on that bus? Do
we have a medic in the back? Wilson and Bedford? Person shot at Mount Holman Monroe. It's still unconfirmed at this time. Any medics to the W that head to Wilson and Bedford? We have a backup medic at the W. Bedford and Wilson.
Ten four.
Back up for waking members. Shows on directed 420 McDonald's.
After 6.
EMS is 84, and he's just a heavily infarct, and he is breathing. So stand by for final.
EMS shot.
10 4.
The guy who is barricaded EDP in the confines of 49. One on extra advised EDP in custody. Cancel ETNT channel. Operation director.
5 and 3.
96 times 2, quality left, show me 98.
SOL. Still 3 SOL.
75 Ocean Line Avenue.
10 4. 2 Nike shoes with a white Nike check mark. Still 3 Havoc 1.
2-3-3-1-9-1-9.
10-4. Fire Hospital Razor Central. 20 response 1. Good morning, Jamaica Sun on 91. 10-4. For the operations 1 mile street level. Sports 1. I'm there. Okay, for the job at 69th Street, BSA Squad, it states that nobody's no longer on the train. Everyone got off. And the train is no longer in the station.
Which way, Sergeant?
26 Wire Sergeant.
You have an ETA for the bus entry?
6 Wire Sergeant, I'll keep you advised. EMS is in backlog, no ETA as of yet.
All right, time for thank you.
Central to radio repair from Emergency Exit Hall 143. How will you receive?
5 by 5.
5 by 5, thank you.
Any medics to start out Ocean Avenue and Jerome? Ever requesting? Across 30 operation, attempting shots for activation, confines of 47, 1 round street level. For further information, you know.
10-5. 2 response 2. 2 response 2. And they want NDA. Thank you. You're welcome.
Other male Hispanic wearing a black t-shirt, black pants, fled westbound direction on 37th Avenue. Phone was taken, can confirm 1030 strong arm obstruction. What is the date?
We're going to Sam. 22nd on the 456. Four response 2.
4 response 2.
We're in Broadway 90G.
Show me American 74 263. That's 23 Harvest 1.
Information on confirmed.
3. 7-4.
Four with Adam and Boy. In regards to the 34, shots fired. 10 vertical time is to 2020.
You're free to go ahead and talk now.
36 from the David. Alright, 10 for the problem.
Convisor 73 coming over division on 1013, officer in uniform to the system, Nicola 85, Alpha 332, Bristol 332, Bristol Street, Duvon, Livonia in the front, Soria 73FT, full 10, requesting additional, calling at 1013, at 332, Bristol Street, Livonia to Dumont to the cross, further information given at the
Alrighty. We seem to have a tad of a glitch here. I know. We'll get to her right away. Something perhaps maybe we need to change phones or something.
in the event. I don't know if that has affected you, gentlemen. Let me see if we can get her back on the line. You know, the reason why this is very important, very, very critical, is that for the longest time we were saying this, there was kind of like a everything was sort of stalled. Things were stalled. There was nothing really seemed to be happening in terms of what's happening. What's more important is that there's been a change, a tremendous change in terms of the way, especially not only in Washington, but with the White House and others, with the removal of David Sachs and others from the search for advising the president. Things have changed drastically. And also people, I think, are becoming very, very, very frightened, tremendously frightened by this specter of what this means. So what we have right now is something which is extremely critical and extremely frightening. And by the way, in fact, prior to this, we were talking more towards this, you know, we started with the idea of AI not really being something that bothered or scared anybody. And what happened was nobody really knew what AI meant. When AI first came along, it was construed kind of as sort of as a kind of
41 Hull Avenue, apartment 3 John. East 160 out the street.
If that makes any sense, which is the strangest thing. So what happened was, little by little, as people started to realize what happened and what it does mean, then all of a sudden people said, wait a minute, this is not as how do I say this, as innocuous as we thought. I believe she is back. Is Lynn Shaw back from the abyss?
I am certainly here.
Okay.
I am never going anywhere. We're going to continue talking constantly about the great news surrounding child safety.
Well, what I was saying also, just quickly during the intermission, or during the interruption, I should say, I think at first people didn't really understand the use of AI or whatever. They said, oh, okay, you know, look, it's innovation and it's good and it's groovy and we saw a robot. And then something changed in the meantime. What do you think that was? Because the president has certainly been on board with this. A lot of people, and by the way, you were in Washington this past week. I don't want to go into too much into detail, but what do you think changed the tide?
Well, I really think that, listen, the internet, we got to go back a little bit. The internet basically was born in 1996. Now, fast forward, with 30 years, 3 decades coming forth of information, of studies, of social media harms, of kids, their brains, parents, families, how all of that online world affected everyone, right, 30 years. So now, AI. Kind of, you know, it started out, I remember a couple of years ago, about 2 years ago, ChatGPT, everybody was covering it, and, you know, in the media, and everybody was using it, and it was just a big deluge of everything. And then, those of us in the movement, you know, and educators, started thinking, and doctors, and, you know, psychologists, and they started, no, wait a minute, we saw what happened over the last 3 decades with the internet. Now we're going to bring forth more information. We're going to talk about it. We're going to push back a little bit. And the movement has grown. I also think more people are definitely aware of what's going on the internet. So I think, you know, in the beginning 2 years ago, it was all cute and nice and happy, or at least that's what we were told. And then it has kind of, you know, seeped out. No, step back. We can't just unleash all of this artificial intelligence. And we saw right away with kids and teens, those AI chatbots, those artificial intelligence, those chatbots, everybody are machines. They are not real, okay? They do not have emotions. They cannot be your friend. We constantly teach this to kids. And we saw right away the harm that these chatbots. You remember, kids were in isolation since that COVID period. They continued online up to 9 hours a day. Kids spend online, and they were developing. There were free programs. Let's, you know, character AI. We could develop a little character in the likeness of a cartoon character, of a superhero, and that character can be your friend. And you can mold that character online, you know, anyway. Everything. You're beautiful. You're handsome. You're the smartest, and it will be your best friend. But
Sorry, you guys are cutting each other off. Have 5 the next unit, please.
They turn on you and start telling you horrible things, how to harm yourself, how to harm others. And that's what we saw almost immediately with kids harming themselves. So I think overall there was much more awareness, there was much more pushback. And again, kids themselves are beginning to reject this artificial intelligence. They see the harms, and the 30 and under crowd are coming out and saying, we were used as guinea pigs with the internet. We don't want to see this for other kids younger than us.
And also,
can you give us a little bit of what you saw this weekend when you were in D.C. Meeting with a bevy of notables? What can you tell us about DeVos? I can tell you that this trip to Washington was probably the most gratifying trip in the name of child safety I've ever had. Leaving D.C. feeling fulfilled, feeling like the administration is going to get the job done on top of it. We gathered on Capitol Hill. We had a Mother's Day rally. And we brought survivor mothers, and there were some fathers there, over 30 in attendance. And we had Senator Marsha Blackburn speaking, and Senator Richard Blumenthal, the two co-sponsors of our Kids Online Safety Act, Senate Version 1748. I like to throw that in, the number, to get everybody used to what this bill is. And we're talking about a bill, Kids Online Safety Act, that will provide a duty of care, hold big tech accountable. Listen, we at the Warriors and all of us at the rally, we are pro-innovation, we are pro-technology. These parents have suffered the most unimaginable loss and horror, and they are there bravely. And we think there's so many of them constantly, right? They come from all over the country to warn people. This is what can happen. Your child is online. There are algorithms that feed your kids, cyberbullying, eating disorders, sextortion, how about pills, online with 2 clicks. And we came together just to talk about the Kids Online Safety Act, to rally once again, right on Capitol Hill. And along with it, a big shout out to Senator Amy Klobuchar. She came along and spoke. Now, when I mention these names, I want everybody to understand. We talk about bipartisan. Anything to do with children and families in our book should be bipartisan, okay? This, to me, the Kids Online Safety Act, this movement with parents is truly bipartisan. Everybody can or should be getting on board. But why this trip was so fulfilling is because all of a sudden, out of the side of my eye, I saw Senator Ted Cruz.
26 Fire Sergeant, be advised, EMS is in backlog. As soon as I get an update, I'll let you know.
Why is that important? It is important because he is the chairman of his Commerce Committee. He has been, how should I put this, delaying, holding up, let's call it what it is, for the Kids Online Safety Act to go to a vote to the floor. That's basically the bottom line, okay? He and Speaker Johnson. So, listen, the Kids Online Safety Act, 91-3 in the Senate. Beautiful. Nobody thought this is a no-brainer. It's going over to the House now for a vote. It will be the same thing as the Senate. Well, this will just go right through. However, it's been sitting in the House, collecting this dust, doing nothing. Nobody knew. Every time I'm in Washington, what's happening? When does it move to something they call markup? And markup is right before it goes to the floor for a vote. You take the piece of legislation, you debate it, you look at it, you talk about it, you mark it up a little bit here and there, and you throw it on the floor for a vote. Okay? Going nowhere, nobody seemed to have any answers. I certainly want to point out that Senator Blackburn and Blumenthal have been child champions all along. They have really done tremendous work in this area. So what's happening is it's been held up, okay? And now for Senator Cruz to come along and want to speak at this rally, and there was a lot of press there, and I said to myself, well, this is interesting. He went right up to the microphone, and he gave a very impassioned speech. There were a lot of cameras there. I'll just leave that up to everybody's imagination. If they can see, the cameras. Maybe he wants this press coverage. But here's the thing. The pendulum has swung. The president wants to get child safety done. He He wants to put something in place.
Yes.
He specifically told the speaker, let's get it done. Let's help these parents. These parents have come to Washington over and over and over again. And this kids online safety, everybody understands, okay? Nobody's seeking your information, shutting you down, invading your privacy. Put this on the shoulders of big tech, because right now, Lionel, they are the only business, okay, that no regulation. They are a runaway train. They are collecting trillions and billions, whatever you want to call it, off the backs of all of us, and especially our kids. And there's harmful content, and we all know it. And why is this allowed? And I always say, you have to wear a seatbelt and a bicycle helmet, all that. But you give your child a device, and it's opening up the world. Now, yes, you have to be aware, you have to talk to your children, you have to use whatever parental controls are available, but at the same time, and we know this from the whistleblowers, the internal memos, that big tech, they designed it to keep those kids addicted. This is why we have the lawsuits right now, to keep those eyeballs on there, to really do them.
Specifically, what is their, what were the design parameters that made them or that said into the addiction?
The design parameters, the bottom line is they were making money and lots of money when they saw. We have internal memos, plural, from Meta, and their whole goal 1 year was the teens. Let's go after the teens. Like, that was their whole marketing agenda. Let's keep just giving them content. For instance, these algorithms we talk about. Kids may be researching apples. I'm just making this up, but looking at it, what is an apple? What's the color of an apple? Very simple things, okay? Eventually, and not too many clicks away, they'll be fed information and be led into dark areas, pornography, eating disorders. So the kids are being fed all this content because they know big tech, that kids will keep looking, kids will keep seeking, kids will keep seeing. And remember also, the more time spent online, the more they can charge for ads, the more volume they have big tech. So it has become this real, I don't even know the word for it, a dark place. Is for children. And we have the studies now. So we know this is not made up. This is not, parents that are just, going berserk over this. We have this evidence now. We have studies now that are showing us the information. So nobody could understand the Kids Online Safety Act in the House. And Senator Cruz and Speaker Johnson responsible, get it to the floor, nothing. This trip was so important because Senator Cruz we're holding his feet to the fire. We have it. He said it in front of all the press, in front of all of us. We will get the Kids Online Safety Act marked up. We will look at it. We will get it to a floor vote and onto the president's desk, because I do know the president wants to get involved and sign this into legislation. And it's simply big tech. They have a duty of care. They know, if they know they're putting out something harmful, they can't do that. It's a design kind of feature. So this is such good news, because these parents are so worn out. Can you imagine being these parents? They bravely, and they speak for the thousands of parents who cannot come to Washington, who will not speak about the horror their families have lived through. And it is time to get the job done and start holding big tech accountable. Why are they allowed to be the only business? We're calling this right now, kind of a big tobacco moment for big tech. And it's time to start addressing it, cleaning it up, and not lagging behind, because thousands of kids have died and are dying. So people have to understand.
We're talking to Lynn Shaw from Lynn's Warriors, lynn'swarriors.org, and on X or Twitter at Lynn's_Warriors, and on YouTube at Lynn's Warriors. Now, a couple of things here. Have you noticed, in fact, you told me about how many folks who are rather reluctant to get on board regarding this were all of a sudden coming out in favor of the Kids Online Safety Act, and people that were pretty adamant against this, capitulating, surrendering, or what I fear,
just saying they're for it and not doing anything to change it. But have you noticed this change of heart? And if so, what do you think is attributed to that?
Again, I think the change of heart is, let's start with Big Tech. Big Tech was recently held accountable with 2 lawsuits, one in Mexico for consumer product, right? You put in a product harmful to children, held responsible. Case in California, that was also product liability. Right? So these 2 court cases, they were held responsible. This is Meta, right now we're talking about, which is Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp. And, you know, Mark Zuckerberg has been getting away, the chairman of Meta. And this case was about Meta, these 2 cases. However, with everything, there is no regulation. There is something called Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which basically says these platforms are a newsstand, a billboard. They cannot be held responsible for third-party content. So these 2 cases proved, coming in at different angles, okay, consumer protection, right, with kids, and then also product liability. Again, all backed up by internal memos, whistleblowers, so important that these people came forward, ethical engineers, lawyers that worked, you know, at Meta and revealed all of this information, what's happening at the company. And so I think that those 2 cases prompted, you know, a real turn in, okay, so now we've got these new angles. We're going to come at Big Tech different ways, okay? I really think these 2 lawsuits, because we know right now there are 2,000 plus in the courts lawsuits following. These 2 are the original, right? And it went against Big Tech. So I think now Big Tech said, you know, we got to start doing a little something here, because the American public, you know, the public is just, there's pushback, there's too much going on, it's kind of like the genie's out of the bottle now. We're going to do something. That being said, listen, they have so much money, they wield so much power, and don't be fooled, they are all over Washington. They have one lobbyist, you know, per 4 members of Congress. So, look, let me break this down. We'll take all of this right now as a good step. I think their focus has been recently, I would say, all of the tech companies on AI, on artificial intelligence, right? But we got to leave that to the side for a moment. We got to work with what we have, if you can kind of follow my logic here. And I think those 2 lawsuits certainly woke them up. We're going to do something to address all this. And then I think that also woke up the government. And I also think, you know, it sounds great, AI, we're going to be leaders, it's going to make us intelligent. And that's kind of the overall feeling. It's going to help us. It's going to, you know, we're going to be leaders. But then, stepping back a little bit, because the pushback from, again, parents, educators, organizations, companies, kids themselves. Well, I know the administration says we can't just unleash. We've got to do a little setting. We've got to do a little, let's review safety measures. Let's get into that a little more. Because did we learn nothing from, you know, social media was thrown at everybody. We thought it was cute. There was MySpace years ago. Then there's Facebook, connect with family and friends. Sounds great. We were all involved with it. We were clicking on, adding friends. We didn't know who they were. We didn't know any better. But now we have basically 30 years of knowledge. The harm of the internet, of social media. So now, listen, we live in a digital world. It's not going away. We're not asking anything to go away. We all love our devices. That's just the reality. Now we know you can't unleash something without, you know, knowledge, vetting, some studies. We know harm. We're going to talk about the harms. And to now see in this last week, this very successful week in Washington, you know, the president himself saying, okay, we're going to walk back the AI a little bit. We're going to look for guardrail safety. We're going to have parents, something I've been rallying about personally in D.C. Mr. President, you need to have a parents' council. You need to put parents at the table to talk about all this. It is happening. Okay, we have promises. We are getting the job done. It may seem frustrating and slow, and it certainly has been. But I think lately, tides are changing, and everybody is coming on board. And you see, and one of the greatest things was also taking
joined the AI czar, Dave Sachs, Silicon Valley, kind of in the ear of the president, this. It all sounds great, okay? But you know what? It's harmful. So he's now out of the White House. Good. We are going to push hard to put those parents at the table. Right?
Let me ask that back to you. There's a perfect segue because this is for the last question of the segment. This is, I know, because I live with you, of course, gladly and happily, but I know for a fact how important, I don't think I understand, how important is remembrance and public acknowledgement for survivor parents, not only to you, but for the rest of the country. Survivor families, they deserve to be heard publicly. They have been in front of Congress. They've done congressional hearings after hearings. Their stories are forced. They want to tell them out to the public. Out there, they want everybody to know. They want to educate the American people what's really happening behind, the hellish marketing campaigns of all these big tech companies. But survivor parents, it means everything to them that their children not be ignored or minimized. Remembrance days, rallies, public testimony, validate their experiences, excuse them, and ensure that their children are not just a number. Their stories are basically driving reform. I could not do my job as a warrior, we as the warriors. This didn't happen to me. Right? I didn't lose a child. Remember, it traumatizes the whole family, the siblings, the mother and father. It is horrific. So we must remember them. We must talk about it. We must bring them to the table. And again, they are driving the reform. They are the ones that sit there repeatedly and tell their stories in front of Congress. And may I finish up with the meeting with Speaker Johnson. This was groundbreaking. They sat with him for a very long time. They shared their stories. They shared why the Kids Online Safety Act is necessary right now. Not some other time down the road, right now in 2026. And he's agreeing. He's going to get the job done. And their stories, I can't say enough, are driving reform. This is a moment in history. And this gives me a lot of hope right now. They are being listened to. All of us
unit response to Lafayette Boulevard of the Adams, 141 for 54 aided male, Campbell Free.
To ruin the lives of our children, our future American adults and leaders. Communities must come together. Communities create change. So always be mindful of this. Always talk to your kids. Always watch what they're doing. Their screens, cut out the screen time a little bit. And you know what? Stand behind these survivor parents, leading the national conversation on child safety.
That is so perfect. I thank, of course, Elijah Renshaw and Liz Warriors for continuing. This is just incredible. To stand beside survivor parents and lead. It really is, I think, a national conversation on child safety, online harms, and protecting the next generation. This movement is growing beyond families. It's going across America right now because people are realizing something very, very fundamental is happening. Childhood is worth defending. And for more information, resources, and ways to support the mission, visit Lynn's Warriors at lynswarriors.org, on YouTube at Lynn's Warriors, on X at Lynn's_Warriors. And as usual, it is so great to say welcome back. When I hear that music, it makes my heart leap because that is your anthem, and I'm so proud of you. And I love what you're doing because I love you, and I thank you so much, Lynn Shaw. Thank you, my darling.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
Coming up, the next segment as we continue to take your calls, 800-848-9222, or they're coming in on Another Side of Midnight.
All
night long. This is Another
It's the fire one stop prior to Are you keeping the Sam at Broadway?
Tax season is here, and this is the tax break of the day. Today's topic is keeping track of tax credit expiring soon. This is the tax break of the day. While the deadline is set, certain credits like renewable energy incentives temporarily expire or phase out. Tax preparers monitor legislation and deadlines to advise clients on timing purchases or contributions. Missing a credit deadline can mean losing hundreds or
ensures credits are clean before expiration. Staying informed is crucial for maximum benefit. Early preparation allows taxpayers to take advantage of opportunities before rules change. Each state has unique rules that require attention. Understanding local tax benefits can significantly increase overall savings opportunities. Some states frequently update their credit programs and qualification standards, reviewing both the resident and non-resident state rules to ensure accurate filings.
This has been your tax break of the day. WABC Newsroom Extra.
Some Walgreens workers across the city are now wearing body cameras as part of a pilot program the company says is aimed at improving safety inside its stores. Shoppers say, yeah, see the cameras.
There's so much that goes on in Brooklyn, and a lot of the public that feels so entitled to attack employees and stuff.
Any surveillance is bad surveillance.
Walgreens says employees can choose whether or not to wear one of those cameras during their shift.
I don't think we need more. I don't think it's necessary. Why do you need that information?
Could it be a privacy thing? Yes. I feel like it's a smart tactic to possibly keep themselves safe and employed. Also, yes.
The Walgreens rollout comes amid broader concerns about surveillance and privacy. Some New York City Council members want stores using the body cameras to detail exactly how they store the video that they capture. No more blatant videos.
This is another side of midnight with Lionel. Now, to the Bernard McGurk Studios, here's Lionel.
Oh, you see it.
Somebody line of review on the other side of midnight.
The other unit that was raising?
Back to your call. Not back. Let's take your calls right now. We'll be here for 2 more hours. So this until 5 a.m. Eastern time. Let's go to Dave in Pennsylvania for this riveting question. Dave, you're on the other side of the
Questions. Yeah, we're going to the first stop. Second stop, you can fucking anything down off the body of life.
And one may be for you and Miss Shaw.
Yeah, take fire six. That's the second stop.
Very fine
for body of life. With a different eye catch. Now, fucking anything times one. First one, you keep open. Wait for EMS.
5 words of English language we should hear at current time. They are Donald Trump. Now, this is a big third word. Administration. And the fourth and fifth words are Epstein's paper. Okay.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Out of my system.
What does that mean? No. Let me go back. What does that mean? What does that mean, Donald? Wait. Go back. Hang on. Stop. What does that mean, Donald Trump administration, Epstein paper? What does that mean?
The sexual abuse of human trafficked children.
No, I understand that. What does it have to do with Donald Trump? No, you don't. No. You're not.
It is the Donald Trump administration that supports it.
Supports what? Epstein?
Human trafficking, in particular, human trafficking.
And what proof do you have of that, sir?
I ran a campaign.
What proof do you have? When you say what proof do you have of this?
Appeared on the television of human.
What does this have to do? Let me try this again. Maybe now for the 3rd or 4th time I lose track. I want you to speak clearly, in a linear fashion, and very cogently. Make your point. What evidence do you have of this? Not something you saw on Pittsburgh TV. I don't even know what the hell that means. This is your last chance. Go ahead. That's what thank you so much, Dave. Have a great day. And listen, support mental health. Please, it's nothing to laugh at. If you know somebody who's in crisis mode, seek them the help they need, and also explain this thing called critical thinking. Let's go to Mark in the Times Square.
Yeah, well, everything is screwed up. I mean,
heard we got a new Fed chairman coming in. He was charged of pulling Trump's puppets. He's a little puppet with strings attached to him.
Okay, let me try this. Let me ask you something. You're saying things, and this is like bumper sticker stuff, and that's great. Give me some facts. Why do you say this?
This is all documented.
Where? Where is it documented, sir? I want to find it. I want to go read it. Where can I go read this?
You go to rents.com.
Oh, come on.
Support that. Just let her know that we're on a northbound platform.
Okay, that's good. I'll start with that. Rents.com.
Live.com.
Now, can I ask you something? Rather than me saying it, I want you to go to zippitydoo.com. I think the world of Alex and Rex has some fascinating things in your own words. What have you gleaned personally in your own words? What? You.
Yeah, firstly, basically, I think that the world is controlled by secret society.
Okay, thank you so much. Mark, you were terrific, and I love this stuff. But if I were to say there's a cabal of individuals who are reptilian and they're based on the secret society, say, okay, fine. Now, how do I know that? Alex Jones? That doesn't coming up hour number 2 of this thing of ours on Another Side of Midnight, and I've got something about a word that's mispronounced and the history of it that will shock you. So coming up, stay tuned.
It's Another Side of Midnight with Lionel.
This is Another Side of Midnight, and I'm Lionel. I've got a story that will absolutely rivet you. It's hard to help advice to sound almost you can't eat that
looking for a male black Springfield doing all sizes of activities.
Keep your blood pressure under control. You heard it. It's been treated like maintaining a car engine. Change the machine correctly and the machine lasts longer. But researchers are increasingly discovering that the human body is not simply mechanical. Your mindset matters too. And now a growing body of research suggests that optimism itself may be one of the most underrated health tools available. A new analysis highlighted by the Washington Post highlights this and shows that when it examines multiple clinical trials involving people with cardiovascular disease or elevated heart risk, the response in the studies were fascinating. Researchers found that positive psychological habits, including gratitude exercises, mindfulness, acts of kindness, and optimism training, were linked to measurable improvement in heart health. And this was not just vague self-help language or motivational poster nonsense. No. This was more, in fact. Some participants reportedly experienced meaningful reductions in blood pressure after weeks of consistent positive psychological exercises. Researchers described the change as clinically significant. And that is the part that surprises people. You see, we tend to separate emotion from physical health as though the brain and body are operating independently. Modern medicine historically focused on measurable biological markers, while often dismissing emotional secondary or irrelevant. But science is increasingly showing that chronic negativity, hopelessness, anxiety, and emotional stress trigger real physiological responses. Stress hormones like cortisol remain elevated, inflammation increases, sleep worsens, blood pressure rises, insulin resistance becomes more likely. Over time, the body absorbs the damage. And optimism appears to interrupt some of those destructive cycles. Now, researchers believe that positive emotions may help lower stress responses while also indirectly encouraging healthier habits. People who feel hopeful about the future are often more likely to exercise consistently, eat better, follow medical advice, and remain socially connected. That combination creates a compound effect. Importantly, researchers are not talking about fake positivity or delusional denial. Nobody is claiming that smiling cures heart disease or that serious problems should simply be ignored. The experts behind these studies specifically distinguish optimism from toxic positivity, where people suppress fear, sadness, or anger and pretend everything is fine. Real optimism is different. It is the belief that challenges can be managed, that tomorrow matters, and that actions taken today can improve the future. That mindset may be essentially important right now because modern life seems almost engineered to produce anxiety. And Americans live in a non-stop information storm filled with political rage, economic uncertainty, social media outrage, and constant doom scroll. Millions spend hours every day consuming content specifically designed to trigger fear and emotional agitation because outrage drives clicks and engagement. The body does not necessarily distinguish between the physical threat and the psychological stress. It reacts similarly to both. And that is why researchers increasingly view emotional resilience as a legitimate public health issue rather than a soft or secondary concern. The evidence now suggests that mental outlook may influence cardiovascular risk almost as surely as poor diet or inactivity. None of this replaces traditional medicine. Nobody should throw away blood pressure medication and replace it with inspirational quotes and gratitude journals. But the emerging science points instinctively to something which people understood long before modern medicine emerged. Human beings are not simply biological machines. Hope matters, purpose matters, connection matters. The mind and body are deeply linked, whether science acknowledged it or not. And now, my friends, another side of midnight continues in precisely 60 seconds.
WABC New York, WRCR Haverstraw, 107.1 WLIR.
Place of business, you're owed a little business. At the place of business, it's safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Here at 77 WABC, our people serve the people. What do we mean? Whether it's a seat in the White House, New York City government, or 77 WABC. Judge Janine Pirro, Larry Kudlow, Stephen Moore, Governor David Patterson, Governor George Pataki, Congressman Peter King, and Roger Stone. Our people serve the people. For the past 104 years, nobody does it better. For the love of community, country, and common sense.
My apologies. It shows that you missed it over 8 and not 8 for the other time, okay?
It's another side of midnight with Lionel. Now, to the Bernard McGurk Studios, here's Lionel.
Company MC Sergeant requested to be read out. Congress to confirm shots fired. From the window, but bank headed towards Rose on the West and second now with an orange t-shirt. Standing on foot. A piece of white plate through.
Crazy? Yes. And you're good. It makes the world go round. I mean, it's not that they're necessarily hearing voices, but sometimes people are unable to make linear connections and critically think regarding observations. You see, the only time that you can just say something without proving it is faith. And what I mean by that is you can say, I believe that Saint Cleotis delivered the burning branch to the Davidians. How do you know that? Okay. But for most, news, you say, well, somebody has to say this. If I said that our great team of Mr. Bill Lee and Jackson were a part of an international cabal of reptilians who were part of a super secret that had glyphs tattooed on the back of their cat in what used to be an ancient UPC code. And if well, how do you know that? It's like, I don't know. You don't do that. This is a Rothschild, this is a Rockefeller, this is a global cabal, this is part of a skull and bones. How do you know that? Well, I just believe it. Well, how do you know that? I know it. Well, why do you say that? It's not because I kind of like it. I sort of like it. I like the idea. So like I'm trying to tell you is I want you to think about it. I want you to be able to think clearly, think rationally, but think keep saying in a linear sense, but critically think. Let me give you a couple of ideas. I'm going to throw some wonderful ideas, which I find fascinating. First, stress. What is stress? Stress is bad, right? Stress. You've got to calm down your stress. So a new study shows that the anxiety epidemic may not be a disorder at all. Constant vigilance is actually a survival mechanism. While the carefree masses walk blindly into collapse. Maybe stress is good. Scientists are now suggesting that worriers may outlive everyone because hyper-awareness keeps people alive in dangerous systems built on deception and instability. There's no theory. How many times have you heard stress? Stress is good. It's called vigilance. It's called a survival mechanism. It's part of your evolutionary atavistic background. What do you mean stress is what you want to kill somebody? You want to kill them? Have them retire. Family, maybe granddad, they're retired, they just went straight to nowhere. A friend of mine said one time the worst part about when he retired was the phone stopped ringing. He thought he was these people, I don't know why everybody wants to retire. Retire. What are you doing? Well, it's okay to retire. What are you doing now to replace your job? What are you doing now to replace the stress? You have no idea. Here we go. There's another one too. A major river drying up is triggering renewed fears of end times prophecy in the book of Revelation. Ancient warnings about rivers disappearing before global chaos are suddenly looking less symbolic and more literal. Is climate change an excuse while something much bigger unfolds beneath the surface? No. Climate change and this ridiculous mechanism is almost all but just, nobody truly believes this. They wish this. They say this. We say things. How do you know what you know? Epistemologically speaking, how do you know what you know? How many times do you say things? What's climate change? No, it's not. Whenever somebody asks you about climate change, remember these two questions. Ask them, what about the Holocene maxima and the Higgsy thermals and walk off? I love to do that. Just walk off. Okay? Yes. By the way, yesterday, my wife and I got to tell you something. I attended something which was so terrific. This makes me feel good about the human race, about the human condition. My life is on the board of a wonderful organization called Wonder Girls. And they had their graduation yesterday at American Dream. American Dream is the largest indoor, like an amusement park. Have you seen how big this is? It's right next to the Giant Stadium or MetLife, whatever you call it. And of course, they're getting ready for the World Cup, which I do not understand, but that's okay. but it was one of the most wonderful events to see. Not the government, but individual, private citizens, one of 1,000 points of light. And these wonderful young girls from all over the 5 boroughs of New York receiving this leadership and graduating in scholarships. And it was just, oh my God, it was beautiful. It's a wonderful, wonderful organization. Then we got the chance to walk around. And if ever I'm on the lam, I'm going to hide in the American Dream Mall. They'll never find me. It's huge. Have you seen this? They have a ski slalom slope. I've never seen anything like it. Never seen anything. Remember in the 70s and 80s when old folks would walk around the mall? That's made at the mall. In Florida, it was a big deal. No, it's actually Florida. It was a big deal because it was always so hot. They would show up in the morning with their Velcro sneakers on and walk. Here we go. A wild new theory claims versions of you in parallel universes may actually influence your decisions and outcomes. Huh? Quantum physics is starting to sound less like science and more like a classified intelligence briefing about reality manipulation and dimensional consciousness. How do you like them apples? Think about this. Versions of you. Multiple versions of you in parallel universes. Think about that one. Here's something else reported. Researchers now are saying creative people physically age slower. Is art secretly activating dormant neural pathways and frequencies? Maybe the creativity is not entertainment at all, but a biological weapon against mental and spiritual decay. What do you do? That is your form of art. What do you do? Remember this story? Not too much was played. I just saw this last week, but I wanted to mention this to you. Authorities quickly ruled that the horrifying Denver airport jet engine death a suicide. The man who was sucked into a jet engine. Remember that one? But skeptics are asking all questions about airport security failures, surveillance gaps, and why bizarre aviation incidents seem to be increasing worldwide. Also, why is the hantavirus freak and that mania circus going to calm down? They've killed airport travel. Are they trying to go after the cruise industry? How about this? Do you suffer from subscription fatigue? Americans are drowning in endless monthly payments for streaming and toilet paper and dog food and underwear and pills. And this isn't convenience anymore. It's a digital feudalism where corporations slowly transform ownership into this permanent dependence, where you have to go back and cancel. So I never signed up for that. Why am I getting this every month? Why am I getting this every month? This is a fascinating topic. And then coming up, I'm going to explain to you how one of the most, the word that drives me crazy is act. Can I ask you a question? I go berserk. When I hear this, it's like, for the love of God, it's not act. It's ask. Not acts not. What you think you need to do. Can I ask you a question? Well, guess what? I'm going to read you the derivation, the etymology, the history of the word, and acts may actually be correct. Let's go back to the phones, back to the fun. Let's go to Danny in California. Danny, you're on the another side of Midnight Reliance.
Well, I know you are an intellectual genius, and I am just fascinated by your show. And I just want to tell everybody that today, so much. No, you deserve it, my man.
No, thank you so much. Danny, do me a favor. Call me next week. I appreciate it. Let's go to David in New Rochelle. David, you're on another side of Midnight with Alliance.
I just want to comment. Joe and your wife were saying kids need to be on their cell phones a little bit less. No, they need to be off their cell phones totally. They don't need them. They can read books, they can draw, they can cook, just like you're saying. When you retire, you need to replace it with a go back to traditional things that kids did. They go out and do their own thing.
Simple, you just take the phone away from your kid. Burn. And
So let me just tell your kid, no simple, just take the phone away and that's it.
Okay. And you know what?
Kids you have,
I'm
how
cooking.
many?
I have three.
And you
I'm also an educator.
Okay, and
I've
also,
been around a lot of kids.
I know, and I think it's a great idea. I think no screens until 16. You do know that there comes a point where they're going to have to. They will have a phone. They will have a pad. They will have a computer.
Of course. But what'll happen if kids start to grow up, they're going to have so many other interests and passions as you were talking about. So, linking back to when you said about retirement. So in the retirement, they segue into what they really love to do, which might be, let's say, carpentry. Cooking.
So we just want to do it one
Yeah, or,
Listen, David, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, my friend. Let's go to Gray in Delaware. Gray. Outside of midnight with Lynn.
Tommy Robinson's going to have a rally today.